David Copperfield, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 21. Little Emily. There was a servant in that house, a man who I understood was usually with Steerforth and had come into his service at the university, who was in appearance a pattern of respectability. I believe there never existed in his station a more respectable-looking man. He was taciturn, self-footed, very quiet in his manner, deferential, observant, always at hand when wanted, and never near when not wanted. But his great claim to consideration was his respectability. He had not a pliant face. He had rather a stiff neck, rather a tight smooth head with short hair clinging to it at the sides, a soft way of speaking, with a peculiar habit of whispering the letter S so distinctly that he seemed to use it oftener than any other man. But every peculiarity that he had he made respectable. If his nose had been upside down, he would have made that respectable. He surrounded himself with an atmosphere of respectability and walked secure in it. It would have been next to impossible to suspect him of anything wrong, he was so thoroughly respectable. Nobody could have thought of putting him in a livery, he was so highly respectable. To have imposed any derogatory work upon him would have been to inflict a wanton insult on the feelings of a most respectable man. And of this, I noticed, the women servants in the household were so intuitively conscious that they always did such work themselves, and generally while he read the paper by the pantry fire. Such a self-contained man I never saw, but in that quality, as in every other he possessed, he only seemed to be the more respectable. Even the fact that no one knew his Christian name seemed to form a part of his respectability. Nothing could be objected against his surname, Littimer, by which he was known. Peter might have been hanged or Tom transported, but Littimer was perfectly respectable. It was occasioned, I suppose, by the reverend nature of respectability in the abstract, but I felt particularly young in this man's presence. How old he was himself I could not guess, and that again went to his credit on the same score, for in the calmness of respectability he might have numbered 50 years as well as 30. Littimer was in my room in the morning before I was up, to bring me that reproachful shaving water and to put out my clothes. When I undrew the curtains and looked out of bed, I saw him in an equable temperature of respectability, unaffected by the east wind of January, and not even breathing frostily, standing my boots right and left in the first dancing position, and blowing specks of dust off my coat as he laid it down like a baby. I gave him a good morning and asked him what o'clock it was. He took out of his pocket the most respectable hunting watch I ever saw, and, preventing the spring with his thumb from opening far, looked in at the face as if he were consulting an oracular oyster, shut it up again, and said, if I pleased, it was 8:30. "Mr. Steerforth will be glad to hear how you have rested, sir." "Thank you," said I, "very well indeed. Is Mr. Steerforth quite well?" "Thank you, sir. Mr. Steerforth is tolerably well." Another of his characteristics, no use of superlatives, a cool, calm medium always. "Is there anything more I can have the honour of doing for you, sir?" "The warning bell will ring at 9. The family takes breakfast at 9:30. "Nothing, I thank you." "I thank you, sir, if you please." And with that, and with a little inclination of his head when he passed the bedside, as an apology for correcting me, he went out, shutting the door as delicately as if I had just fallen into a sweet sleep on which my life depended. Every morning we held exactly this same conversation, never any more, and never any less, and yet invariably, however far I might have been lifted out of myself overnight and advanced towards maturer years by Steerforth's companionship, or Mrs. Steerforth's confidence, or Miss Dartle's conversation, in the presence of this most respectable man I became, as our smaller poets sing, a boy again. He got horses for us, and Steerforth, who knew everything, gave me lessons in riding. He provided foils for us, and Steerforth gave me lessons in fencing, gloves, and I began of the same master to improve in boxing. It gave me no manner of concern that Steerforth should find me a novice in these sciences, but I never could bear to show my want of skill before the respectable Littimer. I had no reason to believe that Littimer understood such arts himself. He never led me to suppose anything of the kind by so much as the vibration of one of his respectable eyelashes. Yet whenever he was by, while we were practising, I felt myself the greenest and most inexperienced of mortals. I am particular about this man because he made a particular effect on me at that time, and because of what took place thereafter. The week passed away in a most delightful manner. It passed rapidly, as may be supposed, to one entranced as I was, and yet it gave me so many occasions for knowing Steerforth better, and admiring him more in 1,000 respects, that at its close I seemed to have been with him for a much longer time. A dashing way he had of treating me like a plaything was more agreeable to me than any behaviour he could have adopted. It reminded me of our old acquaintance. It seemed the natural sequel of it. It showed me that he was unchanged. It relieved me of any uneasiness I might have felt in comparing my merits with his, and measuring my claims upon his friendship by any equal standard. Above all, it was a familiar, unrestrained, affectionate demeanour that he used towards no one else. As he had treated me at school differently from all the rest, I joyfully believed that he treated me in life unlike any other friend he had. I believed that I was nearer to his heart than any other friend, and my own heart warmed with attachment to him. He made up his mind to go with me into the country, and the day arrived for our departure. He had been doubtful at first whether to take Littimer or not, but decided to leave him at home. The respectable creature, satisfied with his lot, whatever it was, arranged our portmanteau on the little carriage that was to take us into London, as if they were intended to defy the shocks of ages, and received my modestly proffered donation with perfect tranquillity. We bade adieu to Mrs. Steerforth and Miss Dartle, with many thanks on my part, and much kindness on the devoted mother's. The last thing I saw was Littimer's unruffled eye, fraught, as I fancied, with the silent conviction that I was very young indeed. What I felt in returning so auspiciously to my old familiar places I shall not endeavour to describe. We went down by the mail. I was so concerned, I recollect, even for the honour of Yarmouth, that when Steerforth said, as we drove through its dark streets to the inn, that, as well as he could make out, it was a good, queer, out-of-the-way kind of hole, I was highly pleased. We went to bed on our arrival. I observed a pair of dirty shoes and gaiters in connection with my old friend the Dolphin as we passed that door, and breakfasted late in the morning. Steerforth, who was in great spirits, had been strolling about the beach before I was up, and had made acquaintance, he said, with half the boatmen in the place. Moreover, he had seen in the distance what he was sure must be the identical house of Mr. Peggotty, with smoke coming out of the chimney, and had had a great mind, he told me, to walk in and swear he was myself grown out of knowledge. "When do you propose to introduce me there, Daisy?" he said. "I am at your disposal." "Make your own arrangements." "Why, I was thinking that this evening would be a good time, Steerforth, when they are all sitting round the fire. I should like you to see it when it's snug. It's such a curious place." "So be it," returned Steerforth. "This evening." "I shall not give them any notice that we are here, you know," said I, delighted. "We must take them by surprise." "Oh, of course, it's no fun," said Steerforth, "unless we take them by surprise. Let us see the natives in their aboriginal condition." "Though they are that sort of people that you mentioned," I returned. "Aha! What do you recollect my skirmishes with Rosa, do you?" he exclaimed, with a quick look. "Confound the girl! I am half afraid of her. She's like a goblin to me. But never mind her. Now, what are you going to do? You're going to see your nurse, I suppose?" "Why, yes," I said. "I must see Peggotty first of all." "Well," replied Steerforth, looking at his watch, "suppose I deliver you up to be cried over for a couple of hours. Is that long enough?" I answered, laughing, that I thought we might get through it in that time, but that he must come also, for he would find that his renown had preceded him, and that he was almost as great a personage as I was. "I'll come anywhere you like," said Steerforth, "or do anything you like. Tell me where to come to, and in 2 hours I'll produce myself in any state you please, sentimental or comical." I gave him minute directions for finding the residence of Mr. Barkis, carrier to Blunderstone and elsewhere, and on this understanding went out alone. There was a sharp, bracing air, the ground was dry, the sea was crisp and clear, the sun was diffusing abundance of light, if not much warmth, and everything was fresh and lively. I was so fresh and lively myself in the pleasure of being there that I could have stopped the people in the streets and shaken hands with them. The streets looked small, of course, the streets that we have only seen as children always do, I believe, when we go back to them, but I had forgotten nothing in them, and found nothing changed, until I came to Mr. Omer's shop. Omer and Joram was now written up where Omer used to be, but the inscription, draper, tailor, haberdasher, funeral furnisher, etc., remained as it was. My footsteps seemed to tend so naturally to the shop door, after I had read these words from over the way, that I went across the road and looked in. There was a pretty woman at the back of the shop, dancing a little child in her arms, while another little fellow clung to her apron. I had no difficulty in recognizing either Minnie or Minnie's children. The glass door of the parlour was not open, but in the workshop across the yard I could faintly hear the old tune playing, as if it had never left off. "Is Mr. Omer at home?" said I, entering. "I should like to see him for a moment, if he is." "Oh, yes, sir, he is at home," said Minnie. "The weather don't suit his asthma out of doors. Joe, call your grandfather." The little fellow, who was holding her apron, gave such a lusty shout that the sound of it made him bashful, and he buried his face in her skirts to her great admiration. I heard a heavy puffing and blowing coming towards us, and soon Mr. Omer, shorter-winded than of yore, but not much older-looking, stood before me. "Servant, sir," said Mr. Omer. "What can I do for you, sir?" "You can shake hands with me, Mr. Omer, if you please," said I, putting out my own. "You were very good-natured to me once, when I am afraid I didn't show that I thought so." "Was I, though?" returned the old man. "I'm glad to hear it, but I don't remember when. Are you sure it was me?" "Quite." "Oh, I think my memory has gotten as short as my breath," said Mr. Omer, looking at me and shaking his head, "for I don't remember you." "Don't you remember your coming to the coach to meet me, and my having breakfast here, and our riding out to Blunderstone together? You and I and Mrs. Joram and Mr. Joram, too, who wasn't her husband then?" "Why, Lord bless my soul," after being thrown by his surprise into a fit of coughing. "You don't say so. Minnie, my dear, you recollect? Dear me, yes. The party was a lady, I think." "My mother," I rejoined. "Oh, to be sure," said Mr. Omer, touching my waistcoat with his forefinger. "And there was a little child, too. There was two parties. The little party was laid along with the other party. Over at Blunderstone it was, of course. Dear me, and how have you been since?" "Very well," I thanked him, as I hoped he had been too. "Oh, nothing to grumble at, you know," said Mr. Omer. I find my breath gets short, but it seldom gets longer as a man gets older. I take it as it comes and make the most of it. That's the best way, ain't it?" Mr. Omer coughed again in consequence of laughing, and was assisted out of his fit by his daughter, who now stood close beside us, dancing her smallest child on the counter. "Dear me," said Mr. Omer. "Yes, to be sure, two parties. Why, in that very ride, if you'll believe me, the day was named for my Minnie to marry Joram. 'Do name it, sir,' says Joram. 'Yes, do, father,' says Minnie. And now he's come into the business, and look here, the youngest." Minnie laughed, and stroked her banded hair upon her temples as her father put one of his fat fingers into the hand of the child she was dancing on the counter. "Two parties, of course," said Mr. Omer, nodding his head retrospectively. "Exactly so. And Joram's at work at this minute on a grey one with silver nails, not this measurement," the measurement of the dancing child upon the counter, "by a good 2 inches. Will you take something?" I thanked him, but declined. "Oh, let me see," said Mr. Omer. "Barkis's the carrier's wife, Peggotty's, the boatsman's sister. She had something to do with your family. She was in service there, sure?" My answering in the affirmative gave him great satisfaction. "Oh, I believe my breath will get long next, my memory's getting so much so," said Mr. Omer. "Well, sir, we've got a young relation of hers here under articles to us that has as elegant a taste in the dressmaking business, I assure you. I don't believe there's a duchess in England can touch her." "Not little Emily," said I involuntarily. "Emily's her name," said Mr. Omer, "and she's little too, but if you'll believe me, she has such a face of her own that half the women in this town are mad against her." "Nonsense, father!" cried Minnie. "My dear," said Mr. Omer, "I don't say it's the case with you," winking at me, "but I say that half the women in Yarmouth, and in 5 mile around, are mad against that girl." "Then she should have kept to her own station in life, father," said Minnie, "and not have given them any hold to talk about her, and then they couldn't have done it." "Couldn't have done it, my dear, retorted Mr. Omer. "Couldn't have done it? Is that your knowledge of life? What is there that any woman couldn't do, that she shouldn't do, especially on the subject of another woman's good looks?" I really thought it was all over with Mr. Omer after he had uttered this libellous pleasantry. He coughed to that extent, and his breath eluded all his attempts to recover it with that obstinacy, that I fully expected to see his head go down behind the counter, and his little black breeches with the rusty little bunches of ribbons at the knees come quivering up in a last ineffectual struggle. At length, however, he got better, though he still panted hard, and was so exhausted that he was obliged to sit on the stool of the shop desk. "You see," he said, wiping his head and breathing with difficulty, "that she hasn't taken much to any companions here. She hasn't taken kindly to any particular acquaintances and friends, not to mention sweethearts. In consequence, an ill-natured story got about that Emily wanted to be a lady. Now, my opinion is that it came into circulation principally on account of her sometimes saying at the school that if she was a lady she would like to do so-and-so for her uncle, don't you see, and buy him such and such fine things." "I assure you, Mr. Omer, she has said to me," I returned eagerly, "when we were both children." Mr. Omer nodded his head and rubbed his chin. "Just so. Then, out of a very little, she could dress herself, you see, better than most others could out of a deal, and that made things unpleasant. Moreover, she was rather what might be called wayward. I'll go so far as to say what I should call wayward myself," said Mr. Omer. "Didn't know her own mind, quite a little spoiled, and couldn't at first exactly bind herself down. No more than that was ever said against her, Minnie." "No, father," said Mrs. Joram. "That's the worst, I believe." "So, when she got a situation," said Mr. Omer, "to keep a fractious old lady company, they didn't very well agree, and she didn't stop. At last she came here, apprenticed for 3 years. Nearly 2 of 'em were over, and she has been as good a girl as ever was, worth any 6. Minnie, is she worth any 6 now?" "Yes, father," replied Minnie. "Never say I detracted from her." "Oh, very good," said Mr. Omer. "That's right, and so, young gentlemen," he added after a few moments' further rubbing of his chin, "that you may not consider me long-winded as well as short-breathed, I believe that's all about it." As they had spoken in a subdued tone while speaking of Emily, I had no doubt that she was near. On my asking now if that were not so, Mr. Omer nodded yes, and nodded towards the door of the parlour. My hurried inquiry, if I might peep in, was answered with a free permission, and, looking through the glass, I saw her sitting at her work. I saw her, a most beautiful little creature, with the cloudless blue eyes that had looked into my childish heart, turned laughingly upon another child of Minnie's who was playing near her, with enough of wilfulness in her bright face to justify what I had heard, with much of the old capricious coyness lurking in it, but with nothing in her pretty looks, I am sure, but what was meant for goodness and for happiness, and what was on a good and happy course. The tune across the yard, that seemed as if it never had left off, alas, it was the tune that never does leave off, was beating softly all the while. "Wouldn't you like to step in?" said Mr. Omer, "and speak to her?" "Oh, walk in and speak to her, sir. Make yourself at home." I was too bashful to do so then. I was afraid of confusing her, and I was no less afraid of confusing myself. But I informed myself of the hour at which she left of an evening, in order that our visit might be timed accordingly, and taking leave of Mr. Omer and his pretty daughter and her little children, went away to my dear old Peggotty's. Here she was, in the tiled kitchen, cooking dinner. The moment I knocked at the door, she opened it, and asked me what I pleased to want. I looked at her with a smile, but she gave me no smile in return. I had never ceased to write to her, but it must have been 7 years since we had met. "Is Mr. Barkis at home, ma'am?" I said, feigning to speak roughly to her. "He's at home, sir," returned Peggotty, "but he's bad abed with the rheumatics." "Don't he go over to Blunderstone now?" I asked. "When he's well, he do," she answered. "Do you ever go there, Mrs. Barkis?" She looked at me more attentively, and I noticed a quick movement of her hands towards each other. "Because I want to ask a question about a house there that they call the, what is it? The Rookery," said I. She took a step backward, and put out her hands in an undecided, frightened way, as if to keep me off. "Peggotty!" I cried to her. She cried, "My darling boy!" and we both burst into tears and were locked in one another's arms. What extravagances she committed! What laughing and crying over me! What pride she showed! What joy, what sorrow that she, whose pride and joy I might have been, could never hold me in a fond embrace! I have not the heart to tell. I was troubled with no misgiving that it was young in me to respond to her emotions. I had never laughed and cried in all my life, I dare say not even to her, more freely than I did that morning. "Marcus will be so glad," said Peggotty, wiping her eyes with her apron, "that it'll do him more good than pints of liniment. Oh, may I go and tell him you're here? Will you come up and see him, my dear?" Of course I would. But Peggotty could not get out of the room as easily as she meant to, for as often as she got to the door and looked round at me, she came back again to have another laugh and another cry upon my shoulder. At last, to make the matter easier, I went upstairs with her, and having waited outside for a minute while she said a word of preparation to Mr. Barkis, presented myself before that invalid. He received me with absolute enthusiasm. He was too rheumatic to be shaken hands with, but he begged me to shake the tassel on the top of his nightcap, which I did most cordially. When I sat down by the side of the bed, he said that it did him a world of good to feel as if he was driving me on the Blunderstone road again. As he lay in bed, face upward, and so covered with that exception that he seemed to be nothing but a face, like a conventional cherubim, he looked the queerest object I ever beheld. "What name was it as I wrote up in the cart, sir?" said Mr. Barkis, with a slow, rheumatic smile. "Ah, Mr. Barkis, we had some grave talks about that matter, hadn't we?" "I was willin' a long time, sir," said Mr. Barkis. "A long time," said I. "And I don't regret it," said Mr. Barkis. "Do you remember what you told me once about her making all the apple pastries and doing all the cooking?" "Oh, yes, very well," I returned. "It was as true," said Mr. Barkis, "as turnips is. It was as true," said Mr. Barkis, nodding his nightcap, which was his only means of emphasis, "as taxes is, and nothing's truer than them." Mr. Barkis turned his eyes upon me, as if for my assent to this result of his reflections in bed, and I gave it. "Nothing's truer than them," repeated Mr. Barkis. "A man as poor as I am finds that out in his mind when he's laid up. I'm a very poor man, sir." "I am sorry to hear it, Mr. Barkis." "A very poor man indeed I am," said Mr. Barkis. Here his right hand came slowly and feebly from under the bedclothes, and with a purposeless, uncertain grasp took hold of a stick which was loosely tied to the side of the bed. After some poking about with his instrument, in the course of which his face assumed a variety of distracted expressions, Mr. Barkis poked it against a box, an end of which had been visible to me all the time. Then his face became composed. "Old clothes," said Mr. Barkis. "Oh," said I. "I wish it was money, sir," said Mr. Barkis. "Oh, I wish it was indeed," said I. "But it ain't," said Mr. Barkis, opening both his eyes as wide as he possibly could. I expressed myself quite sure of that, and Mr. Barkis, turning his eyes more gently to his wife, said, "She's the usefullest and best of women, C.P. Barkis. All the praise that anyone can give to C.P. Barkis she deserves, and more. My dear, you'll get a dinner today for company. Something good to eat and drink, will you?" I should have protested against this unnecessary demonstration in my honour, but that I saw Peggotty on the opposite side of the bed, extremely anxious I should not. So I held my peace. "I have got a trifle of money somewhere about me, my dear," said Mr. Barkis, "but I'm a little tired. If you and Mr. David will leave me for a short nap, I'll try and find it when I wake." We left the room in compliance with this request. When we got outside the door, Peggotty informed me that Mr. Barkis, being now a little nearer than he used to be, always resorted to this same device before producing a single coin from his store, and that he endured unheard-of agonies in crawling out of bed alone and taking it from that unlucky box. In effect, we presently heard him uttering suppressed groans of the most dismal nature, as this magpie proceeding racked him in every joint. But while Peggotty's eyes were full of compassion for him, she said his generous impulse would do him good, and it was better not to check it. So he groaned on until he had gone into bed again, suffering, I have no doubt, a martyrdom, and then called us in, pretending to have just woke up from a refreshing sleep and to produce a guinea from under his pillow. His satisfaction in which happy imposition on us, and in having preserved the impenetrable secret of the box, appeared to be a sufficient compensation to him for all his tortures. I prepared Peggotty for Steerforth's arrival, and it was not long before he came. I am persuaded she knew no difference between his having been a personal benefactor of hers and a kind friend to me, and that she would have received him with the utmost gratitude and devotion in any case. But his easy, spirited good humour, his genial manner, his handsome looks, his natural gift of adapting himself to whosoever he pleased, and making direct, when he cared to do it, to the main point of interest in anybody's heart, bound her to him wholly in 5 minutes. His manner to me alone would have won her, but through all these causes combined, I sincerely believe she had a kind of adoration for him before he left the house that night. He stayed there with me to dinner. If I were to say willingly, I should not half express how readily and gaily. He went into Mr. Barkis's room like light and air, brightening and refreshing it as if he were healthy weather. There was no noise, no effort, no consciousness in anything he did, but in everything an indescribable lightness, a seeming impossibility of doing anything else or doing anything better, which was so graceful, so natural and agreeable, that it overcomes me even now in the remembrance. We made merry in the little parlour where the Book of Martyrs, unthumbed since my time, was laid out upon the desk as of old, and where I now turned over its terrific pictures, remembering the old sensations they had awakened, but not feeling them. When Peggotty spoke of what she called my room, and of its being ready for me at night, and of her hoping I would occupy it before I could so much as look at Steerforth, hesitating, he was possessed of the whole case. "Of course," he said. "You'll sleep here while we stay, and I shall sleep at the hotel." "But to bring you so far," I returned, "and to separate seems bad companionship, Steerforth." "Oh, why, in the name of heaven, where do you naturally belong?" he said. "What is, seems, compared to that." It was settled at once. He maintained all his delightful qualities to the last, until we started forth at 8 o'clock for Mr. Peggotty's boat. Indeed, they were more and more brightly exhibited as the hours went on, for I thought even then, and I have no doubt now, that the consciousness of success in his determination to please inspired him with a new delicacy of perception, and made it, subtle as it was, more easy to him. If anyone had told me then that all this was an excellent game, played for the excitement of the moment, for the employment of high spirits in the thoughtless love of superiority, in a mere wasteful, careless course of winning what was worthless to him, and next minute thrown away, I say, if anyone had told me such a lie that night, I wonder in what manner of receiving it my indignation would have found a vent. Probably only in an increase, had that been possible, of the romantic feelings of fidelity and friendship with which I walked beside him over the dark, wintry sands towards the old boat, the wind sighing around us even more mournfully than it had sighed and moaned upon the night when I first darkened Mr. Peggotty's door. "This is a wild kind of place, Steerforth, is it not?" "Dismal enough in the dark," he said, "and the sea roars as if it were hungry for us. Is that the boat where I see a light yonder?" "That's the boat," said I. "And it's the same I saw this morning," he returned. "I came straight to it by instinct, I suppose." We said no more as we approached the light, but made softly for the door. I laid my hand upon the latch, and whispering Steerforth to keep close to me, went in. A murmur of voices had been audible on the outside, and, at the moment of our entrance, a clapping of hands, which latter noise, I was surprised to see, proceeded from the generally disconsolate Mrs. Gummidge. But Mrs. Gummidge was not the only person there who was unusually excited. Mr. Peggotty, his face lighted up with uncommon satisfaction, and, laughing with all his might, held his rough arms wide open, as if for little Emily to run into them. Ham, with a mixed expression in his face of admiration, exultation, and a lumbering sort of bashfulness that sat upon him very well, held little Emily by the hand, as if he were presenting her to Mr. Peggotty. Little Emily, herself blushing and shy, but delighted with Mr. Peggotty's delight, as her joyous eyes expressed, was stopped by our entrance, for she saw us first, in the very act of springing from Ham to nestle in Mr. Peggotty's embrace. In the first glimpse we had of them all, and at the moment of our passing from the dark, cold night into the warm light room, this was the way in which they were all employed. Mrs. Gummidge in the background, clapping her hands like a madwoman. This little picture was so instantaneously dissolved by our going in that one might have doubted whether it had ever been. I was in the midst of the astonished family, face to face with Mr. Peggotty, and holding out my hand to him when Ham shouted, "Mass Davy! It's Mass Davy!" In a moment we were all shaking hands with one another, and asking one another how we did, and telling one another how glad we were to meet, and all talking at once. Mr. Peggotty was so proud and overjoyed to see us that he did not know what to say or do, but kept over and over again shaking hands with me, and then with Steerforth, and then with me, and then ruffling his shaggy hair all over his head, and laughing with such glee and triumph that it was a treat to see him. "Aye, that you two gentlemen Grode, should come to this here roof tonight of all nights in my life," said Mr. Peggotty. "Is such a thing as never happened before, I do rightly believe. Emily, my darling, come here. Come here, my little witch. There's Master Davy's friend, my dear. There's the gentleman as you've heard on, Emily. He comes to see you along with Master Davy on the brightest night of your uncle's life as ever was or will be. Come, t'other one, and hurrah for it." After delivering this speech all in a breath, and with extraordinary animation and pleasure, Mr. Peggotty put one of his large hands rapturously on each side of his niece's face, and kissing it a dozen times, laid it with a gentle pride and love upon his broad chest, and patted it as if his hand had been a lady's. Then he let her go, and as she ran into the little chamber where I used to sleep, looked round upon us, quite hot and out of breath with his uncommon satisfaction. "If you two gentlemen Grode now, and such gentlemen," said Mr. Peggotty. So they are," cried Ham. "Well said. So they are. Master Davy, Ball, gentlemen, Grode, so they are." "If you two gentlemen Grode," said Mr. Peggotty, "don't excuse me for being in a state of mind when you understand matters, I'll ask your pardon. Emily, my dear, oh, she knows I'm going to tell." Here his delight broke out again, "and is made off. Would you be so good as look after her mother for a minute?" Mrs. Gummidge nodded and disappeared. "If this ain't," said Mr. Peggotty, sitting down among us by the fire, "the brightest night of my life. I'm a shellfish, biled too, and more'n I can say." "This here little Emily, sir," in a low voice to Steerforth, "her, as you see a blushing here just now." Steerforth only nodded, but with such a pleased expression of interest and of participation in Mr. Peggotty's feelings, that the latter answered him as if he had spoken. "Oh, to be sure," said Mr. Peggotty. "That's her, and so she is, thank ye, sir." Ham nodded to me several times, as if he would have said so too. "This here little Emily of ours," said Mr. Peggotty, "has been in our house, what I suppose, I'm an ignorant man, but that's my belief. No one but a little bright-eyed creature can be in a house. Oh, she ain't my child. I never had one, but I couldn't love her more. You understand, I couldn't do it." "Oh, I quite understand," said Steerforth. "Oh, I know you do, sir," returned Mr. Peggotty, "and thank ye again. Master Davy, he can remember what she was. You may judge for your own self what she is, but neither of you can fully know what she has been, is, and will be to my love and aught. I am rough, sir," said Mr. Peggotty. "I am as rough as a sea porcupine, but no one, unless mayhap it is a woman, can know, I think, what our little Emily is to me. and betwixt ourselves," sinking his voice lower yet, "that woman's name ain't Mrs. Gummidge neither, though she has a world of merits." Mr. Peggotty ruffled his hair again with both hands as a further preparation for what he was going to say, and went on with a hand upon each of his knees. "There was a certain person as had knowed our Emily from the time when her father was drownded, as had seen her constant, when a babby, and when a young gal, and when a woman. Not much of a person to look at, he warn't," said Mr. Peggotty. "Something of my own build, rough, a good deal of the sou'-wester in him, very salt, but on the whole honest sort of chap with his heart in his right place." I thought I had never seen Ham grin to anything like the extent to which he sat grinning at us now. "What does this here blessed toppling go and do?" said Mr. Peggotty, with his face one high noon of enjoyment. "But he loses that there order is to our little Emily. He follows her about. He makes himself a sort of servant to her. He loses in a great measure his relish for his wittles, and in the long run he makes it clear to me what's amiss. Oh, Now I could wish myself, you see, that our little Emily was in a fair way of being married. I could wish to see her at all events under articles to an honest man as had a right to defend her. I don't know how long I may live, or how soon I may die, but I know that if I was capsized any night in a gale of wind in Yarmouth roads here, and was to see the town light shining for the last time over the rollers as I couldn't make no head against, I could go down quiet over thinking there's a man ashore there iron true to my little Emily, God bless her, and no wrong can touch my Emily while so be as that man lives. Mr. Peggotty, in simple earnestness, waved his right arm as if he were waving it at the town lights for the last time, and then, exchanging a nod with Ham, whose eye he caught, proceeded as before. Well, I counsels him to speak to Emily. He's big enough, but he's bashfuler than a little un, and he don't like, so I speak. What, him? Says Emily. Him that I've knowed so intimate so many years and liked so much? Oh, uncle, I never can have him. He's such a good fellow. I gives her a kiss, and I says no more to her than, My dear, you're right to speak out. You're to choose for yourself. You're as free as a little bird. And I ways to him, and I says, I wish it could have been so, but it can't. But you can both be as you was, and what I say to you is, be as you was with her like a man. He says to me, a shaking of my hand, I will, he says. And he was, honourable and manful, for 2 years going on, and we was just the same at home here as before. Mr. Peggotty's face, which had varied in its expression with the various stages of his narrative, now resumed all its former triumphant delight, as he laid a hand upon my knee, and a hand upon Steerforth's, previously wetting them both for the greater emphasis of the action, and divided the following speech between us. All of a sudden, one evening, as it might be tonight, comes little Emily from her work, and him with her. There ain't so much in that, you say. No, because he takes care of on her like a brother after dark, and indeed afore dark, and at all times. But this toppling chap, he takes hold of her hand, and he cries out to be joyful. Look here, this is to be my little wife. And she says, half bold and half shy, and half a laughing and half a crying, Yes, uncle, if you please. If I please, cried Mr. Peggotty, rolling his head in an ecstasy at the idea. Lord, as if I should do anything else. If you please, I'm steadier now, and I have thought better of it, and I'll be as good a little wife as I can to him, for he's a dear good fellow. And Mrs. Gummidge, she claps her hand like a play, and you come in. There, the murder's out, said Mr. Peggotty. You come in. It took place this here present hour, and here's the man that'll marry her the minute she's out of her time. Ham staggered, as well he might, under the blow Mr. Peggotty dealt him in his unbounded joy, as a mark of confidence and friendship. But feeling called upon to say something to us, he said, with much faltering and great difficulty, She wasn't no higher than you was, Master Davy, when you first come, when I thought what she'd grow up to be. I see her grown up, gentlemen, like a flower. I'd lay down my life for her, Master Davy. Oh, most content and cheerful. She's more to me, gentlemen, well, she's all to me than ever I can want, and more than ever I could say. I love her true. There ain't a gentleman in all the land, nor yet sailing upon all the sea, that can love his lady more than I love her, though there's many a common man would say better what he meant. I thought it affecting to see such a sturdy fellow as Ham was now, trembling in the strength of what he felt for the pretty little creature who had won his heart. I thought the simple confidence reposed in us by Mr. Peggotty, and by himself, was in itself affecting. I was affected by the story altogether. How far my emotions were influenced by the recollections of my childhood, I don't know. Whether I had come there with any lingering fancy that I was still to love little Emily, I don't know. I know that I was filled with pleasure by all this, but, at first, with an indescribably sensitive pleasure that a very little would have changed to pain. Therefore, if it had depended upon me to touch the prevailing chord among them with any skill, I should have made a poor hand of it. But it depended upon Steerforth, and he did it with such address that in a few minutes we were all as easy and as happy as it was possible to be. Mr. Peggotty, he said, you are a thoroughly good fellow, and deserve to be as happy as you are tonight. My hand upon it, Ham. I give you joy, my boy. My hand upon that, too. Daisy, stir the fire, and make it a brisk one, and Mr. Peggotty, unless you can induce your gentle niece to come back, for whom I vacate this seat in the corner, I shall go. Any gap at your fireside on such a night, such a gap least of all, I couldn't make for the wealth of the Indies." So Mr. Peggotty went into my old room to fetch little Emily. At first little Emily didn't like to come, and then Ham went. Presently they brought her to the fireside, very much confused and very shy, but she soon became more assured when she found how gently and respectfully Steerforth spoke to her, how skilfully he avoided anything that would embarrass her, how he talked to Mr. Peggotty of boats and ships and tides and fish, how he referred to me about the time when he had seen Mr. Peggotty at Salem House, how delighted he was with the boat and all belonging to it, how lightly and easily he carried on until he brought us, by degrees, into a charmed circle, and we were all talking away without any reserve. Emily, indeed, said little all the evening, but she looked and listened, and her face got animated, and she was charming. Steerforth told a story of a dismal shipwreck which arose out of his talk with Mr. Peggotty, as if he saw it all before him, and little Emily's eyes were fastened on him all the time, as if she saw it too. He told us a merry adventure of his own, as a relief to that, with as much gaiety as if the narrative were as fresh to him as it was to us, and little Emily laughed until the boat rang with the musical sounds, and we all laughed, Steerforth too, in irresistible sympathy with what was so pleasant and light-hearted. He got Mr. Peggotty to sing, or rather to roar, "When the stormy winds do blow, do blow, do blow," and he sang a sailor song himself so pathetically and beautifully that I could have almost fancied that the real wind creeping sorrowfully round the house and murmuring low through our unbroken silence was there to listen. As to Mrs. Gummidge, he roused that victim of despondency with a success never attained by anyone else, so Mr. Peggotty informed me, since the decease of the old one. He left her so little leisure for being miserable that she said next day she thought she must have been bewitched. But he set up no monopoly of the general attention or the conversation. When little Emily grew more courageous, and talked, but still bashfully, across the fire to me, of our old wanderings upon the beach to pick up shells and pebbles, and when I asked her if she recollected how I used to be devoted to her, and when we both laughed and reddened, casting these looks back on the pleasant old times so unreal to look at now, he was silent and attentive, and observed us thoughtfully. She sat at this time, and all the evening, on the old locker in her old little corner by the fire, Ham beside her, where I used to sit. I could not satisfy myself whether it was in her own little tormenting way, or in a maidenly reserve before us, that she kept quite close to the wall and away from him, but I observed that she did so all the evening. As I remember, it was almost midnight when we took our leave. We had had some biscuit and dried fish for supper, and Steerforth had produced from his pocket a full flask of Hollands, which we men, I say we men now, without a blush, had emptied. We parted merrily, and, as they all stood crowded round the door to light us as far as they could upon our road, I saw the sweet blue eyes of little Emily peeping after us from behind Ham, and heard her soft voice calling to us to be careful how we went. "A most engaging little beauty," said Steerforth, taking my arm. "Well, it's a quaint place, and they are quaint company, and it's quite a new sensation to mix with them." "How fortunate we are, too," I returned, "to have arrived to witness their happiness in that intended marriage. I never saw people so happy. How delightful to see it, and to be made the sharers in their honest joy as we have been." "That's rather a chuckle-headed fellow for the girl, isn't he?" said Steerforth. He had been so hearty with them, and with them all, that I felt a shock in this unexpected and cold reply. But, turning quickly upon him and seeing a laugh in his eyes, I answered, much relieved, "Oh, Steerforth, it's well for you to joke about the poor. You may skirmish with Miss Dartle, or try to hide your sympathies in jest from me, but I know better. When I see how perfectly you understand them, how exquisitely you can enter into happiness like this plain fisherman's, or humour a love like my old nurse's, I know that there is not a joy or sorrow, not an emotion of such people that can be indifferent to you. And I admire and love you for it, Steerforth, 20 times the more." He stopped, and looking in my face, said, "Daisy, I believe you are in earnest, and are good. I wish we all were." Next moment he was gaily singing Mr. Peggotty's song as we walked at a round pace back to Yarmouth. The end of Chapter 21 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Read by Rick Kishner for Lit2Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 22. Some Old Scenes and Some New People. Steerforth and I stayed for more than a fortnight in that part of the country. We were very much together, I need not say, but occasionally we were asunder for some hours at a time. He was a good sailor, and I was but an indifferent one, and when he went out boating with Mr. Peggotty, which was a favourite amusement of his, I generally remained ashore. My occupation of Peggotty's spare room put a constraint upon me from which he was free, for knowing how assiduously she attended on Mr. Barkis all day, I did not like to remain out late at night, whereas Steerforth, lying at the inn, had nothing to consult but his own humour. Thus it came about that I heard of his making little treats for the fishermen at Mr. Peggotty's house of call, the Willing Mind, after I was in bed, and of his being afloat, wrapped in fishermen's clothes, whole moonlight nights, and coming back when the morning tide was at flood. By this time, however, I knew that his restless nature and bold spirits delighted to find a vent in rough toil and hard weather, as in any other means of excitement that presented itself freshly to him, so none of his proceedings surprised me. Another cause of our being sometimes apart was that I had naturally an interest in going over to Blunderstone and revisiting the old familiar scenes of my childhood, while Steerforth, after being there once, had naturally no great interest in going there again. Hence, on 3 or 4 days that I can at once recall, we went our separate ways after an early breakfast, and met again at a late dinner. I had no idea how he employed his time in the interval, beyond the general knowledge that he was very popular in the place, and had 20 means of actively diverting himself where another man might not have found one. For my own part, my occupation in my solitary pilgrimages was to recall every yard of the old road as I went along it, and to haunt the old spots of which I never tired. I haunted them, as my memory had often done, and lingered among them as my younger thoughts had lingered when I was far away. The grave beneath the tree where both my parents lay, on which I had looked out when it was my father's only, with such curious feelings of compassion, and by which I had stood so desolate when it was opened to receive my pretty mother and her baby, the grave which Peggotty's own faithful care had ever since kept neat and made a garden of, I walked near by the hour. It lay a little off the churchyard path in a quiet corner, not so far removed but I could read the names upon the stone as I walked to and fro, startled by the sound of the church bell when it struck the hour, for it was like a departed voice to me. My reflections at these times were always associated with the figure I was to make in life, and the distinguished things I was to do. My echoing footsteps went to no other tune, but were as constant to that as if I had come home to build my castles in the air at a living mother's side. There were great changes in my old home. The ragged nests, so long deserted by the rooks, were gone, and the trees were lopped and topped out of their remembered shapes. The garden had run wild, and half the windows of the house were shut up. It was occupied, but only by a poor lunatic gentleman, and the people who took care of him. He was always sitting at my little window, looking out into the churchyard, and I wondered whether his rambling thoughts ever went upon any of the fancies that used to occupy mine on the rosy mornings when I peeped out of that same little window in my night-clothes, and saw the sheep quietly feeding in the light of the rising sun. Our old neighbours, Mr. and Mrs. Graper, were gone to South America, and the rain had made its way through the roof of their empty house and stained the outer walls. Mr. Chillip was married again to a tall, raw-boned, high-nosed wife, and they had a weazen little baby with a heavy head that it couldn't hold up, and 2 weak, staring eyes, with which it seemed to be always wondering why it had ever been born. It was a singular jumble of sadness and pleasure that I used to linger about my native place, until the reddening winter sun admonished me that it was time to start out on my returning walk. But when the place was left behind, and especially when Steerforth and I were happily seated over our dinner by a blazing fire, it was delicious to think of having been there. So it was, though in a softened degree, when I went to my neat room at night, and turned over the leaves of the crocodile book, which was always there upon a little table, remembered with a grateful heart how blessed I was in having such a friend as Steerforth, such a friend as Peggotty, and such a substitute for what I had lost as my excellent and generous aunt. My nearest way to Yarmouth, in coming back from these long walks, was by a ferry. It landed me on the flat between the town and the sea, which I could make straight across, and so save myself a considerable circuit by the high road. Mr. Peggotty's house being on that waste place and not 100 yards out of my track, I always looked in as I went by. Steerforth was pretty sure to be there expecting me, and we went on together through the frosty air and gathering fog towards the twinkling lights of the town. One dark evening, when I was later than usual, for I had that day been making my parting visit to Blunderstone, as we were now about to return home, I found him alone in Mr. Peggotty's house, sitting thoughtfully before the fire. He was so intent upon his own reflections that he was quite unconscious of my approach. This, indeed, he might easily have been, if he had been less absorbed, for footsteps fell noiselessly on the sandy ground outside. But even my entrance failed to rouse him. I was standing close to him, looking at him, and still, with a heavy brow, he was lost in his meditations. He gave such a start when I put my hand upon his shoulder that he made me start too. "You come upon me," he said, almost angrily, like a reproachful ghost. "I was obliged to announce myself somehow," I replied. "Have I called you down from the stars?" "No," he answered, "no." "Up from anywhere, then?" said I, taking my seat near him. "I was looking at the pictures in the fire," he returned. "But you are spoiling them for me," said I, as he stirred it quickly with a piece of burning wood, striking out of it a train of red-hot sparks that went careening up the little chimney and roaring out into the air. "You would not have seen them," he returned. "I detest this mongrel time, neither day nor night. How late you are! Where have you been?" "I have been taking leave of my usual walk," said I. "And I have been sitting here," said Steerforth, glancing round the room, "thinking that all the people we found so glad on the night of our coming down might, to judge from the present wasted air of the place, be dispersed, or dead, or come to I don't know what harm. David, I wish to God I had had a judicious father these last 20 years. "My dear Steerforth, what is the matter?" "I wish with all my soul I had been better guided," he exclaimed. "I wish with all my soul I could guide myself better." There was a passionate dejection in his manner that quite amazed me. He was more unlike himself than I could have supposed possible. "It would be better to be this poor Peggotty or his lout of a nephew," he said, getting up and leaning moodily against the chimney-piece, with his face towards the fire, "than to be myself 20 times richer and 20 times wiser, and be the torment to myself that I have been in this devil's bark of a boat within the last half-hour." I was so confounded by this alteration in him that at first I could only observe him in silence, as he stood leaning his head upon his hand and looking gloomily down at the fire. At length I begged him, with all the earnestness I felt, to tell me what had occurred to cross him so unusually, and to let me sympathize with him, if I could not hope to advise him. Before I had well concluded, he began to laugh, fretfully at first, but soon with returning gaiety. "Oh, tut, it's nothing, Daisy, nothing," he replied. "I told you at the inn in London I am heavy company for myself sometimes. I have been a nightmare to myself just now. Must have had one, I think. At odd dull times nursery tales come up into the memory unrecognized for what they are. I believe I have been confounding myself with a bad boy who didn't care and became food for lions. Grander kind of going to the dogs, I suppose. What old women call the horrors have been creeping over me from head to foot. I have been afraid of myself." "You are afraid of nothing else, I think," said I. "Well, perhaps not, and yet may have enough to be afraid of, too," he answered. "Well, so it goes by. I am not about to be hipped again, David, but I tell you, my good fellow, once more that it would have been well for me, and for more than me, if I had had a steadfast and judicious father." His face was always full of expression, but I never saw it express such a dark kind of earnestness as when he said those words with his glance bent on the fire. "So much for that," he said, making as if he tossed something light into the air with his hand. "Why, being gone, I am a man again, like Macbeth. And now for dinner. If I have not, Macbeth-like, broken up the feast with most admired disorder, Daisy." "But where are they all, I wonder?" said I. "God knows," said Steerforth. "After strolling to the ferry looking for you, I strolled in here and found the place deserted. That set me thinking, and you found me thinking." The advent of Mrs. Gummidge with a basket explained how the house had happened to be empty. She had hurried out to buy something that was needed against Mr. Peggotty's return with the tide, and had left the door open in the meanwhile, lest Ham and little Emily, with whom it was an early night, should come home while she was gone. Steerforth, after very much improving Mrs. Gummidge's spirits by a cheerful salutation and a jocose embrace, took my arm and hurried me away. He had improved his own spirits no less than Mrs. Gummidge's, for they were again at the usual flow, and he was full of vivacious conversation as we went along. "And so," he said gaily, "we abandon this buccaneer life tomorrow, do we?" "So we agreed," I returned, "and our places by the coach are taken, you know." "Aye, there's no help for it, I suppose," said Steerforth. "I have almost forgotten that there is anything to do in the world but to go out tossing on the sea here. I wish there was not." "As long as the novelty should last," said I, laughing. "Like enough," he returned, "though there's a sarcastic meaning in that observation for an amiable piece of innocence like my young friend. Well, I dare say I am a capricious fellow, David. I know I am, but while the iron is hot I can strike it vigorously too. I could pass a reasonably good examination already as a pilot in these waters, I think." "Mr. Peggotty says you are a wonder," I returned. "A nautical phenomenon, eh?" laughed Steerforth. "Indeed he does, and you know how truly. I know how ardent you are in any pursuit you follow, and how easily you can master it. And that amazes me most in you, Steerforth, that you should be contented with such fitful uses of your powers." "Contented?" he answered merrily. "I am never contented, except with your freshness, my gentle Daisy. As to fitfulness, I have never learnt the art of binding myself to any of the wheels on which the lections of these days are turning round and round. I missed it somehow in a bad apprenticeship, and now don't care about it. You know I have bought a boat down here." "What an extraordinary fellow you are, Steerforth!" I exclaimed, stopping, for this was the first I had heard of it, "when you may never care to come near the place again." "Oh, I don't know that," he returned. "I have taken a fancy to the place. At all events," walking me briskly on, "I have bought a boat that was for sale. A clipper, Mr. Peggotty says, and so she is, and Mr. Peggotty will be master of her in my absence." "Now I understand you, Steerforth," said I, exultingly. "You pretend to have bought it for yourself, but you have really done so to confer a benefit on him. I might have known as much at first, knowing you." "My dear, kind Steerforth, how can I tell you what I think of your generosity?" "Tush," he answered, turning red. "The less said, the better." "Didn't I know?" cried I. "Didn't I say that there was not a joy, or sorrow, or any emotion of such honest hearts that was indifferent to you?" "Aye, aye," he answered. "You told me all that. There, let it rest. We've said enough." Afraid of offending him by pursuing the subject when he made so light of it, I only pursued it in my thoughts as we went on at even a quicker pace than before. "She must be newly rigged," said Steerforth, "and I shall leave Littimer behind to see it done, that I may know she is quite complete. Did I tell you Littimer had come down?" "No." "Oh, yes, came down this morning with a letter from my mother." As our looks met, I observed that he was pale even to his lips, though he looked very steadily at me. I feared that some difference between him and his mother might have led to his being in the frame of mind in which I had found him at the solitary fireside. I hinted so. "Oh, no," he said, shaking his head and giving a slight laugh. "Nothing of the sort. Yes, he has come down, that man of mine." "The same as ever?" said I. "The same as ever," said Steerforth. "Distant and quiet as the North Pole. He shall see to the boat being fresh named. She's the Stormy Petrel now. What does Mr. Peggotty care for stormy petrels? I'll have her christened again." "By what name?" I asked. "The Little Emily." As he had continued to look steadily at me, I took it as a reminder that he objected to being extolled for his consideration. I could not help showing in my face how much it pleased me, but I said little, and he resumed his usual smile and seemed relieved. "But see here," he said, looking before us, "where the original Little Emily comes, and that fellow with her, eh? Oh, upon my soul, he's a true knight. He never leaves her." Ham was a boat-builder in these days, having improved a natural ingenuity in that handicraft until he had become a skilled workman. He was in his working dress, and looked rugged enough, but manly withal, and a very fit protector for the blooming little creature at his side. Indeed, there was a frankness in his face, an honesty, and an undisguised show of his pride in her, and his love for her, which were, to me, the best of good looks. I thought as they came towards us that they were well matched even in that particular. She withdrew her hand timidly from his arm as we stopped to speak to them, and blushed as she gave it to Steerforth and to me. When they passed on, after we had exchanged a few words, she did not like to replace that hand, but, still appearing timid and constrained, walked by herself. I thought all this was very pretty and engaging, and Steerforth seemed to think so too, as we looked after them, fading away in the light of a young moon. Suddenly there passed before us, evidently following them, a young woman whose approach we had not observed, but whose face I saw as she went by, and thought I had a faint remembrance of. She was lightly dressed, looked bold and haggard and flaunting and poor, but seemed for the time to have given all that to the wind which was blowing, and to have nothing in her mind but going after them. As the dark distant level, absorbing their figures into itself, left but itself visible between us and the sea and clouds, her figure disappeared in like manner, still no nearer to them than before. "That is a black shadow to be following the girl," said Steerforth, standing still. "What does it mean?" He spoke in a low voice that sounded almost strange to me. "She must have it in her mind to beg of them, I think," said I. "A beggar would be no novelty," said Steerforth, "but it is a strange thing that the beggar should take that shape tonight." "Why?" I asked. "For no better reason, truly, than because I was thinking," he said after a pause, "of something like it when it came by. Where the devil did it come from, I wonder?" "From the shadow of this wall, I think," said I, as we emerged upon a road on which a wall abutted. "It's gone," he returned, looking over his shoulder, "and all ill go with it. Now, for our dinner." But he looked again over his shoulder towards the sea line glimmering afar off, and yet again, and he wondered about it in some broken expression several times in the short remainder of our walk, and only seemed to forget it when the light of fire and candle showed upon us, seated, warm and merry, at table. Latimer was there, and had its usual effect upon me. When I said to him that I hoped Mrs. Steerforth and Miss Dartle were well, he answered, respectfully, and of course respectably, that they were tolerably well. He thanked me, and had sent their compliments. This was all, and yet he seemed to me to say as plainly as a man could say, "You are very young, sir. You are exceedingly young." We had almost finished dinner when, taking a step or two towards the table from the corner where he kept watch upon us, or rather upon me, as I felt, he said to his master, "I beg your pardon, sir. Miss Mulcher is down here." "Who?" cried Steerforth, much astonished. "Miss Mulcher, sir." "Why, what on earth does she do here?" said Steerforth. "It appears to be her native part of the country, sir. She informs me that she makes one of her professional visits here every year, sir. I met her in the street this afternoon, and she wished to know if she might have the honour of waiting on you after dinner, sir." "Do you know the giantess in question, Daisy?" inquired Steerforth. I was obliged to confess I felt ashamed even of being at this disadvantage before Latimer, that Miss Mulcher and I were wholly unacquainted. "Then you shall know her," said Steerforth, "for she is one of the 7 wonders of the world. When Miss Mulcher comes, show her in." I felt some curiosity and excitement about this lady, especially as Steerforth burst into a fit of laughing when I referred to her, and positively refused to answer any question of which I made her the subject. I remained, therefore, in a state of considerable expectation until the cloth had been removed some half an hour, and we were sitting over our decanter of wine before the fire, when the door opened, and Latimer, with his habitual serenity, quite undisturbed, announced, "Miss Mulcher." I looked at the doorway and saw nothing. I was still looking at the doorway, thinking that Miss Mulcher was a long while making her appearance, when, to my infinite astonishment, there came waddling round a sofa which stood between me and it, a pursy dwarf of about 40 or 45, with a very large head and face, a pair of roguish grey eyes, and such extremely little arms that, to enable herself to lay a finger archly against her snub nose as she ogled Steerforth, she was obliged to meet the finger halfway and lay her nose against it. Her chin, which was what is called a double chin, was so fat that it entirely swallowed up the strings of her bonnet, bow and all. Throat she had none, waist she had none, legs she had none, worth mentioning, for though she was more than full-sized down to where her waist would have been, if she had had any, and though she terminated, as human beings generally do, in a pair of feet, she was so short that she stood at a common-sized chair as at a table, resting a bag she carried on the seat. This lady, dressed in an offhand, easy style, bringing her nose and her forefinger together with the difficulty I have described, standing with her head necessarily on one side, and with one of her sharp eyes shut up, making an uncommonly knowing face, after ogling Steerforth for a few minutes, broke into a torrent of words. "What, my flower?" she pleasantly began, shaking her large head at him. "You're there, are you? Oh, you naughty boy! Fie for shame! What do you do so far away from home? Up to mischief, I'll be bound. Ho! You're a downy fellow, Steerforth, so you are. And I'm another, ain't I? Oh, you'd have betted £100 to 5 now that you wouldn't have seen me here, wouldn't you? Oh, bless you, man alive, I'm everywhere. I'm here, and there, and where not, like the conjurer's half-crown in the lady's handkerchief. Talking of handkerchiefs, and talking of ladies, what a comfort you are to your blessed mother, ain't you, my dear boy? Over one of my shoulders, and I don't say which." Miss Moucher untied her bonnet at this passage of her discourse, threw back the strings, and sat down panting on a footstool in front of the fire, making a kind of arbour of the dining-table which spread its mahogany shelter above her head. "Oh, my stars, and what's their names?" she went on, clapping a hand on each of her little knees and glancing shrewdly at me. "I'm of too full a habit, that's the fact, Steerforth. After a flight of stairs it gives me as much trouble to draw every breath I want as if it was a bucket of water. If you saw me looking out of an upper window you'd think I was a fine woman, wouldn't you?" "I should think that wherever I saw you," replied Steerforth. "Oh, go along, you dog, do!" cried the little creature, making a whisk at him with the handkerchief with which she was wiping her face. "And don't be impudent. But I give you my word and honour I was at Lady Mither's last week. There's a woman! How she wears! And Mithers himself came into the room where I was waiting for her. There's a man! Oh, now, how he wears! And his wig, too, for he's had it these 10 years, and he went on at that rate in the complimentary line that I began to think I should be obliged to ring the bell. Oh, he's a pleasant wretch, but he wants principle." "What were you doing for Lady Mithers?" asked Steerforth. "Oh, that's tellings, my blessed infant," she retorted, tapping her nose again, screwing up her face, and twinkling her eyes like an imp of supernatural intelligence. "Never you mind. You'd like to know whether I stop her hair from falling off or dye it, or touch up her complexion, or improve her eyebrows, wouldn't you? And so you shall, my darling, when I tell you. Do you know what my great-grandfather's name was?" "No," said Steerforth. "It was Walker, my sweet pet," replied Miss Moucher, "and he came of a long line of Walkers that I inherit all the Hookey estates from." I never beheld anything approaching to Miss Moucher's wink, except Miss Moucher's self-possession. She had a wonderful way, too, when listening to what was said to her, or when waiting for an answer to what she had said herself, of pausing with her head cunningly on one side, and one eye turned up like a magpie's. Altogether I was lost in amazement, and sat staring at her, quite oblivious, I am afraid, of the laws of politeness. She had by this time drawn the chair to her side, and was busily engaged in producing from the bag, plunging in her short arm to the shoulder at every dive, a number of small bottles, sponges, combs, brushes, bits of flannel, little pairs of curling irons, and other instruments which she tumbled in a heap upon the chair. From this employment she suddenly desisted, and said to Steerforth, much to my confusion, "Who's your friend?" "Mr. Copperfield," said Steerforth. "He wants to know you." "Well, then he shall." "I thought he looked as if he did," returned Miss Moucher, waddling up to me, bag in hand, and laughing on me as she came. "Face like a peach," standing on tiptoe to pinch my cheek as I sat. "Quite tempting. Oh, I'm very fond of peaches. Happy to make your acquaintance, Mr. Copperfield, I'm sure." I said that I congratulated myself on having the honour to make hers, and that the happiness was mutual. "Oh, my goodness, how polite we are!" exclaimed Miss Moucher, making a preposterous attempt to cover her large face with her morsel of a hand. "What a world of gammon and spinach it is, though, ain't it?" This was addressed confidentially to both of us, as the morsel of a hand came away from the face, and buried itself, arm and all, in the bag again. "What do you mean, Miss Moucher?" said Steerforth. "Ho, what a refreshing set of sumbugs we are, to be sure, ain't we, my sweet child?" replied that morsel of a woman, feeling in the bag with her head on one side and her eye in the air. "Look here. taking something out. "Scraps of the Russian prince's nails. Prince Alphabet's turned topsy-turvy, I call him, for his name's got all the letters in it, higgledy-piggledy." "The Russian prince is a client of yours, is he?" said Steerforth. "Oh, I believe you, my pet," replied Miss Moucher. "I keep his nails in order for him, twice a week, fingers and toes." "He pays well, I hope," said Steerforth. "Pays as he speaks, my dear child. Through the nose," replied Miss Moucher. "None of your close shavers, the prince ain't. Oh, you'd say so if you saw his mustachios, red by nature, black by art." "By your art, of course," said Steerforth. Miss Moucher winked assent. "Forced to send for me. Couldn't help it. The climate affected his dye. It did very well in Russia, but it was no go here. Oh, you never saw such a rusty prince in all your born days as he was. Like old iron." "Is that why you called him a humbug just now?" inquired Steerforth. "Oh, you're a broth of a boy, ain't you?" returned Miss Moucher, shaking her head violently. "I said what a set of humbugs we were in general, and I showed you the scraps of the prince's nails to prove it. The prince's nails do more for me in private families of the genteel sort than all my talents put together. I always carry 'em about. They're the best introduction. If Miss Moucher cuts the prince's nails, she must be all right. I give 'em away to the young ladies. They put 'em in albums, I believe. Ho, 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 ho. Oh, upon my life, the whole social system, as the men call it when they make speeches in Parliament, is a system of prince's nails," said this least of women, trying to fold her short arms and nodding her large head. Steerforth laughed heartily, and I laughed too. Miss Moucher continuing all the time to shake her head, which was very much on one side, and to look into the air with one eye and to wink with the other. "Well, well," she said, smiting her small knees and rising. "This is not business. Come, Steerforth, let's explore the polar regions and have it over." She then selected 2 or 3 of the little instruments and a little bottle, and asked, to my surprise, if the table would bear. On Steerforth's replying in the affirmative, she pushed a chair against it, and, begging the assistance of my hand, mounted up, pretty nimbly to the top, as if it were a stage. "If either of you saw my ankles," she said when she was safely elevated, "say so, and I'll go home and destroy myself." "Oh, I did not," said Steerforth. "I did not," said I. "Well, then," cried Miss Moucher, "I'll consent to live. Now, ducky, 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 come to Mrs. Bond and be killed. Ha ha." This was an invitation to Steerforth to place himself under her hands, who accordingly sat himself down with his back to the table and his laughing face towards me, and submitted his head to her inspection, evidently for no other purpose than our entertainment. To see Miss Moucher standing over him, looking at his rich profusion of brown hair through a large, round magnifying glass which she took out of her pocket, was a most amazing spectacle. "You're a pretty fellow," said Miss Moucher, after a brief inspection. "You'd be as bald as a fire on the top of your head in 12 months but for me. Just half a minute, my young friend, and we'll give you a polishing that'll keep your curls on for the next 10 years. With this, she tilted some of the contents of the little bottle on to one of the little bits of flannel, and again, imparting some of the virtues of that preparation to one of the little brushes, began rubbing and scraping away with both on the crown of Steerforth's head in the busiest manner I ever witnessed, talking all the time. "There's Charlie Pyegrave, the Duke's son," she said. "You know," into his face. "A little," said Steerforth. "Oh, what a man he is! There's a whisker! Ah, as to Charlie's legs, if they were only a pair, which they ain't, they defy competition. Would you believe he tried to do without me, in the Life Guards, too?" "Mad," said Steerforth. "Oh, it looks like it. However mad or sane, he tried," returned Miss Moucher. "What does he do? But lo, and behold you, he goes into a perfumer's shop and wants to buy a bottle of the Madagascar liquid." "Charlie does," said Steerforth. "Charlie does. But they ain't got any of the Madagascar liquid." "What is it? Something to drink?" asked Steerforth. "To drink? Ho-ho!" returned Miss Moucher, stopping to slap his cheek. "To doctor his own mustachios with, you know. There was a woman in the shop, elderly female, quite a griffin, who had never even heard of it by name. "Begging pardon, sir," said the Griffin to Charlie. "It's not rouge, is it?" "Rouge," said Charlie to the Griffin. "What the unmentionable to ears polite do you think I want with rouge?" "Oh, no offence, sir," said the Griffin. "We have it asked by for so many names, I thought it might be." "Now that, my child," continued Miss Moucher, rubbing all the time as busily as ever, is another instance of the refreshing humbug I was speaking of. I do something in that way myself, perhaps a good deal, perhaps a little. Sharp's the word, my dear boy, never mind. Oh. "And what way do you mean, in the rouge way?" said Steerforth. "Oh, put this and that together, my tender pupil," returned the wary Moucher, touching her nose. "Work it by the rule of secrets in all trades, and the product will give you the desired result. I say, I do a little in that way myself. One dowager, she calls it lip salve. Another, she calls it gloves. Another, she calls it tucker edging. Another, she calls it a fan. I call it whatever they call it. I supply it for 'em, but we keep up the trick so to one another, and make believe with such a face that they'd as soon think of laying it on before the whole drawing-room as before me. And when I wait upon them, they'll say to me, sometimes with it on thick and no mistake, 'How am I looking, Moucher? Am I pale?' Oh, isn't that refreshing, my young friend?" I never did in my days behold anything like Moucher as she stood upon the dining-table, intensely enjoying this refreshment, rubbing busily at Steerforth's head, and winking at me over it. "Oh," she said, "such things are not much in demand hereabouts. That sets me off again. I haven't seen a pretty woman since I've been here, Jemmy." "No," said Steerforth. "Oh, not the ghost of one," replied Miss Moucher. "We could show her the substance of one, I think," said Steerforth, addressing his eyes to mine. "Eh, Daisy?" "Yes, indeed," said I. Oh!" cried the little creature, glancing sharply at my face, and then peeping round at Steerforth's. "Humph!" The first exclamation sounded like a question put to both of us, and the second like a question put to Steerforth only. She seemed to have found no answer to either, but continued to rub with her head on one side and her eye turned up, as if she were looking for an answer in the air, and were confident of its appearing presently. "A sister of yours, Mr. Copperfield?" she cried, after a pause, and still keeping the same lookout. "Aye, aye." "No," said Steerforth before I could reply. "Nothing of the sort. On the contrary, Mr. Copperfield used, or I am much mistaken, to have a great admiration for her." "Oh, why hasn't he now?" returned Miss Moucher. "Is he fickle? Oh, for shame! Did he sip every flower, and change every hour until Polly is passion requited? Is her name Polly?" The elfin suddenness with which she pounced upon me with this question and a searching look quite disconcerted me for a moment. "No, Miss Moucher," I replied. "Her name is Emily." "Oh!" she cried exactly as before. "Humph! What a rattle I am, Mr. Copperfield. Ain't I volatile?" Her tone and look implied something that was not agreeable to me in connection with the subject, so I said in a graver manner than any of us had yet assumed, "She is as virtuous as she is pretty. She is engaged to be married to a most worthy and deserving man in her own station of life. I esteem her for her good sense as much as I admire her for her good looks." "Well said," cried Steerforth. "Hear, hear, hear. Now, I'll quench the curiosity of this little Fatima, my dear Daisy, by leaving her nothing to guess at. She is at present apprenticed, Miss Moucher, or articled, or whatever it may be, to Omer and Joram, haberdashers, milliners, and so forth in this town. Do you observe? Omer and Joram, the promise of which my friend has spoken, is made and entered into with her cousin. Christian name, Ham. Surname, Peggotty. Occupation, boat-builder, also of this town. She lives with a relative, Christian name unknown, surname Peggotty. Occupation, seafaring, also of this town. She is the prettiest and most engaging little fairy in the world. I admire her, as my friend does, exceedingly. If it were not that I might appear to disparage her intended, which I know my friend would not like, I would add, that to me she seemed to be throwing herself away, that I am sure she might do better, and that I swear she was born to be a lady." Miss Moucher listened to these words, which were very slowly and distinctly spoken, with her head on one side, and her eye in the air, as if she were still looking for that answer. When he ceased, she became brisk again in an instant, and rattled away with surprising volubility. "Oh, and that's all about it, is it?" she exclaimed, trimming his whiskers with a little restless pair of scissors that went glancing round his head in all directions. Very well, very well. Oh, quite a long story. Ought to end. And they lived happily ever afterwards, oughtn't it? Oh, what's that game at forfeits? I love my love with an E because she's enticing. I hate her with an E because she's engaged. I took her to the sign of the Exquisite and treated her with an elopement. Her name's Emily, and she lives in the East. Ha, 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 Mr. Copperfield, ain't I volatile?" Merely looking at me with extravagant slyness, and not waiting for any reply, she continued without drawing breath. "There! If ever any scapegrace was trimmed and touched up to perfection, you are, Steerforth. If you understand any noddle in the world, I understand yours. Do you hear me when I tell you that, my darling? I understand yours," peeping down into his face. "Now, you may mizzle Jemmy, as we say at court, and if Mr. Copperfield will take the chair, I'll operate on him." "What do you say, Daisy?" inquired Steerforth, laughing and resigning his seat. "Will you be improved?" "Thank you, Miss Marcher, not this evening." "Oh, don't say no," returned the little woman, looking at me with the aspect of a connoisseur. "A little bit more eyebrow." "Thank you," I returned, "some other time." "Have it carried 1/2 of an inch toward the temple," said Miss Marcher. "We can do it in a fortnight." "No, I thank you, not at present." "Go in for a tip," she urged. "No? Let's get the scaffolding up, then, for a pair of whiskers. Come." I could not help blushing as I declined, for I felt we were on my weak point now, but Miss Marcher, finding that I was not at present disposed for any decoration within the range of her art, and that I was, for the time being, proof against the blandishments of the small bottle which she held up before one eye to enforce her persuasions, said we would make a beginning on an early day, and requested the aid of my hand to descend from her elevated station. Thus assisted, she skipped down with much agility, and began to tie her double chin into her bonnet. "The fee," said Steerforth, "is 5 bob," replied Miss Marcher, "and dirt cheap, my chicken. Ain't I volatile, Mr. Copperfield?" I replied politely, "Not at all." But I thought she was rather so, when she tossed up his 2 half-crowns like a goblin pieman, caught them, dropped them in her pocket, and gave it a loud slap. "That's the till," observed Miss Marcher, standing at the chair again, and replacing in the bag a miscellaneous collection of little objects she had emptied out of it. "Have I got all my traps?" "Oh, it seems so. It won't do to be like Long Ned Beadwood when they took him to church to marry him to somebody, as he says, and left the bride behind. Ho, 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 a wicked rascal, Ned, but droll. Now, I know I'm going to break your hearts, but I am forced to leave you. You must call up all your fortitude and try to bear it. Goodbye, Mr. Copperfield. Take care of yourself, jockey of Norfolk. Oh, how I have been rattling on. It's all the fault of you 2 wretches. I forgive you. Bob swore, as the Englishman said, for good night, when he first learnt English, and thought it so like English. Bob swore, my ducks." With the bag slung over her arm, and rattling as she waddled away, she waddled to the door, where she stopped to inquire if she should leave us a lock of her hair. "Ain't I volatile?" she added as a commentary on this offer, and with her finger on her nose, departed. Steerforth laughed to that degree that it was impossible for me to help laughing too, though I am not sure I should have done so but for this inducement. When we had our laugh quite out, which was after some time, he told me that Miss Marcher had quite an extensive connection, and made herself useful to a variety of people in a variety of ways. Some people trifled with her as a mere oddity, he said, but she was as shrewdly and sharply observant as anyone he knew, and as long-headed as she was short-armed. He told me that what she had said of being here, and there, and everywhere was true enough, for she made little darts into the provinces, and seemed to pick up customers everywhere, and to know everybody. I asked him what her disposition was, whether it was at all mischievous, and if her sympathies were generally on the right side of things, but not succeeding in attracting his attention to these questions after 2 or 3 attempts, I forbore, or forgot to repeat them. He told me instead with much rapidity a good deal about her skill and her profits, and about her being a scientific cupper if I should ever have occasion for her service in that capacity. She was the principal theme of our conversation during the evening, and when we parted for the night, Steerforth called after me over the banisters, "Bob swore," as I went downstairs. I was surprised when I came to Mr. Barkis's house to find Ham walking up and down in front of it, and still more surprised to learn from him that little Emily was inside. I naturally inquired why he was not there too, instead of pacing the streets by himself. "Oh, you see, Master Davy," he rejoined in a hesitating manner, "Emily, she's a-talking to someone in here." "I should have thought," said I, smiling, "that was a reason for you being in here too, Ham." "Well, Master Davy, in a general way, so 'twould be," he returned. "But look here, Master Davy," lowering his voice and speaking very gravely, "it's a young woman, sir. "Oh, a young woman that Emily knowed once and doesn't ought to know no more." When I heard these words, a light began to fall upon the figure I had seen following them some hours ago. "It's a poor world, Miss Davy," said Ham, "as is trod underfoot by all the town, up street and down street. The mould of the churchyard don't hold any that the folk shrink away from more." "Did I see her tonight, Ham, on the sand after we met you?" "Keeping us in sight," said Ham. "It's like you did, Mass Davy. Not that I'd known then she was there, sir, but along of her creeping soon afterwards under Emily's little window when she see the light come, and whispering, 'Emily, Emily, for Christ's sake, have a woman's heart towards me. I was once like you.' Those were solemn words, Master Davy, for her to hear." "They were indeed, Ham. What did Emily do?" "Says Emily, 'Martha, is it you? Oh, Martha, can it be you?' For they had sat at work together many a day at Mr. Omer's." "I recollect her now," cried I, recalling one of the two girls I had seen when I first went there. "I recollect her quite well." "Martha Endell," said Ham. 2 or 3 years older than Emily, but was at the school with her." "I never heard her name," said I. I didn't mean to interrupt you." "Oh, for the matter of that, Master Davy," replied Ham, "all's told almost in them words. Emily, Emily, for Christ's sake, have a woman's heart toward me. I was once like you." Oh, she wanted to speak to Emily. Emily couldn't speak to her there, for her loving uncle was coming home, and he wouldn't. "No, Master Davy," said Ham, with great earnestness. "He couldn't. Kind-natured, tender-hearted as he is, see them two together side by side for all the treasures that's wrecked in the seas." I felt how true this was. I knew it on the instant quite as well as Ham. "So Emily writes in pencil on a bit of paper," he pursued, "and gives it to her out a window to bring her here. 'Show that,' she says, 'to my aunt Miss Barker's, and she'll set you down by her fire for the love of me till uncle has gone out and I can come.' By and by she tells me what I tell you, Master Davy, and asks me to bring her. What can I do? She doesn't ought to know any such, but I can't deny her when the tears is on her face." He put his hand into the breast of his shaggy jacket, and took out with great care a pretty little purse. "And if I could deny her when the tears was on her face, Master Davy," said Ham, tenderly adjusting it on the rough palm of his hand, "how could I deny her when she gave me this to carry for her, knowing what she bought it for? Such a toy as it is," said Ham, thoughtfully looking on it, "with such a little money in it, Emily, my dear." I shook him warmly by the hand when he had put it away again, for that was more satisfactory to me than saying anything, and we walked up and down for a minute or two in silence. The door opened then, and Peggotty appeared, beckoning to Ham to come in. I would have kept away, but she came after me, entreating me to come in too. Even then I would have avoided the room where they all were, but for its being the neat-tiled kitchen I have mentioned more than once. The door opening immediately into it, I found myself among them before I considered whither I was going. The girl, the same I had seen upon the sands, was near the fire. She was sitting on the ground with her head and one arm lying on a chair. I fancied from the disposition of her figure that Emily had but newly risen from the chair, and that the forlorn head might perhaps have been lying on her lap. I saw but little of the girl's face, over which her hair fell loose and scattered, as if she had been disordering it with her own hands. But I saw that she was young and of a fair complexion. Peggotty had been crying, so had little Emily. Not a word was spoken when we first went in, and the Dutch clock by the dresser seemed in the silence to tick twice as loud as usual. Emily spoke first. "Martha wants," she said to Ham, "to go to London." "Why to London?" returned Ham. He stood between them, looking on the prostrate girl with a mixture of compassion for her, and of jealousy of her holding any companionship with her whom he loved so well, which I have always remembered distinctly. They both spoke as if she were ill, in a soft, suppressed tone that was plainly heard, although it hardly rose above a whisper. "Better there than here," said a third voice aloud, Martha's, though she did not move. "No one knows me there. Every one knows me here." "What will she do there?" inquired Ham. She lifted up her head and looked darkly round at him for a moment, then laid it down again and curved her right arm about her neck, as a woman in a fever, or in an agony of pain from a shot, might twist herself. "She will try to do well," said little Emily. "You don't know what she has said to us. Does he? Do they, aunt?" Peggotty shook her head compassionately. "I'll try," said Martha, If you'll help me away, I never can do worse than I have done here. I may do better. Oh," with a dreadful shiver, "take me out of these streets where the whole town knows me from a child." As Emily held out her hand to Ham, I saw him put in it a little canvas bag. She took it, as if she thought it were her purse, and made a step or two forward, but, finding her mistake, came back to where he had retired near me, and showed it to him. "It's all yourn, Emily," I could hear him say. "I haven't naught in all the world that ain't yourn, my dear. It ain't of no delight to me except for you." The tears rose freshly in her eyes, but she turned away and went to Martha. What she gave her I don't know. I saw her stooping over her and putting money in her bosom. She whispered something as she asked, "Was that enough?" "More than enough," the other said, and took her hand and kissed it. Then Martha arose, and gathering her shawl about her, covering her face with it, and weeping aloud, went slowly to the door. She stopped a moment before going out, as if she would have uttered something, or turned back, but no word passed her lips. Making the same low, dreary, wretched moaning in her shawl, she went away. As the door closed, little Emily looked at us three in a hurried manner, and then hid her face in her hands and fell to sobbing. "Hold on, Emily," said Ham, tapping her gently on the shoulder. "Don't, my dear. You don't ought to cry so, pretty." "Oh, Ham," she exclaimed, still weeping pitifully, "I am not so good a girl as I ought to be. I know I have not the thankful heart sometimes I ought to have." Yes, you have, I'm sure," said Ham. No, no," cried little Emily, sobbing and shaking her head. "I am not as good a girl as I ought to be, not near. And still she cried, as if her heart would break. "I try your love too much, I know I do," she sobbed. "I'm often cross to you and changeable with you when I ought to be far different. You are never so to me. Why am I ever so to you, when I should think of nothing but how to be grateful and to make you happy?" "You always make me so," said Ham. "My dear, I am happy in the sight of you. I am happy all day long in the thoughts of you." "Oh, that's not enough," she cried. "That is because you are good, not because I am. Oh, my dear, it might have been a better fortune for you if you had been fond of someone else, of someone steadier and much worthier than me, who was all bound up in you and never vain and changeable like me." "Oh, poor little tender heart," said Ham, in a low voice. "Martha has overset her altogether." "Please, aunt," sobbed Emily, "come here, and let me lay my head upon you. Oh, I am very miserable tonight, aunt. Oh, I am not as good a girl as I ought to be. I am not, I know." Peggotty had hastened to the chair before the fire. Emily, with her arms around her neck, kneeled by her, looking up most earnestly into her face. "Oh, pray, aunt, try to help me. Ham, dear, try to help me. Mr. David, for the sake of old times, do, please, try to help me. I want to be a better girl than I am. I want to feel 100 times more thankful than I do. I want to feel more what a blessed thing it is to be the wife of a good man, and to lead a peaceful life. Oh, me, oh, me, oh, my heart, my heart." She dropped her face on my old nurse's breast, and ceasing this supplication, which in its agony and grief was half a woman's, half a child's, as all her manner was, being in that more natural and better suited to her beauty, as I thought, than any other manner could have been, wept silently while my old nurse hushed her like an infant. She got calmer by degrees, and then we soothed her, now talking encouragingly, and now jesting a little with her, until she began to raise her head and speak to us. So we got on until she was able to smile, and then to laugh, and then to sit up, half ashamed, while Peggotty recalled her stray ringlets, dried her eyes, and made her neat again, lest her uncle should wonder, when she got home, why his darling had been crying. I saw her do, that night, what I had never seen her do before. I saw her innocently kiss her chosen husband on the cheek, and creep close to his bluff form, as if it were her best support. When they went away together in the waning moonlight, and I looked after them, comparing their departure in my mind with Martha's, I saw that she held his arm with both her hands, and still kept close to him. The end of Chapter 22 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Read by Rick Kistner for Lit to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 23. I corroborate Mr. Dick and choose a profession. When I awoke in the morning, I thought very much of little Emily and her emotion last night after Martha had left. I felt as if I had come into the knowledge of those domestic weaknesses and tendernesses in a sacred confidence, and that to disclose them, even to Steerforth, would be wrong. I had no gentler feeling towards anyone than towards the pretty creature who had been my playmate, and whom I always have been persuaded, and shall always be persuaded to my dying day, I then devotedly loved. The repetition to any ears, even to Steerforth's, of what she had been unable to repress when her heart lay open to me by an accident, I felt would be a rough deed, unworthy of myself, unworthy of the light of our pure childhood, which I always saw encircling her head. I made a resolution, therefore, to keep it on my own breast, and there it gave her image a new grace. While we were at breakfast, a letter was delivered to me from my aunt. As it contained matter on which I thought Steerforth could advise me, as well as anyone, and on which I knew I should be delighted to consult him, I resolved to make it a subject of discussion on our journey home. For the present we had enough to do in taking leave of all our friends. Mr. Barkis was far from being the last among them in his regret at our departure, and I believe would even have opened the box again and sacrificed another guinea if it would have kept us 48 hours in Yarmouth. Peggotty and all her family were full of grief at our going. The whole house of Omer and Joram turned out to bid us good-bye, and there were so many seafaring volunteers in attendance on Steerforth when our portmanteau went to the coach, that if we had had the baggage of a regiment with us, we should hardly have wanted porters to carry it. In a word, we departed to the regret and admiration of all concerned, and left a great many people very sorry behind us. "Do you stay long here, Littimer?" said I, as he stood waiting to see the coach start. "No, sir," he replied. "Probably not very long, sir." "He can hardly say just now," observed Steerforth carelessly. "He knows what he has to do, and he'll do it." "That I am sure he will," said I. Littimer touched his hat in acknowledgment of my good opinion, and I felt about 8 years old. He touched it once more, wishing us a good journey, and we left him standing on the pavement as respectable a mystery as any pyramid in Egypt. For some little time we held no conversation, Steerforth being unusually silent, and I being sufficiently engaged in wondering within myself when I should see the old places again, and what new changes might happen to me or them in the meanwhile. At length, Steerforth, becoming gay and talkative in a moment, as he could become anything he liked at any moment, pulled me by the arm. "Find a voice, David. What about that letter you were speaking of at breakfast?" "Oh," said I, taking it out of my pocket, "it's from my aunt." "And what does she say, requiring consideration?" "Why, she reminds me, Steerforth," said I, "that I came out on this expedition to look about me and to think a little." "Which, of course, you have done." "Indeed, I can't say I have particularly. To tell you the truth, I am afraid I have forgotten it." "Well, look about you now, and make up for your negligence," said Steerforth. "Look to the right, and you'll see a flat country with a good deal of marsh in it. Look to the left, and you'll see the same. Look to the front, and you'll find no difference. Look to the rear, and there it is still." I laughed, and replied that I saw no suitable profession in the whole prospect, which was perhaps to be attributed to its flatness. "What says our aunt on the subject?" inquired Steerforth, glancing at the letter in my hand. "Does she suggest anything?" "Why, yes," said I. "She asks me here if I think I should like to be a proctor. What do you think of it?" "Well, I don't know," replied Steerforth, coolly. "You may as well do that as anything else, I suppose." I could not help laughing again at his balancing all callings and professions so equally, and I told him so. "What is a proctor, Steerforth?" said I. "Why, he's a sort of a monkish attorney," replied Steerforth. "He is to some faded courts held in Doctors' Commons, a lazy old nook near St. Paul's churchyard, what solicitors are to the courts of law and equity. He is a functionary whose existence, in the natural course of things, would have terminated about 200 years ago. I can tell you best what he is by telling you what Doctors' Commons is. It's a little out-of-the-way place where they administer what is called ecclesiastical law, and play all kinds of tricks with obsolete old monsters of Acts of Parliament, which 3/4 of the world knows nothing about, and the other 4th supposes to have been dug up in a fossil state in the days of the Edwards. It's a place that has an ancient monopoly in suits about people's wills and people's marriages and disputes among ships and boats." "Nonsense, Steerforth!" I exclaimed. "You don't mean to say that there is any affinity between nautical matters and ecclesiastical matters?" "I don't indeed, my dear boy," he returned, "but I mean to say that they are managed and decided by the same set of people down in that same Doctor's Commons. You shall go there one day and find them blundering through half the nautical terms in Young's dictionary, apropos of the Nancy having run down the Sarah Jane, or Mr. Peggotty and the Yarmouth boatman having put off in a gale of wind with an anchor and cable to the Nelson Indiaman in distress. And you shall go there another day and find them deep in the evidence, pro and con, respecting a clergyman who has misbehaved himself, and you shall find the judge in the nautical case, the advocate in the clergyman's case, or contrariwise. They are like actors. Now a man's a judge, and now he is not a judge. Now he's one thing, now he's another. Now he's something else. Change and change about. But it's always a very pleasant, profitable little affair of private theatricals presented to an uncommonly select audience." "But advocates and proctors are not one and the same," said I, a little puzzled. "Are they?" "No," returned Steerforth. "The advocates are civilians, men who have taken a doctor's degree at college, which is the first reason of my knowing anything about it. The proctors employ the advocates. Both get very comfortable fees, and altogether they make a pretty snug little party. On the whole, I would recommend you to take to Doctor's Commons kindly, Davy. They plume themselves on their gentility there, I can tell you, if that's any satisfaction." I made allowance for Steerforth's light way of treating the subject, and considering it with reference to the staid air of gravity and antiquity which I associated with that lazy old nook near St. Paul's churchyard, did not feel indisposed toward my aunt's suggestion, which she left to my free decision, making no scruple of telling me that it had occurred to her, on her lately visiting her own proctor in Doctor's Commons for the purpose of settling her will in my favour. "That's a laudable proceeding on the part of our aunt, at all events," said Steerforth, when I mentioned it, "and one deserving of all encouragement. Daisy, my advice is that you take kindly to Doctor's Commons." I quite made up my mind to do so. I then told Steerforth that my aunt was in town awaiting me, as I found from her letter, and that she had taken lodgings for a week at a kind of private hotel at Lincoln's Inn Fields, where there was a stone staircase and a convenient door in the roof, my aunt being firmly persuaded that every house in London was going to be burnt down every night. We achieved the rest of our journey pleasantly, sometimes recurring to Doctor's Commons, and anticipating the distant days when I should be a proctor there, which Steerforth pictured in a variety of humorous and whimsical lights that made us both merry. When we came to our journey's end, he went home, engaging to call upon me next day but one, and I drove to Lincoln's Inn Fields, where I found my aunt up and awaiting supper. If I had been round the world since we parted, we could hardly have been better pleased to meet again. My aunt cried outright as she embraced me, and said, pretending to laugh, that if my poor mother had been alive, that silly little creature would have shed tears, she had no doubt. "So, you have left Mr. Dick behind, aunt?" said I. "I am sorry for that. Ah, Janet, how do you do?" As Janet curtsied, hoping I was well, I observed my aunt's visage lengthen very much. "I am sorry for it, too," said my aunt, rubbing her nose. "I have had no peace of mind, Trot, since I have been here." Before I could ask why, she told me. "I am convinced," said my aunt, laying her hand with melancholy firmness on the table, "that Dick's character is not a character to keep the donkeys off. I am confident he wants strength of purpose. I ought to have left Janet at home instead, and then my mind might perhaps have been at ease. If ever there was a donkey trespassing on my green," said my aunt with emphasis, "there was one this afternoon at 4 o'clock. A cold feeling came over me from head to foot, and I know it was a donkey." I tried to comfort her on this point, but she rejected consolation. "It was a donkey," said my aunt, "and it was the one with the stumpy tail which that murdering sister of a woman rode when she came to my house." This had been, ever since, the only name my aunt knew for Miss Murdstone. "If there is any donkey in Dover whose audacity it is harder for me to bear than another's, that," said my aunt, striking the table, "is the animal." Janet ventured to suggest that my aunt might be disturbing herself unnecessarily, and that she believed the donkey in question was then engaged in the sand and gravel line of business, and was not available for purposes of trespass. But my aunt wouldn't hear of it. Supper was comfortably served and hot, though my aunt's rooms were very high up, whether that she might have more stone stairs for her money, or might be nearer to the door in the roof, I don't know, and consisted of a roast fowl, a steak, and some vegetables, to all of which I did ample justice, and which were all excellent. But my aunt had her own ideas concerning London provision, and ate but little. "I suppose this unfortunate fowl was born and brought up in a cellar," said my aunt, "and never took the air except on a hackney coach stand. I hope the steak may be beef, but I don't believe it. Nothing's genuine in the place, in my opinion, but the dirt." "Don't you think the fowl may have come out of the country, Aunt?" I hinted. "Certainly not," returned my aunt. "It would be no pleasure to a London tradesman to sell anything which was what he pretended it was." I did not venture to controvert this opinion, but I made a good supper, which it greatly satisfied her to see me do. When the table was cleared, Janet assisted her to arrange her hair, to put on a nightcap, which was of a smarter construction than usual, "in case of fire," my aunt said, and to fold her gown back over her knees, these being her usual preparations for warming herself before going to bed. I then made her, according to certain established regulations from which no deviation, however slight, could ever be permitted, a glass of hot wine and water, and a slice of toast cut into long, thin strips. With these accomplishments, we were left to finish the evening, my aunt sitting opposite to me, drinking her wine and water, soaking her strips of toast in it one by one before eating them, and looking benignantly on me from among the borders of her nightcap. "Well, Trot," she began, "what do you think of the Proctor plan, or have you not begun to think about it yet?" "I have thought a good deal about it, my dear aunt, and I have talked a good deal about it with Steerforth. I like it very much indeed. I like it exceedingly." "Come," said my aunt, "that's cheering." "I have only one difficulty, aunt." "Well, say what it is, Trot," she returned. "Why, I want to ask, aunt, as this seems, from what I understand, to be a limited profession, whether my entrance into it would not be very expensive." "It will cost," returned my aunt, "to article you just £1,000. "Now, my dear aunt," said I, drawing my chair nearer, "I am uneasy in my mind about that. It's a large sum of money. You have expended a great deal on my education, and have always been as liberal to me in all things as it was possible to be. You have been the soul of generosity. Surely there are some ways in which I might begin life with hardly any outlay, and yet begin with a good hope of getting on by resolution and exertion. Are you sure that it would not be better to try that course? Are you certain that you can afford to part with so much money, and that it is right that it should be so expended? I only ask you, my second mother, to consider. Are you certain?" My aunt finished eating the piece of toast on which she was then engaged, looking me full in the face all the while, and then setting her glass on the chimney-piece, and folding her hands upon her folded skirts, replied as follows. "Trot, my child, if I have any object in life, it is to provide for your being a good, a sensible, and a happy man. I am bent upon it, and so is Dick. I should like some people that I know to hear Dick's conversation on the subject. Its sagacity is wonderful, but no one knows the resources of that man's intellect except myself." She stopped for a moment to take my hand between hers, and went on. "It's in vain, Trot, to recall the past, unless it works some influence upon the present. Perhaps I might have been better friends with your poor father. Perhaps I might have been better friends with that poor child, your mother, even after your sister Betsey Trotwood disappointed me. When you came to me a little runaway boy, all dusty and way-worn, perhaps I thought so. From that time until now, Trot, you have ever been a credit to me, and a pride and a pleasure. I have no other claim upon my means, at least." Here, to my surprise, she hesitated, and was confused. "No, I have no other claim upon my means, and you are my adopted child. Only be a loving child to me in my age, and bear with my whims and fancies, and you will do more for an old woman whose prime of life was not so happy or conciliating as it might have been than ever that old woman did for you." It was the first time I had heard my aunt refer to her past history. There was a magnanimity in her quiet way of doing so, and of dismissing it, which would have exalted her in my respect and affection if anything could. "All is agreed and understood between us now, Trot," said my aunt, "and we need talk of this no more. Give me a kiss, and we'll go to the Commons after breakfast tomorrow." We had a long chat by the fire before we went to bed. I slept in a room on the same floor with my aunt's, and was a little disturbed in the course of the night by her knocking at my door as often as she was agitated by a distant sound of hackney coaches or market carts, and inquiring if I heard the engines. But towards morning she slept better, and suffered me to do so too. At about midday we set out for the office of the Messrs. Spenlow and Jorkins in Doctors' Commons. My aunt, who had this other general opinion in reference to London, that every man she saw was a pickpocket, gave me her purse to carry for her, which had 10 guineas in it and some silver. We made a pause at the toy shop in Fleet Street to see the giants of St. Dunstan's strike upon the bells. We had timed our going so as to catch them at it at 12 o'clock, and then went on towards Ludgate Hill and St. Paul's Churchyard. We were crossing to the former place, when I found that my aunt greatly accelerated her speed and looked frightened. I observed at the same time that a lowering, ill-dressed man who had stopped and stared at us in passing a little before was coming so close after us as to brush against her. "Trot, my dear Trot!" cried my aunt in a terrified whisper, and pressing my arm. "I don't know what I am to do." "Don't be alarmed," said I. "There's nothing to be afraid of. Step into a shop, and I'll soon get rid of this fellow." No, child," she returned. "Don't speak to him for the world, I entreat you, I order you." "Good heaven, aunt," said I, "he is nothing but a sturdy beggar." "You don't know what he is," replied my aunt. "You don't know who he is. You don't know what you say." We had stopped in an empty doorway while this was passing, and he had stopped too. "Don't look at him," said my aunt, as I turned my head indignantly, "but get me a coach, my dear, and wait for me in St. Paul's Churchyard." "Wait for you?" I replied. "Yes," rejoined my aunt. "I must go alone. I must go with him." "With him, aunt? This man?" "I am in my senses," she replied, "and I tell you I must. Get me a coach." However much astonished I might be, I was sensible that I had no right to refuse compliance with such a peremptory command. I hurried away a few paces and called a hackney chariot which was passing empty. Almost before I could let down the steps, my aunt sprang in, I don't know how, and the man followed. She waved her hand to me to go away, so earnestly that, all confounded as I was, I turned from them at once. In doing so, I heard her say to the coachman, "Drive anywhere, drive straight on," and presently the chariot passed me going up the hill. What Mr. Dick had told me, and what I had supposed to be a delusion of his, now came into my mind. I could not doubt that this person was the person of whom he had made such mysterious mention, though what the nature of his hold upon my aunt could possibly be, I was quite unable to imagine. After half an hour's cooling in the churchyard, I saw the chariot coming back. The driver stopped beside me, and my aunt was sitting in it, alone. She had not yet sufficiently recovered from her agitation to be quite prepared for the visit we had to make. She desired me to get into the chariot, and to tell the coachman to drive slowly up and down a little while. She said no more except, "My dear child, never ask me what it was, and don't refer to it," until she had perfectly regained her composure, when she told me she was quite herself now, and we might get out. On her giving me her purse to pay the driver, I found that all the guineas were gone, and only the loose silver remained. Doctors' Commons was approached by a little low archway. Before we had taken many paces down the street beyond it, the noise of the city seemed to melt, as if by magic, into a softened distance. A few dull courts and narrow ways brought us to the skylighted office of Spenlow and Jorkins, in the vestibule of which temple, accessible to pilgrims without the ceremony of knocking, 3 or 4 clerks were at work as copyists. One of these, a little dry man sitting by himself who wore a stiff brown wig that looked as if it were made of gingerbread, rose to receive my aunt and show us into Mr. Spenlow's room. "Mr. Spenlow's in court, ma'am," said the dry man. "It's an Archer's day, but it's close by, and I'll send for him directly." As we were left to look about us while Mr. Spenlow was fetched, I availed myself of the opportunity. The furniture of the room was old-fashioned and dusty, and the green baize on the top of the writing-table had lost all its colour, and was as withered and pale as an old pauper. There were a great many bundles of papers on it, some endorsed as allegations, and some, to my surprise, as libels, and some as being in the Consistory Court, and some in the Archers' Court, and some in the Prerogative Court, and some in the Admiralty Court, and some in the Delegates' Court, giving me occasion to wonder much how many courts there might be in the gross, and how long it would take to understand them all. Besides these, there were sundry immense manuscript books of evidence taken on affidavit, strongly bound, and tied together in massive sets, a set to each cause, as if every cause were a history in 10 or 20 volumes. All this looked tolerably expensive, I thought, and gave me an agreeable notion of a proctor's business. I was casting my eyes with increasing complacency over these and many similar objects, when hasty footsteps were heard in the room outside, and Mr. Spenlow, in a black gown trimmed with white fur, came hurrying in, taking off his hat as he came. He was a little, light-haired gentleman, with undeniable boots, and the stiffest of white cravats and shirt-collars. He was buttoned up, mighty trim and tight, and must have taken a great deal of pains with his whiskers, which were accurately curled. His gold watch-chain was so massive that a fancy came upon me that he ought to have a sinewy golden arm to draw it out with, like those which are put up over the gold-beaters' shops. He was got up with such care and was so stiff that he could hardly bend himself, being obliged, when he glanced at some papers on his desk after sitting down in his chair, to move his whole body from the bottom of his spine like Punch. I had previously been presented by my aunt, and had been courteously received. He now said, "And so, Mr. Copperfield, you think of entering into our profession?" I casually mentioned to Miss Trotwood, when I had the pleasure of an interview with her the other day, with another inclination of his body, Punch again, that there was a vacancy here. And Miss Trotwood was good enough to mention that she had a nephew who was her peculiar care, and for whom she was seeking to provide genteelly in life. That nephew, I believe, I have now the pleasure of— Punch again. I bowed my acknowledgments and said my aunt had mentioned to me that there was that opening, and that I believed I should like it very much, that I was strongly inclined to like it, and had taken immediately to the proposal, that I could not absolutely pledge myself to like it until I knew something more about it, that although it was little else than a matter of form, I presumed I should have an opportunity of trying how I liked it before I bound myself to it irrevocably. "Oh, surely, said Mr. Spenlow. "We always in this house propose a month, an initiatory month. I should be happy myself to propose 2 months, 3, an indefinite period, in fact, but I have a partner, Mr. Jorkins." "And the premium, sir," I returned, "is £1,000. "And the premium, stamp included, is £1,000, said Mr. Spenlow. "As I have mentioned to Miss Trotwood, I am actuated by no mercenary considerations. A few men are less so, I believe, but Mr. Jorkins has his opinions on these subjects, and I am bound to respect Mr. Jorkins' opinions. Mr. Jorkins thinks £1,000 too little, in short." "I suppose, sir," said I, still desiring to spare my aunt, "that it is not the custom here, if an articled clerk were particularly useful, and made himself a perfect master of his profession—" I could not help blushing, this looked so like praising myself. "I suppose it is not the custom in the later years of his time to allow him any— Mr. Spenlow, by a great effort, just lifted his head far enough out of his cravat to shake it, and answered, anticipating the word salary. "No. I will not say what consideration I might give to that point myself, Mr. Copperfield, if I were unfettered. Mr. Jorkins is immovable." I was quite dismayed by the idea of this terrible Jorkins, but I found out afterwards that he was a mild man of a heavy temperament, whose place in the business was to keep himself in the background, and be constantly exhibited by name as the most obdurate and ruthless of men. If a clerk wanted his salary raised, Mr. Jorkins wouldn't listen to such a proposition. If a client were slow to settle his bill of costs, Mr. Jorkins was resolved to have it paid, and however painful these things might be, and always were, to the feelings of Mr. Spenlow, Mr. Jorkins would have his bond. The heart and hand of the good angel Spenlow would have always been open, but for the restraining demon Jorkins. As I have grown older, I think I have had experience of some other houses doing business on the principle of Spenlow and Jorkins. It was settled that I should begin my month's probation as soon as I pleased, and that my aunt need neither remain in town, nor return at its expiration, as the articles of agreement, of which I was to be the subject, could easily be sent to her at home for her signature. When we had got so far, Mr. Spenlow offered to take me into court then and there, and show me what sort of place it was. As I was willing enough to know, we went out with this object, leaving my aunt behind, who would trust herself, she said, in no such place, and who, I think, regarded all courts of law as a sort of powder-mills that might blow up at any time. Mr. Spenlow conducted me through a paved courtyard formed of grave brick houses, which I inferred from the doctors' names upon the doors to be the official abiding places of the learned advocates of whom Steerforth had told me, and into a large dull room not unlike a chapel to my thinking on the left hand. The upper part of this room was fenced off from the rest, and there, on the two sides of a raised platform of the horseshoe form, sitting on easy, old-fashioned dining-room chairs, were sundry gentlemen in red gowns and grey wigs, whom I found to be the doctors aforesaid. Blinking over a little desk, like a pulpit desk, in the curve of the horseshoe, was an old gentleman whom, if I had seen him in an aviary, I should have certainly have taken for an owl, but who, I learned, was the presiding judge. In this space within the horseshoe, lower than these, that is to say, on about the level of the floor, were sundry other gentlemen of Mr. Spenlow's rank, and dressed like him in black gowns with white fur upon them, sitting at a long green table. Their cravats were in general stiff, I thought, and their looks haughty, but in this last respect I presently conceived I had done them an injustice, for when two or three of them had to rise and answer a question of the presiding dignitary, I never saw anything more sheepish. The public, represented by a boy with a comforter, and a shabby genteel man, secretly eating crumbs out of his coat pockets, was warming himself at a stove in the centre of the court. The languid stillness of the place was only broken by the chirping of this fire, and by the voice of one of the doctors, who was wandering slowly through a perfect library of evidence, and stopping to put up from time to time at little roadside inns of argument on the journey. Altogether, I have never, on any occasion, made one at such a cosy-dozy, old-fashioned, time-forgotten, sleepy-headed little family party in all my life, and I felt it would be quite a soothing opiate to belong to it in any character, except, perhaps, as a suitor. Very well satisfied with the dreamy nature of this retreat, I informed Mr. Spenlow that I had seen enough for that time, and we rejoined my aunt, in company with whom I presently departed from the Commons, feeling very young when I went out of Spenlow and Jorkins, on account of the clerks poking one another with their pens to point me out. We arrived at Lincoln's Inn Fields without any new adventures, except encountering an unlucky donkey in a costermonger's cart, who suggested painful associations to my aunt. We had another long talk about my plans, when we were safely housed, and as I knew she was anxious to get home, and, between fire, food, and pickpockets, could never be considered at her ease for half an hour in London, I urged her not to be uncomfortable on my account, but to leave me to take care of myself. "I have not been here a week tomorrow without considering that too, my dear," she returned. "There is a furnished little set of chambers to be let in the Adelphi, Trot, which ought to suit you to a marvel." With this brief introduction, she produced from her pocket an advertisement, carefully cut out of a newspaper, setting forth that in Buckingham Street, in the Adelphi, there was to be let, furnished, with a view of the river, a singularly desirable and compact set of chambers, forming a genteel residence for a young gentleman, a member of one of the Inns of Court or otherwise, with immediate possession, terms moderate, and could be taken for a month only if required. "Why, this is the very thing, aunt," said I, flushed with the possible dignity of living in chambers. "Then come," replied my aunt immediately, resuming the bonnet she had a minute before laid aside. "We'll go and look at 'em." Away we went. The advertisement directed us to apply to Mrs. Croup, on the premises, and we rung the area bell which we supposed to communicate with Mrs. Croup. It was not until we had rung 3 or 4 times that we could prevail on Mrs. Croup to communicate with us. But at last she appeared, being a stout lady with a flounce of flannel petticoat below a nankeen gown. "Let us see these chambers of yours, if you please, ma'am," said my aunt. "For this gentleman?" said Mrs. Croup, feeling in her pocket for her keys. "Yes, for my nephew," said my aunt. "Oh, no sweet set they is for sich," said Mrs. Croup. So we went upstairs. They were on the top of the house, a great point with my aunt, being near the fire escape, and consisted of a little half-blind entry where you could see hardly anything, a little stone-blind pantry where you could see nothing at all, a sitting-room, and a bedroom. The furniture was rather faded, but quite good enough for me, and, sure enough, the river was outside the windows. As I was delighted with the place, my aunt and Mrs. Croup withdrew into the pantry to discuss the terms, while I remained on the sitting-room sofa, hardly daring to think it possible that I could be destined to live in such a noble residence. After a single combat of some duration they returned, and I saw to my joy, both in Mrs. Croup's countenance and in my aunt's, that the deed was done. "Is it the last occupant's furniture?" inquired my aunt. "Yes, it is, ma'am," said Mrs. Crupp. "Oh, what's become of him?" asked my aunt. Mrs. Crupp was taken with a troublesome cough, in the midst of which she articulated with much difficulty, "He was took ill here, ma'am, and oh, dear me, and he died." "Oh, hey, what did he die of?" asked my aunt. "Well, ma'am, he died of drink," said Mrs. Crupp in confidence, "and smoke." "Smoke? You don't mean chimneys?" said my aunt. "No, ma'am," returned Mrs. Crupp. "Cigars and pipes." "Well, that's not catching, Trot, at any rate," remarked my aunt, turning to me. "No, indeed," said I. In short, my aunt, seeing how enraptured I was with the premises, took them for a month, with leave to remain for 12 months when that time was out. Mrs. Crupp was to find linen and a cook. Every other necessary was already provided, and Mrs. Crupp expressly intimated that she should always yearn towards me as a son. I was able to take possession the day after tomorrow, and Mrs. Crupp said, thank heaven, she had now found someone she could care for. On our way back, my aunt informed me how she confidently trusted that the life I was now to lead would make me firm and self-reliant, which was all I wanted. She repeated this several times next day, in the intervals of our arranging for the transmission of my clothes and books from Mr. Wickfield's, relative to which, and to all my late holiday, I wrote a long letter to Agnes, of which my aunt took charge, as she was to leave on the succeeding day. Not to lengthen these particulars, I need only add that she made a handsome provision for all my possible wants during my month of trial, that Steerforth, to my great disappointment, and hers too, did not make his appearance before she went away, that I saw her safely seated in the Dover coach, exulting in the coming discomfiture of the vagrant donkeys, with Janet at her side, and that when the coach was gone, I turned my face to the Adelphi, pondering on the old days when I used to roam about its subterranean arches, and on the happy changes which had brought me to the surface. The end of Chapter 23 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Read by Rick Kistner for Lit2Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 24. My First Dissipation. It was a wonderfully fine thing to have that lofty castle to myself, and to feel, when I shut my outer door, like Robinson Crusoe when he had got into his fortification and pulled his ladder up after him. It was a wonderfully fine thing to walk about town with the key of my house in my pocket, and to know that I could ask any fellow to come home, and make quite sure of its being inconvenient to nobody, if it were not so to me. It was a wonderfully fine thing to let myself in and out, and to come and go without a word to anyone, and to ring Mrs. Crupp up, gasping from the depths of the earth when I wanted her, and when she was disposed to come. All this, I say, was wonderfully fine, but I must say, too, that there were times when it was very dreary. It was fine in the morning, particularly in the fine mornings. It looked a very fresh, free life by daylight, still fresher and more free by sunlight. But as the day declined, the life seemed to go down too. I don't know how it was. It seldom looked well by candlelight. I wanted somebody to talk to. Then I missed Agnes. I found a tremendous blank in the place of that smiling repository of my confidence. Mrs. Crupp appeared to be a long way off, and I thought about my predecessor, who had died of drink and smoke, and I could have wished he had been so good as to live and not bother me with his decease. After 2 days and nights, I felt as if I had not lived there for a year, and yet I was not an hour older, but was quite as much tormented by my own youthfulness as ever. Steerforth not yet appearing, which induced me to apprehend that he must be ill, I left the Commons early on the 3rd day, and walked out to Highgate. Mrs. Steerforth was very glad to see me, and said that he had gone away with one of his Oxford friends to see another who lived near St. Albans, but that she expected him to return tomorrow. I was so fond of him that I felt quite jealous of his Oxford friends. As she pressed me to stay to dinner, I remained, and I believe we talked about nothing but him all day. I told her how much the people liked him at Yarmouth, and what a delightful companion he had been. Miss Dartle was full of hints and mysterious questions, but took a great interest in all our proceedings there, and said, "Was it really so?" and so forth, so often that she got everything out of me she wanted to know. Her appearance was exactly what I have described it when I first saw her, but the society of the two ladies was so agreeable, and became so natural to me, that I felt myself falling a little in love with her. I could not help thinking several times in the course of the evening, and particularly when I walked home at night, what delightful company she would be in Buckingham Street. I was taking my coffee and roll in the morning before going to the Commons, and I may observe in this place that it is surprising how much coffee Mrs. Crupp used, and how weak it was, considering, when Steerforth himself walked in, to my unbounded joy. "My dear Steerforth," cried I began to think I should never see you again." "I was carried off by force of arms," said Steerforth, "the very next morning after I got home. Why, Daisy, what a rare old bachelor you are here." I showed him over the establishment, not omitting the pantry, with no little pride, and he commended it highly. I shall make quite a town-house of this place unless you give me notice to quit." This was a delightful hearing. I told him if he waited for that, he would have to wait until doomsday. "But you shall have some breakfast," said I, with my hand on the bell-rope, "and Mrs. Crupp shall make you some fresh coffee, and I'll toast you some bacon in a bachelor's Dutch oven that I have got here." "Oh, no," said Steerforth. "Don't ring. I can't. I'm going to breakfast with one of these fellows who is at the Piazza Hotel in Covent Garden." "But you'll come back to dinner," said I. "I can't. Upon my life, there's nothing I should like better, but I must remain with these two fellows. We're all three off together tomorrow morning." "Well, then, bring them here to dinner," I returned. "Do you think they would come?" "Oh, they would come fast enough," said Steerforth, "but we should inconvenience you. You had better come and dine with us somewhere." I would not by any means consent to this, for it occurred to me that I really ought to have a little house-warming, and that there never could be a better opportunity. I had a new pride in my rooms after his approval of them, and burned with a desire to develop their utmost resources. I therefore made him promise positively, in the names of his two friends, and we appointed 6 o'clock as the dinner hour. When he was gone, I rang for Mrs. Crupp, and acquainted her with my desperate design. Mrs. Crupp said, in the first place, of course, it was well known she couldn't be expected to wait, but she knew a handy young man who she thought could be prevailed upon to do it, and whose terms would be 5 shillings and what I pleased. I said, certainly, we would have him. Next, Mrs. Crupp said it was clear she couldn't be in 2 places at once, which I felt to be reasonable, and that a young gal stationed in the pantry with a bedroom candle, there never to desist from washing plates, would be indispensable. I said, what would be the expense of this young female? And Mrs. Crupp said she supposed 18 pence would neither make me nor break me. I said I suppose not, and that was settled. Then Mrs. Crupp said, now, about the dinner. It was a remarkable instance of want of forethought on the part of the ironmonger who had made Mrs. Crupp's kitchen fireplace that it was capable of cooking nothing but chops and mashed potatoes. As to a fish kittle, Mrs. Crupp said, well, would I only come and look at the range? She couldn't say fairer than that. Would I come and look at it? As I should not have been much the wiser if I had looked at it, I declined and said, never mind fish. But Mrs. Crupp said, don't say that. Oysters was in, why not them? So that was settled. Mrs. Crupp then said what she would recommend would be this: a pair of hot roast fowls from the pastry-cook's, a dish of stewed beef with vegetables from the pastry-cook's, 2 little corner things as a raised pie and a dish of kidneys from the pastry-cook's, a tart, and, if I liked, a shape of jelly from the pastry-cook's. This, Mrs. Crupp said, would leave her at full liberty to concentrate her mind on the potatoes, and to serve up the cheese and celery as she could wish to see it done. I acted on Mrs. Crupp's opinion, and gave the order at the pastry-cook's myself. Walking along the Strand afterwards, and observing a hard mottled substance in the window of a ham and beef shop, which resembled marble, but was labelled mock turtle, I went in and bought a slab of it, which I have since seen reason to believe would have sufficed for 15 people. This preparation Mrs. Crupp, after some difficulty, consented to warm up, and it shrunk so much in a liquid state that we found it what Steerforth called rather a tight fit for 4. These preparations happily completed, I bought a little dessert in Covent Garden Market, and gave a rather extensive order at a retail wine merchant's in that vicinity. When I came home in the afternoon and saw the bottles drawn up in a square on the pantry floor, they looked so numerous, though there were 2 missing, which made Mrs. Crupp very uncomfortable, that I was absolutely frightened at them. One of Steerforth's friends was named Granger, and the other Markham. They were both very gay and lively fellows. Granger, something older than Steerforth, Markham, youthful-looking, and I should say not more than 20. I observed that the latter always spoke of himself indefinitely as a man, and seldom or never in the first-person singular. "A man might get on very well here, Mr. Copperfield," said Markham, meaning himself. "It's not a bad situation," said I, "and the rooms are really commodious." "I hope you both brought appetites with you," said Steerforth. "Oh, upon my honour," returned Markham. "Town seems to sharpen a man's appetite. A man is hungry all day long. A man is perpetually eating." Being a little embarrassed at first, and feeling much too young to preside, I made Steerforth take the head of the table when dinner was announced, and seated myself opposite to him. Everything was very good. We did not spare the wine, and he exerted himself so brilliantly to make the thing pass off well that there was no pause in our festivity. I was not quite such good company during dinner as I could have wished to be, for my chair was opposite the door, and my attention was distracted by observing that the handy young man went out of the room very often, and that his shadow always presented itself immediately afterwards on the wall of the entry with a bottle at its mouth. The young gal likewise occasioned me some uneasiness, not so much by neglecting to wash the plates as by breaking them. For being of an inquisitive disposition and unable to confine herself, as her positive instructions were, to the pantry, she was constantly peering in at us, and constantly imagining herself detected, in which belief she several times retired upon the plates, with which she had carefully paved the floor, and did a great deal of destruction. These, however, were small drawbacks, and easily forgotten when the cloth was cleared, and the dessert put on the table, at which period of the entertainment the handy young man was discovered to be speechless. Giving him private directions to seek the society of Mrs. Crupp, and remove the young gal to the basement also, I abandoned myself to enjoyment. I began by being singularly cheerful and light-hearted. All sorts of half-forgotten things to talk about came rushing into my mind, and made me hold forth in a most unwonted manner. I laughed heartily at my own jokes, and everybody else's, called Steerforth to order for not passing the wine, made several engagements to go to Oxford, announced that I meant to have a dinner party exactly like that once a week until further notice, and madly took so much snuff out of Granger's box that I was obliged to go into the pantry and have a private fit of sneezing 10 minutes long. I went on by passing the wine faster and faster yet, and continually starting up with a corkscrew to open more wine long before any was needed. I proposed Steerforth's health. I said he was my dearest friend, the protector of my boyhood, and the companion of my prime. I said I was delighted to propose his health. I said I owed him more obligations than I could ever repay, and held him in a higher admiration than I could ever express. I finished by saying, "I'll give you Steerforth. God bless him, hurrah!" We gave him 3 times 3, and another, and a good one to finish with. I broke my glass in going round the table to shake hands with him, and I said, in 2 words, "Steerforth, you're the guiding star of my existence." I went on by finding suddenly that somebody was in the middle of a song. Markham was the singer, and he sang, "Where the heart of man is depressed with care." He said, when he had sung it, he would give us woman. I took objection to that, and I couldn't allow it. I said it was not a respectful way of proposing the toast, and I would never permit that toast to be drunk in my house otherwise than as the ladies. I was very high with him, mainly I think because I saw Steerforth and Granger laughing at me, or at him, or at both of us. He said a man was not to be dictated to. I said a man was. He said a man was not to be insulted. I said he was, right there, never, under my roof, where the lares were sacred and the laws of hospitality paramount. He said it was no derogation from a man's dignity to confess that I was a devilish good fellow. I instantly proposed his health. Somebody was smoking. We were all smoking. I was smoking and trying to suppress a rising tendency to shudder. Steerforth had made a speech about me, in the course of which I had been affected almost to tears. I returned thanks, and hoped the present company would dine with me tomorrow, and the day after, each day at 5 o'clock, that we might enjoy the pleasures of conversation and society through a long evening. I felt called upon to propose an individual. I would give them my aunt, Miss Betsey Trotwood, the best of her sex. Somebody was leaning out of my bedroom window, refreshing his forehead against the cool stone of the parapet, and feeling the air upon his face. Oh, it was myself. I was addressing myself as Copperfield, and saying, "Why did you try to smoke? You might have known you couldn't do it." Now somebody was unsteadily contemplating his features in the looking-glass. That was I, too. I was very pale in the looking-glass. My eyes had a vacant appearance, and my hair, only my hair, nothing else, looked drunk. Somebody said to me, "Let us go to the theatre, Copperfield." There was no bedroom before me, but again the jingling table covered with glasses, the lamp, Granger on my right hand, Markham on my left, and Steerforth opposite, all sitting in a mist, and a long way off. The theatre! Oh, to be sure, the very thing. Come along. But they must excuse me if I saw everybody out first and turned the lamp off, in case of fire. Owing to some confusion in the dark, the door was gone. I was feeling for it in the window curtains when Steerforth, laughing, took me by the arm and led me out. We went downstairs, one behind another. Near the bottom, somebody fell and rolled down. Somebody else said it was Copperfield. I was angry at that false report until, finding myself on my back in the passage, I began to think there might be some foundation for it. A very foggy night with great rings around the lamps in the streets. There was an indistinct talk of its being wet. I considered it frosty. Steerforth dusted me under a lamp-post and put my hat into shape, which somebody produced from somewhere in a most extraordinary manner, for I hadn't had it on before. Steerforth then said, "You're all right, Copperfield, are you not?" And I told him, "Never better." A man sitting in a pigeonhole place looked out of the fog and took money from somebody, inquiring if I was one of the gentlemen paid for, and appearing rather doubtful, as I remember in the glimpse I had of him, whether to take the money from me or not. Shortly afterwards we were very high up in a very hot theatre, looking down into a large pit that seemed to me to smoke. The people with whom it was crammed were so indistinct. There was a great stage, too, looking very clean and smooth after the streets, and there were people upon it, talking about something or other, but not at all intelligibly. There was an abundance of bright lights, and there was music, and there were ladies down in the boxes, and I don't know what more. The whole building looked to me as if it were learning to swim. It conducted itself in such an unaccountable manner when I tried to steady it. On somebody's motion, we resolved to go downstairs to the dress-boxes where the ladies were. A gentleman lounging, full-dressed on a sofa with an opera-glass in his hand, passed before my view, and also my own figure at full length in a glass. Then I was being ushered into one of these boxes, and found myself saying something as I sat down, and people about me crying "Silence!" to somebody, and ladies casting indignant glances at me, and what? Yes, Agnes, sitting on the seat before me in the same box with a lady and gentleman beside her whom I didn't know. I see her face now, better than I did then, I dare say, with its indelible look of regret and wonder turned upon me. "Agnes," I said thickly. "Lord bless me, Agnes." "Hush, pray," she answered. I could not conceive why. "You disturb the company. Look at the stage." I tried on her injunction to fix it, and to hear something of what was going on there, but quite in vain. I looked at her again by and by, and saw her shrink into her corner and put her gloved hand to her forehead. "Agnes," I said, "I'm afraid you're not well." Yes, do not mind me, Trotwood," she returned. "Listen, are you going away soon?" "Am I going away soon?" I repeated. "Yes." I had a stupid intention of replying that I was going to wait to hand her downstairs. I suppose I expressed it somehow, for after she had looked at me attentively for a little while, she appeared to understand, and replied in a low tone, "I know you will do as I ask you, if I tell you I am very earnest in it. Go away now, Trotwood, for my sake, and ask your friends to take you home." She had so far improved me for the time that, though I was angry with her, I felt ashamed, and with a short "grrr," which I intended for "good night," got up and went away. They followed, and I stepped at once out of the box door into my bedroom, where only Steerforth was with me, helping me to undress, and where I was by turns telling him that Agnes was my sister, and adjuring him to bring the corkscrew that I might open another bottle of wine. How somebody lying in my bed lay saying and doing all this over again at cross purposes in a feverish dream all night, the bed a rocking sea that was never still, how, as that somebody slowly settled down into myself, did I begin to parch, and feel as if my outer covering of skin were a hard board, my tongue the bottom of an empty kettle, furred with long service and burning up over a slow fire, the palms of my hands hot plates of metal which no ice could cool. But the agony of my mind, the remorse and shame I felt when I became conscious next day, my horror of having committed 1,000 offences I had forgotten, and which nothing could ever expiate, my recollection of that indelible look which Agnes had given me, the torturing impossibility of communicating with her, not knowing, beast that I was, how she came to be in London or where she stayed, my disgust of the very sight of the room where the revel had been held, my racking head, the smell of smoke, the sight of glasses, the impossibility of going out or even getting up. Oh, what a day it was! Oh, what an evening when I sat down by my fire to a basin of mutton broth, dimpled all over with fat, and thought I was going the way of my predecessor, and should succeed to his dismal story, as well as to his chambers, and had half a mind to rush express to Dover and reveal all. What an evening when Mrs. Krupp, coming in to take away the broth basin, produced one kidney on a cheese plate as the entire remains of yesterday's feast, and I was really inclined to fall upon her Nanking breast and say in heartfelt penitence, "Oh, Mrs. Krupp, never mind the broken meats. I am very miserable," only that I doubted even at that pass if Mrs. Krupp were quite the sort of woman to confide in. The end of Chapter 24 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Read by Rick Kishner for Lit2Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 25. Good and Bad Angels. I was going out at my door on the morning after that deplorable day of headache, sickness, and repentance, with an odd confusion in my mind relative to the date of my dinner party, as if a body of Titans had taken an enormous lever and pushed the day before yesterday some months back, when I saw a ticket porter coming upstairs with a letter in his hand. He was taking his time about his errand then, but when he saw me on the top of the staircase looking at him over the banisters, he swung into a trot and came up panting as if he had run himself into a state of exhaustion. "T. Copperfield, Esquire," said the ticket porter, touching his hat with his little cane. I could scarcely lay claim to the name. I was so disturbed by the conviction that the letter came from Agnes. However, I told him I was T. Copperfield, Esquire, and he believed it and gave me the letter, which he said required an answer. I shut him out on the landing to wait for the answer, and went into my chambers again in such a nervous state that I was fain to lay the letter down on my breakfast table and familiarize myself with the outside of it a little before I could resolve to break the seal. I found when I did open it that it was a very kind note, containing no reference to my condition at the theatre. All it said was, "My dear Trotwood, I am staying at the house of Papa's agent, Mr. Waterbrook, in Ely Place, Holborn. Will you come and see me today at any time you like to appoint? Ever yours affectionately, Agnes." It took me such a long time to write an answer at all to my satisfaction that I don't know what the ticket porter can have thought, unless he thought I was learning to write. I must have written half a dozen answers at least. I began one. "How can I ever hope, my dear Agnes, to efface from your remembrance the disgusting impression—" There, I didn't like it, and then I tore it up. I began another. "Shakespeare has observed, my dear Agnes, how strange it is that a man should put an enemy into his mouth." That reminded me of Markham, and it got no farther. I even tried poetry. I began one note in a 6-syllable line. "Oh, do not remember." But that associated itself with the 5th of November, and became an absurdity. After many attempts, I wrote, "My dear Agnes, your letter is like you, and what could I say of it that would be higher praise than that? I will come at 4 o'clock. Affectionately and sorrowfully, T.C." With this missive, which I was in 20 minds at once about recalling as soon as it was out of my hands, the ticket porter at last departed. If the day were half as tremendous to any other professional gentleman in Doctors' Commons as it was to me, I sincerely believe he made some expiation for his share in that rotten old ecclesiastical cheese. Although I left the office at 3:30 and was prowling about the place of appointment within a few minutes afterwards, the appointed time was exceeded by a full quarter of an hour, according to the clock of St. Andrew's, Holborn, before I could muster up sufficient desperation to pull the private bell-handle let into the left-hand doorpost of Mr. Waterbrook's house. The professional business of Mr. Waterbrook's establishment was done on the ground floor, and the genteel business, of which there was a good deal, in the upper part of the building. I was shown into a pretty but rather close drawing-room, and there sat Agnes, netting a purse. She looked so quiet and good, and reminded me so strongly of my airy, fresh schooldays at Canterbury, and the sodden, smoky, stupid wretch I had been the other night, that, nobody being by, I yielded to my self-reproach and shame, and, in short, made a fool of myself. I cannot deny that I shed tears. To this hour I am undecided whether it was, upon the whole, the wisest thing I could have done, or the most ridiculous. "If it had been any one but you, Agnes," said I, turning away my head, "I should not have minded it half so much. But that it should have been you who saw me, I almost wish I had been dead first." She put her hand, its touch was like no other hand, upon my arm for a moment, and I felt so befriended and comforted that I could not help moving it to my lips and gratefully kissing it. "Sit down," said Agnes cheerfully. "Don't be unhappy, Trotwood. If you cannot confidently trust me, whom will you trust?" "Oh, Agnes," I returned, "you are my good angel." She smiled rather sadly, I thought, and shook her head. "Yes, Agnes, my good angel, always my good angel." "If I were indeed, Trotwood," she returned, "there is one thing that I should set my heart on very much." I looked at her inquiringly, but already with a foreknowledge of her meaning. "On warning you," said Agnes, with a steady glance, "against your bad angel." "My dear Agnes," I began, "if you mean Steerforth—" "I do, Trotwood," she returned. "Then, Agnes, you wrong him very much. He, my bad angel, or anyone's? Ha! He, anything but a guide, a support, and a friend to me. My dear Agnes, now, is it not unjust and unlike you to judge him from what you saw of me the other night?" "I do not judge him from what I saw of you the other night," she quietly replied. "From what, then?" "From many things, trifles in themselves, but they do not seem to me to be so when they are put together. I judge him partly from your account of him, Trotwood, and your character, and the influence he has over you." There was always something in her modest voice that seemed to touch a chord within me, answering to that sound alone. It was always earnest, but when it was very earnest, as it was now, there was a thrill in it that quite subdued me. I sat looking at her as she cast her eyes down on her work. I sat seeming still to listen to her, and Steerforth, in spite of all my attachment to him, darkened in that tone. "It is very bold in me," said Agnes, looking up again, "who have lived in such seclusion, and can know so little of the world, to give you my advice so confidently, or even to have this strong opinion. But I know in what it is engendered, Trotwood, in how true a remembrance of our having grown up together, and in how true an interest in all relating to you. It is that which makes me bold. I am certain that what I say is right. I am quite sure it is. I feel as if it were someone else speaking to you, and not I, when I caution you that you have made a dangerous friend." Again I looked at her. Again I listened to her after she was silent, and again his image, though it was still fixed in my heart, darkened. "I am not so unreasonable as to expect," said Agnes, resuming her usual tone after a little while, "that you will, or that you can at once change any sentiment that has become a conviction to you, least of all a sentiment that is rooted in your trusting disposition. You ought not hastily to do that. I only ask you, Trotwood, if you ever think of me, I mean," with a quiet smile, for I was going to interrupt her, and she knew why, "as often as you think of me, to think of what I have said. Do you forgive me for all this?" "I will forgive you, Agnes," I replied, "when you come to do Steerforth justice, and to like him as well as I do." "Not until then," said Agnes. I saw a passing shadow on her face when I made this mention of him, but she returned my smile, and we were again as unreserved in our mutual confidence as of old. "And when, Agnes," said I, "will you forgive me the other night?" "When I recall it," said Agnes. She would have dismissed the subject so, but I was too full of it to allow that, and insisted on telling her how it happened that I had disgraced myself, and what chain of accidental circumstances had had the theatre for its final link. It was a great relief to me to do this, and to enlarge on the obligation that I owed to Steerforth for his care of me when I was unable to care for myself. "You must not forget," said Agnes, calmly changing the conversation as soon as I had concluded, "that you are always to tell me not only when you fall into trouble, but when you fall in love. Who has succeeded to Miss Larkins, Trotwood?" "No one, Agnes." "Someone, Trotwood, said Agnes, laughing and holding up her finger. "No, Agnes, upon my word. There is a lady, certainly, at Mrs. Steerforth's house, who is very clever and whom I like to talk to, Miss Dartle, but I don't adore her." Agnes laughed again at her own penetration, and told me that if I were faithful to her in my confidence, she thought she should keep a little register of my violent attachments, with the date, duration, and termination of each, like the table of the reigns of the kings and queens in the history of England. Then she asked me if I had seen Uriah. "Uriah Heep?" said I. "No. Is he in London?" "He comes to the office downstairs every day," returned Agnes. "He was in London a week before me. I am afraid on disagreeable business, Trotwood." "On some business that makes you uneasy, Agnes," I said. "I can see that. What can that be?" Agnes laid aside her work and replied, folding her hands upon one another, and looking pensively at me out of those beautiful soft eyes of hers. "I believe he is going to enter into partnership with Papa." "What? Uriah? That mean, fawning fellow worm himself into such promotion?" I cried indignantly. "Have you made no remonstrance against it, Agnes? Consider what a connection it is likely to be. You must speak out. You must not allow your father to take such a mad step. You must prevent it, Agnes, while there's time." Still looking at me, Agnes shook her head while I was speaking with a faint smile at my warmth, and then replied, "You remember our last conversation about Papa? It was not long after that, not more than 2 or 3 days, when he gave me the first intimation of what I tell you. It was sad to see him struggling between his desire to represent it to me as a matter of choice on his part, and his inability to conceal that it was forced upon him. I felt very sorry." "Forced upon him, Agnes? Who forces it upon him?" "Uriah," she replied, after a moment's hesitation, "has made himself indispensable to Papa. He is subtle and watchful. He has mastered Papa's weaknesses, fostered them, and taken advantage of them until, to say all that I mean in a word, Trotwood, until Papa is afraid of him." There was more that she might have said, more that she knew or that she suspected, I clearly saw. I could not give her pain by asking what it was, for I knew that she withheld it from me to spare her father. It had long been going on to this, I was sensible. Yes, I could not but feel on the least reflection that it had been going on to this for a long time. I remained silent. "His ascendancy over Papa," said Agnes, "is very great. He professes humility and gratitude, with truth perhaps, I hope so, but his position is really one of power, and I fear he makes a hard use of his power." I said he was a hound, which at the moment was a great satisfaction to me. "At the time I speak of, as the time when Papa spoke to me," pursued Agnes, "he had told Papa that he was going away, that he was very sorry and unwilling to leave, but that he had better prospects. Papa was very much depressed then, and more bowed down by care than ever you or I have seen him. But he seemed relieved by this expedient of the partnership, though at the same time he seemed hurt by it and ashamed of it." "And how did you receive it, Agnes?" "I did, Trotwood," she replied, "what I hope was right. Feeling sure that it was necessary for Papa's peace that the sacrifice should be made, I entreated him to make it. I said it would lighten the load of his life. I hope it will, and that it would give me increased opportunities of being his companion. Oh, Trotwood," cried Agnes, putting her hands before her face as her tears started on it, "I almost feel as if I had been Papa's enemy instead of his loving child. For I know how he has altered in his devotion to me. I know how he has narrowed the circle of his sympathies and duties in the concentration of his whole mind upon me. I know what a multitude of things he has shut out for my sake, and how his anxious thoughts of me have shadowed his life and weakened his strength and energy by turning them always upon one idea. If I could ever set this right, if I could ever work out his restoration as I have so innocently been the cause of his decline." I had never before seen Agnes cry. I had seen tears in her eyes when I had brought new honours home from school, and I had seen them there when we last spoke about her father, and I had seen her turn her gentle head aside when we took leave of one another. But I had never seen her grieve like this. It made me sorry that I could only say in a foolish, helpless manner, "Pray, Agnes, don't, my dear sister." But Agnes was too superior to me in character and purpose, as I know well now, whatever I might know or not know then, to be long in need of my entreaties. The beautiful, calm manner which makes her so different in my remembrance from everybody else came back again, as if a cloud had passed from a serene sky. "We are not likely to remain alone much longer," said Agnes, "and while I have an opportunity, let me earnestly entreat you, Trotwood, to be friendly to Uriah. Don't repel him, don't resent, as I think you have a general disposition to do, what may be uncongenial to you and him. He may not deserve it, for we know no certain ill of him. In any case, think first of Papa and me." Agnes had no time to say more, for the room door opened, and Mrs. Waterbrook, who was a large lady, or who wore a large dress, I don't exactly know which, for I don't know which was dress and which was lady, came sailing in. I had a dim recollection of having seen her at the theatre, as if I had seen her in a pale magic lantern, but she appeared to remember me perfectly, and still to suspect me of being in a state of intoxication. Finding by degrees, however, that I was sober, and, I hope, that I was a modest young gentleman, Mrs. Waterbrook softened towards me considerably, and inquired, firstly, if I went much into the parks, and secondly, if I went much into society. On my replying to both these questions in the negative, it occurred to me that I fell again in her good opinion. But she concealed the fact gracefully, and invited me to dinner next day. I accepted the invitation, and took my leave, making a call on Uriah in the office as I went out, and leaving a card for him in his absence. When I went to dinner next day, and on the street door being opened, plunged into a vapour bath of haunch of mutton, I divined that I was not the only guest, for I immediately identified the ticket porter in disguise, assisting the family servant, and waiting at the foot of the stairs to carry up my name. He looked, to the best of his ability, when he asked me for it confidentially, as if he had never seen me before. But well did I know him, and well did he know me. Conscience made cowards of us both. I found Mr. Waterbrook to be a middle-aged gentleman with a short throat and a good deal of shirt-collar, who only wanted a black nose to be the portrait of a pug-dog. He told me he was happy to have the honour of making my acquaintance, and when I had paid my homage to Mrs. Waterbrook, presented me with much ceremony to a very awful lady in a black velvet dress and a great black velvet hat, whom I remember as looking like a near relation of Hamlet's, say his aunt. Mrs. Henry Spiker was this lady's name, and her husband was there too, so cold a man that his head, instead of being grey, seemed to be sprinkled with hoar-frost. Immense deference was shown to the Henry Spikers, male and female, which Agnes told me was on account of Mr. Henry Spiker being solicitor to something or to somebody, I forget what or which, remotely connected with the Treasury. I found Uriah Heep among the company in a suit of black and in deep humility. He told me, when I shook hands with him, that he was proud to be noticed by me, and that he really felt obliged to me for my condescension. I could have wished he had been less obliged to me, for he hovered about me in his gratitude all the rest of the evening, and whenever I said a word to Agnes was sure, with his shadowless eyes and cadaverous face, to be looking gauntly down upon us from behind. There were other guests, all iced for the occasion as it struck me, like the wine, but there was one who attracted my attention before he came in, on account of my hearing him announced as Mr. Traddles. My mind flew back to Salem House, and could it be Tommy, I thought, who used to draw the skeletons? I looked for Mr. Traddles with unusual interest. He was a sober, steady-looking young man of retiring manners, with a comic head of hair and eyes that were rather wide open, and he got into an obscure corner so soon that I had some difficulty in making him out. At length I had a good view of him, and either my vision deceived me, or it was the old unfortunate Tommy. I made my way to Mr. Waterbrook and said that I believed I had the pleasure of seeing an old schoolfellow there. "Indeed," said Mr. Waterbrook, surprised. "You are too young to have been at school with Mr. Henry Spiker." "Oh, I don't mean him," I returned. "I mean the gentleman named Traddles." "Oh, aye, indeed," said my host, with much diminished interest. Possibly." "If it's really the same person," said I, glancing towards him, "it was at a place called Salem House, where we were together, and he was an excellent fellow." "Oh, yes. Traddles is a good fellow," returned my host, nodding his head with an air of toleration. "Traddles is quite a good fellow." "It's a curious coincidence," said I. "It is, really," returned my host. "Quite a coincidence that Traddles should be here at all, as Traddles was only invited this morning when the place at table intended to be occupied by Mrs. Henry Spiker's brother became vacant in consequence of his indisposition. A very gentlemanly man, Mrs. Henry Spiker's brother, Mr. Copperfield." I murmured an assent, which was full of feeling, considering that I knew nothing at all about him, and I inquired what Mr. Traddles was by profession. "Traddles," returned Mr. Waterbrook, "is a young man reading for the bar. Yes, he is quite a good fellow, nobody's enemy but his own." "Is he his own enemy?" said I, sorry to hear this. "Well," returned Mr. Waterbrook, pursing up his mouth and playing with his watch-chain in a comfortable, prosperous sort of way, "I should say he was one of those men who stand in their own light. Yes, I should say he would never, for example, be worth £500. Traddles was recommended to me by a professional friend. Oh, yes. He has a kind of talent for drawing briefs and stating a case in writing plainly. I am able to throw something in Traddles' way in the course of the year. Something for him, considerable. Oh, yes. I was much impressed by the extremely comfortable and satisfied manner in which Mr. Waterbrook delivered himself of this little word, yes, every now and then. There was wonderful expression in it. It completely conveyed the idea of a man who had been born, not to say with a silver spoon, but with a scaling ladder, and had gone on mounting all the heights of life one after another, until now he looked from the top of the fortifications with the eye of a philosopher and a patron on the people down in the trenches. My reflections on this theme were still in progress when dinner was announced. Mr. Waterbrook went down with Hamlet's aunt. Mr. Henry Spiker took Mrs. Waterbrook. Agnes, whom I should have liked to take myself, was given to a simpering fellow with weak legs. Uriah, Traddles, and I, as the junior part of the company, went down last, how we could. I was not so vexed at losing Agnes as I might have been, since it gave me an opportunity of making myself known to Traddles on the stairs, who greeted me with great fervour, while Uriah writhed with such obtrusive satisfaction and self-abasement that I could gladly have pitched him over the banisters. Traddles and I were separated at table, being billeted in two remote corners, he in the glare of a red velvet lady, I in the gloom of Hamlet's aunt. The dinner was very long, and the conversation was about the aristocracy and blood. Mrs. Waterbrook repeatedly told us that if she had a weakness, it was blood. It occurred to me several times that we should have got on better if we had not been quite so genteel. We were so exceedingly genteel that our scope was very limited. A Mr. and Mrs. Goldpidge were of the party, who had something to do at second hand, at least Mr. Goldpidge had, with the law business of the bank, and what with the bank and what with the Treasury we were as exclusive as the court circular. To mend the matter, Hamlet's aunt had the family failing of indulging in soliloquy, and held forth in a desultory manner by herself on every topic that was introduced. These were few enough, to be sure, but as we always fell back upon blood, she had as wide a field for abstract speculation as her nephew himself. We might have been a party of ogres. The conversation assumed such a sanguine complexion. "I confess I am of Mrs. Waterbrook's opinion," said Mr. Waterbrook, with his wine-glass at his eye. "Other things are all very well in their way, but give me blood." "Oh, there is nothing," observed Hamlet's aunt, "so satisfactory to one. There is nothing that is so much one's beau ideal of all that sort of thing, speaking generally. There are some low minds, not many, I am happy to believe, but there are some that would prefer to do what I should call bow down before idols, positively idols, before service, intellect, and so on. But these are intangible points. Blood is not so. We see blood in a nose, and we know it. We meet with it in a chin, and we say, 'There it is, that's blood.' It is an actual matter of fact. We point it out. It admits of no doubt." The simpering fellow with the weak legs, who had taken Agnes down, stated the question more decisively yet, I thought. "Deuce take it," said this gentleman, looking round the board with an imbecile smile. "We can't forego blood, We must have blood, Some young fellows, may be a little behind their station, perhaps, in point of education and behaviour, and may go a little wrong, and get themselves and other people into a variety of fixes and all that. But deuce take it, it's delightful to reflect that they've got blood in him. Myself, I'd rather at any time be knocked down by a man who had got blood in him than I'd be picked up by a man who hadn't. This sentiment, as compressing the general question into a nutshell, gave the utmost satisfaction, and brought the gentlemen into great notice until the ladies retired. After that I observed that Mr. Goldpidge and Mr. Henry Spiker, who had hitherto been very distant, entered into a defensive alliance against us, the common enemy, and exchanged a mysterious dialogue across the table for our defeat and overthrow. "That affair of the first bond for £4,500 has not taken the course that was expected, Spiker," said Mr. Goldpidge. "Oh, do you mean the D of A's?" said Mr. Spiker. "The C of B's," said Mr. Goldpidge. Mr. Spiker raised his eyebrows and looked much concerned. "When the question was referred to, Lord, I needn't name him," said Mr. Goldpidge, checking himself. "Oh, I understand," said Mr. Spiker. "N." Mr. Goldpidge darkly nodded. Was referred to him. His answer was, "Money on no release." "Lord bless my soul," cried Mr. Spiker. "Money on no release," repeated Mr. Goldpidge firmly. "The next in reversion. You understand me?" "K," said Mr. Spiker, with an ominous look. K then positively refused to sign. He was attended at Newmarket for that purpose, and he point-blank refused to do it. Mr. Spiker was so interested that he became quite stony. "So the matter rests at this hour," said Mr. Goldpidge, throwing himself back in his chair. "Our friend Waterbrook will excuse if I forbear to explain myself generally on account of the magnitude of the interests involved." Mr. Waterbrook was only too happy, as it appeared to me, to have such interests and such names even hinted at across his table. He assumed an expression of gloomy intelligence, though I am persuaded he knew no more about the discussion than I did, and highly approved of the discretion that had been observed. Mr. Spiker, after the receipt of such a confidence, naturally desired to favour his friend with a confidence of his own. Therefore the foregoing dialogue was succeeded by another, in which it was Mr. Goldpidge's turn to be surprised, and that by another, in which the surprise came round to Mr. Spiker's turn again, and so on, turn and turn about. All this time we, the outsiders, remained oppressed by the tremendous interests involved in the conversation, and our host regarded us with pride as the victims of a salutary awe and astonishment. I was very glad indeed to get upstairs to Agnes, and to talk with her in a corner, and to introduce Traddles to her, who was shy but agreeable, and the same good-natured creature still. As he was obliged to leave early on account of going away next morning for a month, I had not nearly so much conversation with him as I could have wished, but we exchanged addresses and promised ourselves the pleasure of another meeting when he should come back to town. He was greatly interested to hear that I knew Steerforth, and spoke of him with such warmth that I made him tell Agnes what he thought of him. But Agnes only looked at me the while, and very slightly shook her head when only I observed her. As she was not among people with whom I believed she could be very much at home, I was almost glad to hear that she was going away within a few days, though I was sorry at the prospect of parting from her again so soon. This caused me to remain until all the company were gone. Conversing with her and hearing her sing was such a delightful reminder to me of my happy life in the grave old house she had made so beautiful, that I could have remained there half the night, but having no excuse for staying any longer, when the lights of Mr. Waterbrook's society were all snuffed out, I took my leave very much against my inclination. I felt then more than ever that she was my better angel, and if I thought of her sweet face and placid smile as though they had shone on me from some removed being like an angel, I hope I thought no harm. I have said that the company were all gone, but I ought to have excepted Uriah, whom I don't include in that denomination, and who had never ceased to hover near us. He was close behind me when I went downstairs. He was close beside me when I walked away from the house, slowly fitting his long skeleton fingers into the still longer fingers of a great Guy Fawkes pair of gloves. It was in no disposition for Uriah's company, but in remembrance of the entreaty Agnes had made to me, that I asked him if he would come home to my rooms and have some coffee. "Oh, really, Mr. Copperfield?" he rejoined. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Copperfield, but the other comes so natural I don't like that you should put a constraint upon yourself to ask a humble person like me to your house." "There is no constraint in the case," said I. "Will you come?" "Oh, I should like to very much," replied Uriah with a writhe. "Well, then, come along," said I. I could not help being rather short with him, but he appeared not to mind it. We went the nearest way without conversing much upon the road, and he was so humble in respect of those scarecrow gloves that he was still putting them on, and seemed to have made no advance in that labour when we got to my place. I led him up the dark stairs to prevent his knocking his head against anything, and really his damp, cold hand felt so like a frog in mine that I was tempted to drop it and run away. Agnes and hospitality prevailed, however, and I conducted him to my fireside. When I lighted my candles, he fell into meek transports with the room that was revealed to him, and when I heated the coffee in an unassuming block-tin vessel in which Mrs. Crupp delighted to prepare it, chiefly, I believe, because it was not intended for the purpose, being a shaving-pot, and because there was a patent invention of great price mouldering away in the pantry, he professed so much emotion that I could joyfully have scalded him. "Oh, really, Master Copperfield, I mean, Mr. Copperfield," said Uriah, "to see you waiting upon me is what I never could have expected. But one way and another, so many things happen to me which I never could have expected, I am sure, in my humble station, that it seems to rain blessings on my head. You have heard something, I dare say, of a change in my expectations, Master Copperfield, I should say, Mr. Copperfield." As he sat on my sofa with his long knees drawn up under his coffee-cup, his hat and gloves upon the ground close to him, his spoon going softly round and round, his shadowless red eyes, which looked as if they had scorched the lashes off, turned towards me without looking at me, the disagreeable dints I have formerly described in his nostrils coming and going with his breath, and a snaky undulation pervading his frame from his chin to his boots, I decided in my own mind that I disliked him intensely. It made me very uncomfortable to have him for a guest, for I was young then, and unused to disguise what I so strongly felt. "You have heard something, I dare say, of a change in my expectations, Master Copperfield. I should say, Mr. Copperfield," observed Uriah. "Yes," said I, "something. I thought Miss Agnes would know of it," he quietly returned. "I'm glad to find Miss Agnes knows of it. Oh, thank you, Mr. Copperfield." I could have thrown my bootjack at him. It lay ready on the rug, for having entrapped me into the disclosure of anything concerning Agnes, however immaterial, but I only drank my coffee. "What a prophet you have shown yourself, Mr. Copperfield," pursued Uriah. "Dear me, what a prophet you have proved yourself to be. Don't you remember saying to me once that perhaps I should be a partner in Mr. Wickfield's business, and perhaps it might be Wickfield and Heap? You may not recollect it, but when a person is humble, Mr. Copperfield, a person treasures such things up." "I recollect talking about it," said I, "though I certainly did not think it very likely then." "Oh, who would have thought it likely, Mr. Copperfield?" returned Uriah enthusiastically. "I am sure I didn't myself. I recollect saying with my own lips that I was much too humble, so I considered myself really and truly." He sat with that carved grin on his face, looking at the fire as I looked at him. "But the humblest persons, Master Copperfield," he presently resumed, "may be the instruments of good. I am glad to think I have been the instrument of good to Mr. Wickfield, and that I may be more so. Oh, what a worthy man he is, Mr. Copperfield, but how imprudent he has been." "I am sorry to hear it," said I. I could not help adding rather pointedly, "on all accounts." "Decidedly so, Mr. Copperfield," replied Uriah. "On all accounts. Miss Agnes is above all. You don't remember your own eloquent expressions, Master Copperfield, but I remember how you said one day that everybody must admire her, and how I thanked you for it. You have forgot that, I have no doubt, Master Copperfield." "No," said I dryly. "Oh, how glad I am you have not," exclaimed Uriah. "To think that you should be the first to kindle the sparks of ambition in my humble breast, and you've not forgot it. Oh, would you excuse me for asking for a cup more coffee?" Something in the emphasis he laid upon the kindling of those sparks, and something in the glance he directed at me as he said it, had made me start as if I had seen him illuminated by a blaze of light. Recalled by his request, preferred in quite another tone of voice, I did the honours of the shaving-pot, but I did them with an unsteadiness of hand, a sudden sense of being no match for him, and a perplexed, suspicious anxiety as to what he might be going to say next, which I felt could not escape his observation. He said nothing at all. He stirred his coffee round and round. He sipped it. He felt his chin softly with his grisly hand. He looked at the fire. He looked about the room. He gasped rather than smiled at me. He writhed and undulated about in his deferential civility. He stirred and sipped again, but he left the renewal of the conversation to me. "So, Mr. Wickfield," said I at last, "who is worth 500 of you or me for my life, I think." I could not have helped dividing that part of the sentence with an awkward jerk. has been imprudent, has he, Mr. Heap?" "Oh, very imprudent indeed, Master Copperfield," returned Uriah, sighing modestly. "Oh, very much so. But I wish you'd call me Uriah, if you please. It's like old times." "Well, Uriah," said I, holding it out with some difficulty. "Thank you," he returned with fervour. "Thank you, Master Copperfield. It's like the blowing of old breezes, or the ringing of old bells to hear you say Uriah. Oh, I beg your pardon. Was I making any observation?" "About Mr. Wickfield," I suggested. "Oh, yes, truly," said Uriah. "Oh, great imprudence, Master Copperfield. It's a topic that I wouldn't touch upon to any soul but you. Even to you I can only touch upon it and no more. If anyone else had been in my place during the last few years, by this time he would have had Mr. Wickfield. Oh, what a worthy man he is, Master Copperfield, too, under his thumb. Under his thumb," said Uriah very slowly, as he stretched out his cruel-looking hand upon my table, and pressed his own thumb upon it until it shook and shook the room. If I had been obliged to look at him, with him splayfoot on Mr. Wickfield's head, I think I could scarcely have hated him more. "Oh dear, yes, Master Copperfield," he proceeded in a soft voice, most remarkably contrasting with the action of his thumb, which did not diminish its hard pressure in the least degree. "There's no doubt of it. There would have been loss, disgrace, I don't know what, at all. Mr. Wickfield knows it. I am the humble instrument of humbly serving him, and he puts me on an eminence I hardly could have hoped to reach. How thankful should I be!" With his face turned towards me as he finished, but without looking at me, he took his crooked thumb off the spot where he had planted it, and slowly and thoughtfully scraped his lank jaw with it, as if he were shaving himself. I recollect well how indignantly my heart beat as I saw his crafty face with the appropriately red light of the fire upon it, preparing for something else. "Master Copperfield," he began, "but am I keeping you up?" "You're not keeping me up. I generally go to bed late." "Thank you, Master Copperfield. I have risen from my humble station since first you used to address me, it is true, but I am humble still. I hope I shall never be otherwise than humble. You will not think the worse of humbleness if I make a little confidence to you, Master Copperfield, will you?" "Oh, no," said I with an effort. "Thank you." He took out his pocket handkerchief and began wiping the palms of his hands. "Miss Agnes, Master Copperfield." "Well, Uriah?" "Oh, how pleasant to be called Uriah spontaneously," he cried, and gave himself a jerk like a convulsive fish. "You thought her looking very beautiful tonight, Master Copperfield?" "I thought her looking as she always does, superior in all respects to everyone around her," I returned. "Oh, thank you. It's so true," he cried. "Oh, thank you very much for that." "Not at all," I said loftily. "There is no reason why you should thank me." "Or that, Master Copperfield," said Uriah, "is in fact the confidence that I am going to take the liberty of reposing. Humble as I am," he wiped his hands harder, and looked at them, and at the fire by turns, "humble as my mother is, and lowly as our poor but honest roof has ever been, the image of Miss Agnes, I don't mind trusting you with my secret, Master Copperfield, for I have always overflowed towards you since the first moment I had the pleasure of beholding you in a pony-shay, has been in my breast for years. Oh, Master Copperfield, with what a pure affection do I love the ground my Agnes walks on." I believe I had a delirious idea of seizing the red-hot poker out of the fire and running him through with it. It went from me with a shock like a ball fired from a rifle. But the image of Agnes, outraged by so much as a thought of this red-headed animal's, remained in my mind when I looked at him, sitting all awry as if his mean soul gripped his body and made me giddy. He seemed to swell and grow before my eyes. The room seemed full of the echoes of his voice, and the strange feeling, to which perhaps no one is quite a stranger, that all this had occurred before at some indefinite time, and that I knew what he was going to say next, took possession of me. A timely observation of the sense of power that there was in his face did more to bring back to my remembrance the entreaty of Agnes in its full force than any effort I could have made. I asked him with a better appearance of composure than I could have thought possible a minute before, whether he had made his feelings known to Agnes. "Oh, no, Master Copperfield," he returned. "Oh, dear no, not to anyone but you. You see, I am only just emerging from my lowly station. I rest a good deal of hope on her, observing how useful I am to her father, for I trust to be very useful to him indeed, Master Copperfield, and how I smooth the way for him and keep him straight. She's so much attached to her father, Master Copperfield. Oh, what a lovely thing it is in a daughter, that I think she may come on his account to be kind to me." I fathomed the depth of the rascal's whole scheme, and understood why he laid it bare. "If you'll have the goodness to keep my secret, Master Copperfield," he pursued, "and not in general to go against me, I shall take it as a particular favour. You wouldn't wish what a friendly heart you've got, but having only known me on my humble footing, on my humblest, I should say, for I am very humble still, you might unbeknown go against me rather with my Agnes. I call her mine, you see, Master Copperfield. There's a song that says, 'I'd crowns resigned to call her mine.' I hope to do it one of these days." Dear Agnes, so much too loving and too good for anyone that I could think of, was it possible that she was reserved to be the wife of such a wretch as this? "Oh, there's no hurry at present, you know, Master Copperfield," Uriah proceeded in a slimy way, as I sat gazing at him with this thought in my mind. "My Agnes is very young still, and Mother and me will have to work our way upwards, and make a good many new arrangements before it would be quite convenient. So I shall have time gradually to make her familiar with my hopes as opportunities offer. Oh, I'm so much obliged to you for this confidence. Oh, it's such a relief you can't think to know that you understand our situation, and are certain, as you wouldn't wish to make unpleasantness in the family, not to go against me." He took the hand which I dared not withhold, and, having given it a damp squeeze, referred to his pale-faced watch. "Dear me," he said, "it's past 1. The moments slip away so in the confidence of old times, Master Copperfield, that it's almost half-past 1. I answered that I had thought it was later. Not that I had really thought so, but because my conversational powers were effectually scattered. "Dear me," he said, considering, "the house that I am stopping at, a sort of private hotel and boarding-house, Master Copperfield, near the New River, Ed will have gone to bed these 2 hours." "I am sorry," I returned, "that there is only one bed here, and that I—" Oh, don't think of mentioning beds, Master Copperfield," he rejoined ecstatically, drawing up one leg. "But would you have any objections to my lying down before the fire?" "If it comes to that," I said, "pray take my bed, and I'll lie down before the fire." His repudiation of this offer was almost shrill enough, in the excess of its surprise and humility, to have penetrated to the ears of Mrs. Crupp, then sleeping, I suppose, in a distant chamber situated at about the level of low-water mark, soothed in her slumbers by the ticking of an incorrigible clock, to which she always referred me when we had any little difference on the score of punctuality, and which was never less than 3/4 of an hour too slow, and had always been put right in the morning by the best authorities. As no arguments I could urge in my bewildered condition had the least effect upon his modesty in inducing him to accept my bedroom, I was obliged to make the best arrangements I could for his repose before the fire. The mattress of the sofa, which was a great deal too short for his lank figure, the sofa pillows, a blanket, the table cover, a clean breakfast-cloth, and a greatcoat, made him a bed and covering, for which he was more than thankful. Having lent him a nightcap, which he put on at once, and in which he made such an awful figure that I have never worn one since, I left him to his rest. I never shall forget that night. I never shall forget how I turned and tumbled, how I wearied myself with thinking about Agnes and this creature, how I considered what could I do and what ought I to do, how I could come to no other conclusion than that the best course for her peace was to do nothing, and to keep to myself what I had heard. If I went to sleep for a few moments, the image of Agnes with her tender eyes, and of her father looking fondly on her, as I had so often seen him look, arose before me with appealing faces, and filled me with vague terrors. When I awoke, the recollection that Uriah was lying in the next room sat heavy on me like a waking nightmare, and oppressed me with a leaden dread, as if I had had some meaner quality of devil for a lodger. The poker got into my dozing thoughts besides, and wouldn't come out. I thought, between sleeping and waking, that it was still red-hot, and I had snatched it out of the fire and run him through the body. I was so haunted at last by the idea, though I knew there was nothing in it, that I stole into the next room to look at him. There I saw him lying on his back, with his legs extending to I don't know where, gurglings taking place in his throat, stoppages in his nose, and his mouth open like a post-office. He was so much worse in reality than in my distempered fancy that afterwards I was attracted to him in very repulsion, and could not help wandering in and out every half-hour or so, and taking another look at him. Still the long, long night seemed heavy and hopeless as ever, and no promise of day was in the murky sky. When I saw him going downstairs early in the morning, for thank heavens he would not stay to breakfast, it appeared to me as if the night was going away in his person. When I went out to the commons, I charged Mrs. Crupp with particular directions to leave the windows open, that my sitting-room might be aired and purged of his presence. The end of Chapter 25 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Read by Rick Kishner for Lit to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 26. I Fall into Captivity. I saw no more of Uriah Heep until the day when Agnes left town. I was at the coach office to take leave of her and see her go, and there was he returning to Canterbury by the same conveyance. It was some small satisfaction to me to observe his spare, short-waisted, high-shouldered, mulberry-coloured greatcoat perched up, in company with an umbrella like a small tent, on the edge of the back seat on the roof, while Agnes was, of course, inside, but what I underwent in my efforts to be friendly with him while Agnes looked on perhaps deserved that little recompense. At the coach window he hovered about us without a moment's intermission, like a great vulture, gorging himself on every syllable that I said to Agnes or Agnes said to me. In the state of trouble into which his disclosure by my fire had thrown me, I had thought very much of the words Agnes had used in reference to the partnership. I did what I hope was right. Feeling sure that it was necessary for Papa's peace that the sacrifice should be made, I entreated him to make it. A miserable foreboding that she would yield to and sustain herself by the same feeling in reference to any sacrifice for his sake had oppressed me ever since. I knew how she loved him. I knew what the devotion of her nature was. I knew from her own lips that she regarded herself as the innocent cause of his errors and as owing him a great debt she ardently desired to pay. I had no consolation in seeing how different she was from this detestable Rufus with the mulberry-coloured greatcoat, for I felt that in the very difference between them, in the self-denial of her pure soul and the sordid baseness of his, the greatest danger lay. All this doubtless he knew thoroughly, and had in his cunning considered well. Yet I was so certain that the prospect of such a sacrifice afar off must destroy the happiness of Agnes, and I was so sure from her manner of its being unseen by her then, and having cast no shadow on her yet, that I could as soon have injured her as given her any warning of what impended. Thus it was that we parted without explanation, she waving her hand and smiling farewell from the coach window, her evil genius writhing on the roof, as if he had her in his clutches and triumphed. I could not get over this farewell glimpse of them for a long time. When Agnes wrote to tell me of her safe arrival, I was as miserable as when I saw her going away. Whenever I fell into a thoughtful state, this subject was sure to present itself, and all my uneasiness was sure to be redoubled. Hardly a night passed without my dreaming of it. It became a part of my life, and as inseparable from my life as my own head. I had ample leisure to refine upon my uneasiness, for Steerforth was at Oxford, as he wrote to me, and when I was not at the Commons I was very much alone. I believe I had at this time some lurking distrust of Steerforth. I wrote to him most affectionately in reply to his, but I think I was glad, upon the whole, that he could not come to London just then. I suspect the truth to be that the influence of Agnes was upon me, undisturbed by the sight of him, and that it was the more powerful with me because she had so large a share in my thoughts and interest. In the meantime, days and weeks slipped away. I was articled to Spenlow and Jorkins. I had £90 a year, exclusive of my house rent and sundry collateral matters, from my aunt. My rooms were engaged for 12 months certain, and though I still found them dreary of an evening, and the evenings long, I could settle down into a state of equable low spirits and resign myself to coffee, which I seem on looking back to have taken by the gallon at about this period of my existence. At about this time, too, I made 3 discoveries. First, that Mrs. Crupp was a martyr to a curious disorder called the spasms, which was generally accompanied with inflammation of the nose, and required to be constantly treated with peppermint. Secondly, that something peculiar in the temperature of my pantry made the brandy bottles burst. Thirdly, that I was alone in the world, and much given to record that circumstance in fragments of English versification. On the day when I was articled, no festivity took place beyond my having sandwiches and sherry into the office for the clerks, and going alone to the theatre at night. I went to see The Stranger as a Dr. Commons sort of play, and was so dreadfully cut up that I hardly knew myself in my own glass when I got home. Mr. Spenlow remarked on this occasion when we concluded our business that he should have been happy to have seen me at his house at Norwood to celebrate our being connected, but for his domestic arrangements being in some disorder on account of the expected return of his daughter from finishing her education at Paris. But he intimated that when she came home he should hope to have the pleasure of entertaining me. I knew that he was a widower with one daughter, and expressed my acknowledgments. Mr. Spenlow was as good as his word. In a week or two he referred to this engagement, and said that if I would do him the favour to come down next Saturday and stay till Monday, he would be extremely happy. Of course I said I would do him the favour, and he was to drive me down in his phaeton and to bring me back. When the day arrived, my very carpet-bag was an object of veneration to the stipendiary clerks, to whom the house at Norwood was a sacred mystery. One of them informed me that he had heard that Mr. Spenlow ate entirely off plate and china, and another hinted at champagne being constantly on draught, after the usual custom of table beer. The old clerk with the wig, whose name was Mr. Tiffy, had been down on business several times in the course of his career, and had on each occasion penetrated to the breakfast-parlour. He described it as an apartment of the most sumptuous nature, and said that he had drunk brown East India sherry there, of a quality so precious as to make a man wink. We had an adjourned cause in the consistory that day about excommunicating a baker who had been objecting in a vestry to a paving rate, and as the evidence was just twice the length of Robinson Crusoe, according to a calculation I made, it was rather late in the day before we finished. However, we got him excommunicated for 6 weeks, and sentenced in no end of costs, and then the baker's proctor, and the judge, and the advocates on both sides, who were all nearly related, went out of town together, and Mr. Spenlow and I drove away in the phaeton. The phaeton was a very handsome affair. The horses arched their necks and lifted up their legs as if they knew they belonged to Doctors' Commons. There was a good deal of competition in the Commons on all points of display, and it turned out some very choice equipages then, though I always have considered, and always shall consider, that in my time the great article of competition there was starch, which I think was worn among the proctors to as great an extent as it is in the nature of a man to bear. We were very pleasant going down, and Mr. Spenlow gave me some hints in reference to my profession. He said it was the genteelest profession in the world, and must on no account be confounded with the profession of a solicitor, being quite another sort of thing, infinitely more exclusive, less mechanical, and more profitable. We took things much more easily in the Commons than they could be taken anywhere else, he observed, and that set us as a privileged class apart. He said it was impossible to conceal the disagreeable fact that we were chiefly employed by solicitors, but he gave me to understand that they were an inferior race of men, universally looked down upon by all proctors of any pretensions. I asked Mr. Spenlow what he considered the best sort of professional business. He replied that a good case of a disputed will, where there was a neat little estate of 30 or 40,000 pounds, was perhaps the best of all. In such a case, he said, not only were there very pretty pickings in the way of arguments at every stage of the proceedings, and mountains upon mountains of evidence on interrogatory and counter-interrogatory, to say nothing of an appeal lying first to the delegates and then to the lords, but the costs being pretty sure to come out of the estate at last, both sides went at it in a lively and spirited manner, and expense was no consideration. Then he launched into a general eulogium on the Commons. What was said to be particularly admired in the Commons was its compactness. It was the most conveniently organized place in the world. It was the complete idea of snugness. It lay in a nutshell. For example, you brought a divorce case or a restitution case into the consistory. Very good. You tried it in the consistory. You made a quiet little round game of it among a family group, and you played it out at leisure. Suppose you were not satisfied with the consistory. What did you do then? Why, you went into the Arches. What was the Arches? The same court, in the same room, with the same bar and the same practitioners, but another judge, for there the consistory judge could plead any court day as an advocate. Well, you played your round game out again. Still you were not satisfied. Very good. What did you do then? Why, you went to the delegates. Who were the delegates? Why, the ecclesiastical delegates were the advocates without any business, who had looked on at the round game when it was playing in both courts, and had seen the cards shuffled and cut and played, and had talked to all the players about it, and now came fresh as judges to settle the matter to the satisfaction of everybody. Discontented people might talk of corruption in the Commons, closeness in the Commons, and the necessity of reforming the Commons, said Mr. Spenlow solemnly, in conclusion, but when the price of wheat per bushel had been highest, the Commons had been busiest, and a man might lay his hand upon his heart and say this to the whole world, touch the Commons, and down comes the country. I listened to all this with attention, and though I must say I had my doubts whether the country was quite as much obliged to the Commons as Mr. Spenlow made out, I respectfully deferred to his opinion. That about the price of wheat per bushel I modestly felt was too much for my strength and quite settled the question. I have never to this hour got the better of that bushel of wheat. It has reappeared to annihilate me all through my life in connection with all kinds of subjects. I don't know now exactly what it has to do with me, or what right it has to crush me on an infinite variety of occasions, but whenever I see my old friend, the bushel brought in by the head and shoulders, as he always is, I observe, I give up a subject for loss. This is a digression. I was not the man to touch the Commons and bring down the country. I submissively expressed by my silence my acquiescence in all I had heard from my superior in years and knowledge, and we talked about the stranger, and the drama, and the pairs of horses, until we came to Mr. Spenlow's gate. There was a lovely garden to Mr. Spenlow's house, and though that was not the best time of the year for seeing a garden, it was so beautifully kept that I was quite enchanted. There was a charming lawn, there were clusters of trees, and there were perspective walks that I could just distinguish in the dark, arched over with trellis work, on which shrubs and flowers grew in the growing season. Here Miss Spenlow walks by herself, I thought. Dear me. We went into the house, which was cheerfully lighted up, and into a hall where there were all sorts of hats, caps, greatcoats, plaids, gloves, whips, and walking-sticks. "Where is Miss Dora?" said Mr. Spenlow to the servant. Dora, I thought. What a beautiful name. We turned into a room near at hand. I think it was the identical breakfast-room made memorable by the brown East Indian sherry, and I heard a voice say, "Mr. Copperfield, my daughter Dora, and my daughter Dora's confidential friend." It was no doubt Mr. Spenlow's voice, but I didn't know it, and I didn't care whose it was. All was over in a moment. I had fulfilled my destiny. I was a captive and a slave. I loved Dora Spenlow to distraction. She was more than human to me. She was a fairy, a sylph. I don't know what she was, anything that no one ever saw and everything that everybody ever wanted. I was swallowed up in an abyss of love in an instant. There was no pausing on the brink, no looking down or looking back. I was gone, headlong, before I had sense to say a word to her. "I," observed a well-remembered voice when I had bowed and murmured something, "have seen Mr. Copperfield before." The speaker was not Dora. No, the confidential friend, Miss Murdstone. I don't think I was much astonished. To the best of my judgment, no capacity of astonishment was left in me. There was nothing worth mentioning in the material world but Dora Spenlow to be astonished about. I said, "How do you do, Miss Murdstone? I hope you are well." She answered, "Very well." I said, "How is Mr. Murdstone?" She replied, "My brother is robust. I am obliged to you." Mr. Spenlow, who I suppose had been surprised to see us recognize each other, then put in his word. "I am glad to find," he said, "Copperfield, that you and Miss Murdstone are already acquainted." "Mr. Copperfield and myself," said Miss Murdstone with severe composure, "are connections. We were once slightly acquainted. It was in his childish days. Circumstances have separated us since. I should not have known him." I replied that I should have known her anywhere, which was true enough. "Miss Murdstone has had the goodness," said Mr. Spenlow to me, "to accept the office, if I may so describe it, of my daughter Dora's confidential friend. My daughter Dora having unhappily no mother, Miss Murdstone is obliging enough to become her companion and protector." A passing thought occurred to me that Miss Murdstone, like the pocket instrument called a life-preserver, was not so much designed for purposes of protection as of assault. But as I had none but passing thoughts for any subject save Dora, I glanced at her directly afterwards, and was thinking that I saw, in her prettily pettish manner, that she was not very much inclined to be particularly confidential to her companion and protector, when a bell rang, which Mr. Spenlow said was the first dinner bell, and so carried me off to dress. The idea of dressing oneself, or doing anything in the way of action in that state of love, was a little too ridiculous. I could only sit down before my fire, biting the key of my carpet-bag, and thinking of the captivating, girlish, bright-eyed, lovely Dora. What a form she had, what a face she had, what a graceful, variable, enchanting manner. The bell rang again so soon that I made a mere scramble of my dressing, instead of the careful operation I could have wished under the circumstances, and went downstairs. There was some company. Dora was talking to an old gentleman with a grey head. Grey as he was, and a great-grandfather into the bargain, for he said so, I was madly jealous of him. What a state of mind I was in! I was jealous of everybody. I couldn't bear the idea of anybody knowing Mr. Spenlow better than I did. It was torturing to me to hear them talk of occurrences in which I had had no share. When a most amiable person with a highly polished bald head asked me across the dinner-table if that were the first occasion of my seeing the grounds, I could have done anything to him that was savage and revengeful. I don't remember who was there except Dora. I have not the least idea what we had for dinner, besides Dora. My impression is that I dined off Dora entirely and sent away half a dozen plates untouched. I sat next to her. I talked to her. She had the most delightful little voice, the gayest little laugh, the pleasantest and most fascinating little ways that ever led a lost youth into hopeless slavery. She was rather diminutive altogether, so much the more precious, I thought. When she went out of the room with Miss Murdstone, no other ladies were of the party, I fell into a reverie only disturbed by the cruel apprehension that Miss Murdstone would disparage me to her. The amiable creature with the polished head told me a long story which I think was about gardening. I think I heard him say "my gardener" several times. I seemed to pay the deepest attention to him, but I was wandering in a Garden of Eden all the while with Dora. My apprehensions of being disparaged to the object of my engrossing affection were revived when we went into the drawing-room by the grim and distant aspect of Miss Murdstone. But I was relieved of them in an unexpected manner. "David Copperfield," said Miss Murdstone, beckoning me aside to a window. "A word." I confronted Miss Murdstone alone. "David Copperfield," said Miss Murdstone, "I need not enlarge upon family circumstances. They are not a tempting subject." "Far from it, ma'am," I returned. "Far from it," assented Miss Murdstone. "I do not wish to revive the memory of past differences, or of past outrages. I have received outrages from a person, a female, I am sorry to say, for the credit of my sex, who is not to be mentioned without scorn and disgust, and therefore I would rather not mention her." I felt very fiery on my aunt's account, but I said it would certainly be better if Miss Murdstone pleased not to mention her. I could not hear her disrespectfully mentioned, I added, without expressing my opinion in a decided tone. Miss Murdstone shut her eyes and disdainfully inclined her head, then, slowly opening her eyes, resumed. "David Copperfield, I shall not attempt to disguise the fact that I formed an unfavourable opinion of you in your childhood. It may have been a mistaken one, or you may have ceased to justify it. That is not in question between us now. I belong to a family remarkable, I believe, for some firmness, and I am not the creature of circumstance or change. I may have my opinion of you, you may have your opinion of me." I inclined my head in my turn. "But it is not necessary," said Miss Murdstone, "that these opinions should come into collision here. Under existing circumstances, it is as well on all accounts that they should not. As the chances of life have brought us together again, and may bring us together on other occasions, I would say, let us meet here as distant acquaintances. Family circumstances are a sufficient reason for our only meeting on that footing, and it is quite unnecessary that either of us should make the other the subject of remark. Do you approve of this?" "Miss Murdstone," I returned, "I think you and Mr. Murdstone used me very cruelly, and treated my mother with great unkindness. I shall always think so as long as I live. But I quite agree in what you propose." Miss Murdstone shut her eyes again and bent her head. Then, just touching the back of my hand with the tips of her cold, stiff fingers, she walked away, arranging the little fetters on her wrists and around her neck, which seemed to be the same, set in exactly the same state as when I had seen her last. These reminded me, in reference to Miss Murdstone's nature, of the fetters over a jail door, suggesting on the outside to all beholders what was to be expected within. All I know of the rest of the evening is that I heard the Empress of my heart sing enchanted ballads in the French language, generally to the effect that, whatever was the matter, we always ought to dance ta-ra-la, accompanying herself on a glorified instrument resembling a guitar. that I was lost in blissful delirium, that I refused refreshment, that my soul recoiled from punch particularly, that when Miss Murdstone took her into custody and led her away, she smiled and gave me her delicious hand, that I caught a view of myself in a mirror looking perfectly imbecile and idiotic, that I retired to bed in a most maudlin state of mind and got up in a crisis of feeble infatuation. It was a fine morning, and early, and I thought I would go and take a stroll down one of those wire-arched walks and indulge my passion by dwelling on her image. On my way through the hall, I encountered her little dog, who was called Jip, short for Gypsy. I approached him tenderly, for I loved even him, but he showed his whole set of teeth, got under a chair expressly to snarl, and wouldn't hear of the least familiarity. The garden was cool and solitary. I walked about, wondering what my feelings of happiness would be if I could ever become engaged to this dear wonder. As to marriage and fortune and all that, I believe I was almost as innocently undesigning them as when I loved little Emily. To be allowed to call her Dora, to write to her, to dote upon and worship her, to have reason to think that when she was with other people she was yet mindful of me, seemed to me the summit of humble ambition. I am sure it was the summit of mine. There is no doubt whatever that I was a lackadaisical young spoony, but there was a purity of heart in all this that prevents my having quite a contemptuous recollection of it, let me laugh as I may. I had not been walking long when I turned a corner and met her. I tingle again from head to foot as my recollection turns that corner and my pen shakes in my hand. "You are out early, Miss Spenlow," said I. "It's so stupid at home," she replied, "and Miss Murdstone is so absurd. She talks such nonsense about its being necessary for the day to be aired before I come out." "Aired!" She laughed here in the most melodious manner. "On a Sunday morning, when I don't practice, I must do something. So I told Papa last night I must come out. Besides, it's the brightest time of the whole day, don't you think so?" I hazarded a bold flight and said, not without stammering, that it was very bright to me then, though it had been very dark to me a minute before. "Do you mean a compliment?" said Dora, "or that the weather has really changed?" I stammered worse than before in replying that I meant no compliment, but the plain truth, though I was not aware of any change having taken place in the weather. It was in the state of my own feelings, I added bashfully, to clench the explanation. I never saw such curls. How could I? For there never were such curls as those she shook out to hide her blushes. As to the straw hat and blue ribbons which was on the top of the curls, if I could only have hung it up in my room in Buckingham Street, what a priceless possession it would have been. "You have just come home from Paris," said I. "Yes," said she. "Have you ever been there?" "No." "Oh, I hope you'll go soon. You would like it so much." Traces of deep-seated anguish appeared in my countenance. That she should hope I would go, that she should think it possible I could go, was insupportable. I depreciated Paris, I depreciated France, I said I wouldn't leave England under existing circumstances for any earthly consideration. Nothing should induce me, in short. She was shaking the curls again when the little dog came running along the walk to our relief. He was mortally jealous of me, and persisted in barking at me. She took him up in her arms, oh, my goodness, and caressed him, but he persisted upon barking still. He wouldn't let me touch him when I tried, and then she beat him. It increased my sufferings greatly to see the pats she gave him for punishment on the bridge of his blunt nose, while he winked his eyes and licked her hand, and still growled within himself like a little double bass. At length he was quiet. Well, he might be, with her dimpled chin upon his head. And we walked away to look at a greenhouse. "You are not very intimate with Miss Murdstone, are you?" said Dora. "My pet?" The last two words were to the dog. Oh, if they had only been to me. "No," I replied, "not at all so." "She is a tiresome creature," said Dora, pouting. "I can't think what Papa can have been about when he chose such a vexatious thing to be my companion. Who wants a protector? I am sure I don't want a protector. Jip can protect me a great deal better than Miss Murdstone. Can't you, Jip, dear?" He only winked lazily when she kissed his ball of a head. "Papa calls her my confidential friend, but I am sure she is no such thing, is she, Jip?" We're not going to confide in any such cross people, Jip and I. We mean to bestow our confidence where we like, and to find out our own friends instead of having them found out for us. Don't we, Jip?" Jip made a comfortable noise in answer, a little like a tea kettle when it sings. As for me, every word was a new heap of fetters riveted above the last. "It is very hard because we have not a kind mamma that we are to have instead of a sulky, gloomy old thing like Miss Murdstone always following us about, isn't it, Jip?" "Oh, never mind, Jip. We won't be confidential, and we'll make ourselves as happy as we can in spite of her, and we'll tease her and not please her, won't we, Jip?" If it had lasted any longer, I think I must have gone down on my knees on the gravel, with the probability before me of grazing them and of being presently ejected from the premises besides. But by good fortune the greenhouse was not far off, and these words brought us to it. It contained quite a show of beautiful geraniums. We loitered along in front of them, and Dora often stopped to admire this one or that one, and I stopped to admire the same one. And Dora, laughing, held the dog up childishly to smell the flowers, and if we were not all three in fairyland, certainly I was. The scent of a geranium leaf at this day strikes me with a half-comical, half-serious wonder as to what change has come over me in a moment, and then I see a straw hat and blue ribbons, and a quantity of curls, and a little black dog being held up in two slender arms against a bank of blossoms and bright leaves. Miss Murdstone had been looking for us. She found us here and presented her uncongenial cheek, the little wrinkles in it filled with hair powder, to Dora to be kissed. Then she took Dora's arm in hers and marched us into breakfast as if it were a soldier's funeral. How many cups of tea I drank, because Dora made it, I don't know, but I perfectly remember that I sat swilling tea until my whole nervous system, if I had had any in those days, must have gone by the board. By and by we went to church. Miss Murdstone was between Dora and me in the pew, but I heard her sing, and the congregation vanished. A sermon was delivered, about Dora, of course, and I am afraid that is all I know of the service. We had a quiet day, no company, a walk, a family dinner of 4, and an evening of looking over books and pictures. Miss Murdstone with a homily before her, and her eye upon us, keeping guard vigilantly. Oh, little did Mr. Spenlow imagine, when he sat opposite to me after dinner that day, with his pocket handkerchief over his head, how fervently I was embracing him in my fancy as his son-in-law. Little did he think, when I took leave of him at night, that he had just given his full consent to my being engaged to Dora, and that I was invoking blessings on his head. We departed early in the morning, for we had a salvage case coming on in the Admiralty Court, requiring a rather accurate knowledge of the whole science of navigation, in which, as we couldn't be expected to know much about those matters in the Commons, the judge had entreated 2 old Trinity masters, for charity's sake, to come and help him out. Dora was at the breakfast table to make the tea again, however, and I had the melancholy pleasure of taking off my hat to her in the phaeton as she stood on the doorstep with Jip in her arms. What the Admiralty was to me that day, what nonsense I made of our case in my mind as I listened to it, how I saw D.O.R.A. engraved upon the blade of the silver oar which they lay upon the table, as the emblem of that high jurisdiction, and how I felt when Mr. Spenlow went home without me. I had had an insane hope that he might take me back again, as if I were a mariner myself, and the ship to which I belonged had sailed away and left me on a desert island. I shall make no fruitless effort to describe. If that sleepy old court could rouse itself and present in any visible form the daydreams I have had in it about Dora, it would reveal my truth. I don't mean the dreams that I dreamed on that day alone, but day after day, from week to week and term to term. I went there, not to attend to what was going on, but to think about Dora. If ever I bestowed a thought upon the cases, as they dragged their slow length before me, it was only to wonder in the matrimonial cases, remembering Dora, how it was that married people could ever be otherwise than happy, and in the prerogative cases to consider, if the money in question had been left to me, what were the foremost steps I should immediately have taken in regard to Dora. Within the first week of my passion, I bought 4 sumptuous waistcoats, not for myself, I had no pride in them, for Dora, and took to wearing straw-coloured kid gloves in the streets, and laid the foundations of all the corns I have ever had. If the boots I wore at that period could only be produced and compared with the natural size of my feet, they would show what the state of my heart was in a most affecting manner. And yet, A wretched cripple as I made myself by this act of homage to Dora, I walked miles upon miles daily in the hope of seeing her. Not only was I soon as well known on the Norwood Road as the postman on that beat, but I pervaded London likewise. I walked about the streets where the best shops for ladies were. I haunted the bazaar like an unquiet spirit. I fagged through the park again and again, long after I was quite knocked up. Sometimes, at long intervals and on rare occasions, I saw her. Perhaps I saw her glove waved in a carriage window. Perhaps I met her, walked with her and Miss Murdstone in our little way, and spoke to her. In the latter case, I was always very miserable afterwards to think that I had said nothing to the purpose, or that she had no idea of the extent of my devotion, or that she cared nothing about me. I was always looking out, as may be supposed, for another invitation to Mr. Spenlow's house. I was always being disappointed, for I got none. Mrs. Crupp must have been a woman of penetration, for when this attachment was but a few weeks old, and I had not had the courage to write more explicitly even to Agnes than that I had been to Mr. Spenlow's house, whose family, I added, consists of one daughter, I say Mrs. Crupp must have been a woman of penetration, for even in that early stage she found it out. She came up to me one evening when I was very low to ask, she being then afflicted with the disorder I have mentioned, if I could oblige her with a little tincture of cardamoms mixed with rhubarb and flavoured with 7 drops of the essence of cloves, which was the best remedy for her complaint, or, if I had not such a thing by me, with a little brandy, which was the next best. It was not, she remarked, so palatable to her, but it was the next best. As I had never even heard of the first remedy, and always had the second in the closet, I gave Mrs. Crupp a glass of the second, which, that I might have no suspicion of its being devoted to any improper use, she began to take in my presence. "Cheer up, sir," said Mrs. Crupp. "I can't bear to see you so, sir. I'm a mother myself." I did not quite perceive the application of this fact to myself, but I smiled on Mrs. Crupp as benignly as was in my power. "Oh, come, sir," said Mrs. Crupp. "Excuse me, I know what it is, sir. There's a lady in the case." "Mrs. Crupp?" I returned, reddening. "Oh, bless you. Keep a good heart, sir," said Mrs. Crupp, nodding encouragement. "Never say die, sir. If she don't smile upon you, there's a many as will. You are a young gentleman to be smiled on, Mr. Copperfool, and you must learn your value, sir." Mrs. Crupp always called me Mr. Copperfool. Firstly, no doubt, because it was not my name, and secondly, I am inclined to think in some indistinct association with a washing day. "What makes you suppose there is any young lady in the case, Mrs. Crupp?" said I. "Oh, Mr. Copperfool," said Mrs. Crupp, with a great deal of feeling, "I'm a mother myself." For some time Mrs. Crupp could only lay her hand upon her nankeen bosom and fortify herself against returning pain with sips of her medicine. At length she spoke again. "When the present set were took for you by your dear aunt, Mr. Copperfool," said Mrs. Crupp, "my remark were, I had now found someone I could care for. Thank heaven, with the expression, I have now found someone I can care for. You don't eat enough, sir, nor yet drink." "Is that what you found your supposition on, Mrs. Crupp?" said I. "Sir," said Mrs. Crupp, in a tone approaching to severity, "I've laundressed other young gentlemen besides yourself. A young gentleman may be over-careful of himself, or he may be under-careful of himself. He may brush his hair too regular, or too unregular. He may wear his boots much too large for him, or much too small. That is, according as the young gentleman has his original character formed. But let him go to which extreme he may, sir, there's a young lady in both of 'em." Mrs. Crupp shook her head in such a determined manner that I had not an inch of vantage ground left. "It was but the gentleman which died here afore yourself," said Mrs. Crupp, "that fell in love with a barmaid, and had his waistcoats took in directly, though much swelled by drinking." "Mrs. Crupp," said I must beg you not to connect the young lady in my case with a barmaid, or anything of that sort, if you please." "Mr. Copperfool," returned Mrs. Crupp, "I'm a mother myself, and not likely. I ask your pardon, sir, if I intrude. I should never wish to intrude where I were not welcome. But you are a young gentleman, Mr. Copperfool, and my advice to you is to cheer up, sir, to keep a good heart, and to know your own value. If you was to take to something, sir," said Mrs. Crupp, "if you was to take to skittles now, which is healthy, you might find it divert your mind and do you good." With these words, Mrs. Crupp, affecting to be very careful of the brandy, which was all gone, thanked me with a majestic curtsy, and retired. As her figure disappeared into the gloom of the entry, this counsel certainly presented itself to my mind in the light of a slight liberty on Mrs. Crupp's part. But at the same time I was content to receive it. in another point of view, as a word to the wise and a warning in future to keep my secret better. The end of Chapter 26 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Read by Rick Kishner for Lit to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 27. Tommy Traddles. It may have been in consequence of Mrs. Crupp's advice, and perhaps for no better reason than because there was a certain similarity in the sound of the words Skittles and Traddles, that it came into my head next day to go and look after Traddles. The time he had mentioned was more than out, and he lived in a little street near the veterinary college at Camden Town, which was principally tenanted, as one of our clerks who lived in that direction informed me, by gentlemen students who bought live donkeys and made experiments on those quadrupeds in their private apartments. Having obtained from this clerk a direction to the academic grove in question, I set out the same afternoon to visit my old schoolfellow. I found that the street was not as desirable a one as I could have wished it to be for the sake of Traddles. The inhabitants appeared to have a propensity to throw any little trifles they were not in want of into the road, which not only made it rank and sloppy, but untidy too, on account of the cabbage leaves. The refuse was not wholly vegetable either, for I myself saw a shoe, a doubled-up saucepan, a black bonnet, and an umbrella in various stages of decomposition as I was looking out for the number I wanted. The general air of the place reminded me forcibly of the days when I lived with Mr. and Mrs. Micawber, an indescribable character of faded gentility that attached to the house I sought and made it unlike all the other houses in the street, though they were all built on one monotonous pattern and looked like the early copies of a blundering boy who was learning to make houses and had not yet got out of his cramped brick-and-mortar pothooks, reminded me still more of Mr. and Mrs. Micawber. Happening to arrive at the door as it was opened to the afternoon milkman, I was reminded of Mr. and Mrs. Micawber more forcibly yet. "Now," said the milkman to a very youthful servant girl, "has there been that little bill of mine heard on?" "Oh, master says he'll attend to it immediate," was the reply. "Because," said the milkman, going on as if he had received no answer and was speaking, as I judged from his tone, rather for the edification of somebody within the house than of the youthful servant, an impression which was strengthened by his manner of glaring down the passage, "because that there little bill has been running so long that I am beginning to believe it's run away altogether and never won't be heard of. No, I'm not going to stand it, you know," said the milkman, still throwing his voice into the house and glaring down the passage. As to his dealing in the mild article of milk, by the by, there never was a greater anomaly. His deportment would have been fierce in a butcher or a brandy merchant. The voice of the youthful servant became faint, but she seemed to me, from the action of her lips, again to murmur that it would be attended to immediate. "I'll tell you what," said the milkman, looking hard at her for the first time and taking her by the chin. "Are you fond of milk?" "Yes, I likes it," she replied. "Good," said the milkman. "Then you won't have none tomorrow, do you hear? Not a fragment of milk you won't have tomorrow." I thought she seemed, upon the whole, relieved by the prospect of having any today. The milkman, after shaking his head at her darkly, released her chin, and with anything rather than goodwill opened his can and deposited the usual quantity in the family jug. This done, he went away muttering, and uttered the cry of his trade next door in a vindictive shriek. "Does Mr. Traddles live here?" I then inquired. A mysterious voice from the end of the passage replied, "Yes," upon which the youthful servant replied, "Yes." "Is he at home?" said I. Again the mysterious voice replied in the affirmative, and again the servant echoed it. Upon this I walked in, and in pursuance of the servant's directions walked upstairs, conscious, as I passed the back parlour door, that I was surveyed by a mysterious eye, probably belonging to the mysterious voice. When I got to the top of the stairs, the house was only a story high above the ground floor. Traddles was on the landing to meet me. He was delighted to see me, and gave me welcome with great heartiness to his little room. It was in the front of the house, and extremely neat, though sparely furnished. It was his only room, I saw, for there was a sofa bedstead in it, and his blacking brushes and blacking were among his books on the top shelf behind a dictionary. His table was covered with papers, and he was hard at work in an old coat. I looked at nothing that I know of, but I saw everything, even to the prospect of a church upon his china inkstand, as I sat down, and this, too, was a faculty confirmed in me in the old Micawber times. Various ingenious arrangements he had made for the disguise of his chest of drawers, and the accommodation of his boots, his shaving-glass, and so forth, particularly impressed themselves upon me as evidences of the same Traddles who used to make models of elephants' dens in writing paper to put flies in, and to comfort himself under ill usage with the memorable works of art I have so often mentioned. In a corner of the room was something neatly covered up with a large white cloth. I could not make out what that was. "Traddles," said I, shaking hands with him again after I had sat down, "I am delighted to see you." "I am delighted to see you, Copperfield," he returned. "I am very glad indeed to see you. It was because I was thoroughly glad to see you when we met in Ely Place, and was sure you were thoroughly glad to see me, that I gave you this address instead of my address at Chambers." "Oh, you have Chambers?" said I. "Why, I have the fourth of a room and a passage, and the fourth of a clock," returned Traddles. "Three others and myself unite to have a set of Chambers, to look businesslike, and we quarter the clerk too. £half-a-crown a week he costs me." His old simple character and good temper, and something of his old unlucky fortune also, I thought, smiled at me in the smile with which he made this explanation. "It's not because I have the least pride, Copperfield, you understand," said Traddles, "that I don't usually give my address here. It's only on account of those who come to me, who might not like to come here. For myself, I am fighting my way on in the world against difficulties, and it would be ridiculous if I made a pretence of doing anything else." "You are reading for the bar, Mr. Waterbrook informed me," said I. "Why, yes," said Traddles, rubbing his hands slowly over one another. "I am reading for the bar. The fact is, I have just begun to keep my terms after rather a long delay. It's some time since I was articled, but the payment of that £100 was a great pull." "A great pull," said Traddles, with a wince, as if he had had a tooth out. "Do you know what I can't help thinking of, Traddles, as I sit here looking at you?" I asked him. "No," said he. "That sky-blue suit you used to wear." "Oh, Lord, to be sure," cried Traddles, laughing. "Tight in the arms and legs, you know. Oh, dear me. Well, those were happy times, weren't they?" "I think our schoolmaster might have made them happier without doing any harm to any of us, I acknowledge," I returned. "Perhaps he might," said Traddles. "But, dear me, there was a good deal of fun going on. Do you remember the nights in the bedroom, when we used to have the suppers, and when you used to tell the stories? Ho, ho, ho! And do you remember when I got caned for crying about Mr. Mell? Oh, Creakle, I should like to see him again, too." "He was a brute to you, Traddles," said I indignantly, for his good humour made me feel as if I had seen him beaten but yesterday. "Do you think so?" returned Traddles. "Really? Well, perhaps he was rather, but it's all over a long while, old Creakle." "You were brought up by an uncle, then?" said I. "Oh, of course I was," said Traddles. "The one I was always going to write to, and always didn't, huh? Oh, yes, I had an uncle then. He died soon after I left school." "Indeed?" "Yes, he was a retired, draper, cloth merchant, and had made me his heir. But he didn't like me when I grew up." "Do you really mean that?" said I. He was so composed that I fancied he must have some other meaning. "Oh, dear, yes, Copperfield, I mean it," replied Traddles. "It was an unfortunate thing, but he didn't like me at all. He said I wasn't at all what he expected, and so he married his housekeeper." "And what did you do?" I asked. "Oh, I didn't do anything in particular," said Traddles. "I lived with them, waiting to be put out in the world until his gout unfortunately flew to his stomach, and so he died, and so she married a young man, and so I wasn't provided for." "Did you get nothing, Traddles, after all?" Oh, dear, yes," said Traddles. "I got £50. I'd never been brought up to any profession, and at first I was at a loss what to do for myself. However, I began with the assistance of the son of a professional man who had been to Salem House. Yoler, with his nose on one side. Do you recollect him?" "No, he had not been there with me. All the noses were straight in my day." "Oh, it don't matter," said Traddles. "I began by means of his assistance to copy law writings. That didn't answer very well, and then I began to state cases for them, and make abstracts and that sort of work, for I am a plodding kind of fellow, Copperfield, and had learnt the way of doing such things pithily. Well, that put it in my head to enter myself as a law student, and that ran away with all that was left of the £50. Yoler recommended me to one or two other officers, however, Mr. Waterbrook's for one, and I got a good many jobs. I was fortunate, too, that to become acquainted with a person in the publishing way who was getting up an encyclopedia, and he set me to work, and indeed, glancing at his table, I am at work for him at this minute. I'm not a bad compiler, Copperfield, said Traddles, preserving the same air of cheerful confidence in all he said. But I have no invention at all, not a particle. I suppose there never was a young man with less originality than I have. As Traddles seemed to expect that I should assent to this as a matter of course, I nodded, and he went on with the same sprightly patience, I can find no better expression, as before. So, by little and little, and not living high, I managed to scrape up the £100 at last, said Traddles, and thank heaven that's paid, though it certainly was, said Traddles, wincing again as if he had had another tooth out. A pool. I am living by the sort of work I have mentioned still, and I hope one of these days to get connected with some newspaper, which would almost be the making of my fortune. Now, Copperfield, you are so exactly what you used to be, with that agreeable face, and it's so pleasant to see you that I shan't conceal anything. Therefore, you must know that I am engaged. Engaged? Oh, Dora. She is a curate's daughter, said Traddles, one of 10, down in Devonshire. Yes, for he saw me glance involuntarily at the prospect on the inkstand. That's the church. You come round here to the left out of this gate, tracing his finger along the inkstand, and exactly where I hold this pen, there stands the house, facing, you understand, towards the church. The delight with which he entered into these particulars did not fully present itself to me until afterwards, for my selfish thoughts were making a ground plan of Mr. Spenlow's house and a garden at the same moment. Dear girl, said Traddles, a little older than me, but the dearest girl. I told you I was going out of town. I've been down there. I walked there, and I walked back, and I had the most delightful time. I dare say ours is likely to be a rather long engagement, but our motto is wait and hope. We always say that, wait and hope. We always say, oh, and she would wait, Copperfield, till she was 60, any age you can mention for me. Traddles rose from his chair, and with a triumphant smile put his hand upon the white cloth I had observed. However, he said, it's not that we haven't made a beginning towards housekeeping. No, we have begun. We must get on by degrees, but we have begun. Here, drawing the cloth off with great pride and care, are 2 pieces of furniture to commence with. This flower-pot and stand she bought herself. You put that in a parlour window, said Traddles, falling a little back from it to survey it with the greater admiration, with a plant in it, and, well, there you are. This little round table with a marble top, it's 2 feet 10 in circumference, I bought. You want to lay a book down, you know, or somebody comes to see you or your wife and wants a place to stand a cup of tea upon, and well, there you are again, said Traddles. It's an admirable piece of workmanship, firm as a rock. I praised them both highly, and Traddles replaced the covering as carefully as he had removed it. It's not a great deal toward the furnishing, said Traddles, but it's something. The tablecloths and pillow-cases and articles of that kind are what discourage me most, Copperfield. Oh, so does the ironmongery, candle-boxes, gridirons, that sort of necessaries, because those things tell and mount up. However, wait and hope, and I assure you she's the dearest girl. I am quite certain of it, said I. In the meantime, said Traddles, coming back to his chair, and this is the end of my prosing about myself, I get on as well as I can. I don't make much, but I don't spend much. In general, I board with the people downstairs, who are very agreeable people indeed. Both Mr. and Mrs. Micawber have seen a good deal of life and are excellent company. My dear Traddles, I quickly exclaimed, what are you talking about? Traddles looked at me as if he wondered what I was talking about. Mr. and Mrs. Micawber, I repeated. Why, I am intimately acquainted with them. An opportune double knock at the door, which I knew well from old experience in Windsor Terrace, and which nobody but Mr. Micawber could ever have knocked at that door, resolved any doubt in my mind as to their being my old friends. I begged Traddles to ask his landlord to walk up. Traddles accordingly did so over the banister, and Mr. Micawber, not a bit changed, his tights, his stick, his shirt-collar, and his eyeglass, all the same as ever, came into the room with a genteel and youthful air. I beg your pardon, Mr. Traddles, said Mr. Micawber, with the old roll in his voice as he checked himself in, humming a soft tune. I was not aware that there was any individual alien to this tenement in your sanctum. Mr. Micawber slightly bowed to me and pulled up his shirt collar. "How do you do, Mr. Micawber?" said I. "Sir," said Mr. Micawber, "you are exceedingly obliging. I am in statu quo." "And Mrs. Micawber?" I pursued. "Sir," said Mr. Micawber, "she is also, thank God, in statu quo." "And the children, Mr. Micawber?" "Sir," said Mr. Micawber, "I rejoice to reply that they are likewise in the enjoyment of salubrity." All this time, Mr. Micawber had not known me in the least, though he had stood face to face with me. But now, seeing me smile, he examined my features with more attention, fell back, cried, "Is it possible? Have I the pleasure of again beholding Copperfield?" and shook me by both hands with the utmost fervour. "Good heaven, Mr. Traddles!" said Mr. Micawber, "to think that I should find you acquainted with the friend of my youth, the companion of earlier days, my dear," calling over the banisters to Mrs. Micawber, while Traddles looked on, with reason, not a little amazed at this description of me. "Here is a gentleman in Mr. Traddles' apartment whom he wishes to have the pleasure of presenting to you, my love." Mr. Micawber immediately reappeared and shook hands with me again. "And how is our good friend the doctor, Copperfield?" said Mr. Micawber, "and all the circle at Canterbury?" "I have none but good accounts of them," said I. "I am most delighted to hear it," said Mr. Micawber. "It was at Canterbury where we last met, within the shadow, I may figuratively say, of that religious edifice immortalized by Chaucer, which was anciently the resort of pilgrims from the remotest corners of, in short," said Mr. Micawber, "in the immediate neighbourhood of the cathedral." I replied that it was. Mr. Micawber continued talking as volubly as he could, but not, I thought, without showing by some marks of concern in his countenance that he was sensible of sounds in the next room, as of Mrs. Micawber washing her hands and hurriedly opening and shutting drawers that were uneasy in their action. "You find us, Copperfield," said Mr. Micawber, with one eye on Traddles, "at present established on what may be designated as a small and unassuming scale, but you are aware that I have, in the course of my career, surmounted difficulties and conquered obstacles. You are no stranger to the fact that there have been periods of my life when it has been requisite that I should pause, until certain expected events should turn up, when it has been necessary that I should fall back, before making what I trust I shall not be accused of presumption in terming a spring. The present is one of those momentous stages in the life of man. You find me fallen back for a spring, and I have every reason to believe that a vigorous leap will shortly be the result." I was expressing my satisfaction when Mrs. Micawber came in, a little more slatternly than she used to be, or so she seemed now to my unaccustomed eyes, but still with some preparation of herself for company, and with a pair of brown gloves on. "My dear," said Mr. Micawber, leading her toward me, "here is a gentleman of the name of Copperfield who wishes to renew his acquaintance with you." It would have been better, as it turned out, to have led gently up to this announcement, for Mrs. Micawber, being in a delicate state of health, was overcome by it, and was taken so unwell that Mr. Micawber was obliged, in great trepidation, to run down to the water-butt in the backyard and draw a basinful to lave her brow with. She presently revived, however, and was really pleased to see me. We had half an hour's talk altogether, and I asked her about the twins, who, she said, were grown great creatures, and after Master and Miss Micawber, whom she described as absolute giants, but they were not produced on that occasion. Mr. Micawber was very anxious that I should stay to dinner. I should not have been averse to do so, but that I imagined I detected trouble and calculation relative to the extent of the cold meat in Mrs. Micawber's eye. I therefore pleaded another engagement, and observing that Mrs. Micawber's spirits were immediately lightened, I resisted all persuasion to forego it. But I told Traddles and Mr. and Mrs. Micawber that before I could think of leaving, they must appoint a day when they would come and dine with me. The occupations to which Traddles stood pledged rendered it necessary to fix a somewhat distant one, but an appointment was made for the purpose that suited us all, and then I took my leave. Mr. Micawber, under pretence of showing me a nearer way than that by which I had come, accompanied me to the corner of the street, being anxious, he explained to me, to say a few words to an old friend in confidence. "My dear Copperfield," said Mr. Micawber, "I need hardly tell you that to have beneath our roof under existing circumstances a mind like that which gleams, if I may be allowed the expression, which gleams in your friend Traddles, is an unspeakable comfort. With a washerwoman who exposes hardbake for sale in her parlour window dwelling next door and a Bow Street officer residing over the way, you may imagine that his society is a source of consolation to myself and to Mrs. Micawber. I am at present, my dear Copperfield, engaged in the sale of corn upon commission. It is not an avocation of a remunerative description. In other words, it does not pay, and some temporary embarrassments of a pecuniary nature have been the consequence. I am, however, delighted to add that I have now an immediate prospect of something turning up. I am not at liberty to say in what direction, which I trust will enable me to provide permanently both for myself and for your friend Traddles, in whom I have an unaffected interest. You may perhaps be prepared to hear that Mrs. Micawber is in a state of health which renders it not wholly improbable that an addition may be ultimately made to those pledges of affection which, in short, to the infantine group. Mrs. Micawber's family have been so good as to express their dissatisfaction at this state of things. I have merely to observe that I am not aware that it is any business of theirs, and that I repel that exhibition of feeling with scorn and with defiance. Mr. Micawber then shook hands with me again and left me. The end of Chapter 27 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Read by Rick Kistner for Lit2Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 28. Mr. Micawber's Gauntlet. Until the day arrived on which I was to entertain my newly found old friends, I lived principally on Dora and coffee. In my lovelorn condition my appetite languished, and I was glad of it, for I felt as though it would have been an act of perfidy towards Dora to have a natural relish for my dinner. The quantity of walking exercise I took was not in this respect attended with its usual consequence, as the disappointment counteracted the fresh air. I have my doubts, too, founded on the acute experience acquired at this period of my life, whether a sound enjoyment of animal food can develop itself freely in any human subject who is always in torment from tight boots. I think the extremities required to be at peace before the stomach will conduct itself with vigor. On the occasion of this domestic little party, I did not repeat my former extensive preparations. I merely provided a pair of soles, a small leg of mutton, and a pigeon pie. Mrs. Crupp broke out into rebellion on my first bashful hint in reference to the cooking of the fish and joint, and said, with a dignified sense of injury, "Now, sir, you will not ask me such a thing, for you are better acquainted with me than to suppose me capable of doing what I cannot do with ample satisfaction to my own feelings." But in the end a compromise was effected, and Mrs. Crupp consented to achieve this feat on the condition that I dined from home for a fortnight afterwards. And here I may remark that what I underwent from Mrs. Crupp in consequence of the tyranny she established over me was dreadful. I never was so much afraid of anyone. We made a compromise of everything. If I hesitated, she was taken with that wonderful disorder which was always lying in ambush in her system, ready at the shortest notice to prey upon her vitals. If I rang the bell impatiently, after half a dozen unavailing modest pulls, and she appeared at last, which was not by any means to be relied upon, she would appear with a reproachful aspect, sink breathless on a chair near the door, lay her hand upon her nankeen bosom, and become so ill that I was glad at any sacrifice of brandy or anything else to get rid of her. If I objected to having my bed made at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, which I do still think an uncomfortable arrangement, one motion of her hand towards the same nankeen region of wounded sensibility was enough to make me falter an apology. In short, I would have done anything in an honourable way rather than give Mrs. Crupp offence, and she was the terror of my life. I bought a second-hand dumbwaiter for this dinner party, in preference to re-engaging the handy young man, against whom I had conceived a prejudice, in consequence of meeting him in the Strand one Sunday morning in a waistcoat remarkably like one of mine which had been missing since the former occasion. The young gal was re-engaged, but on the stipulation that she should only bring in the dishes, and then withdraw to the landing-place beyond the outer door, where a habit of sniffing she had contracted would be lost upon the guests, and where her retiring on the plates would be a physical impossibility. Having laid in the materials for a bowl of punch to be compounded by Mr. Micawber, having provided a bottle of lavender water, 2 wax candles, a paper of mixed pins, and a pin-cushion to assist Mrs. Micawber in her toilet at my dressing-table, having also caused the fire in my bedroom to be lighted for Mrs. Micawber's convenience, and having laid the cloth with my own hands, I awaited the result with composure. At the appointed time, my three visitors arrived together. Mr. Micawber, with more shirt-collar than usual, and a new ribbon to his eyeglass. Mrs. Micawber, with her cap in a whitey-brown paper parcel. Traddles, carrying the parcel and supporting Mrs. Micawber on his arm. They were all delighted with my residence. When I conducted Mrs. Micawber to my dressing-table, and she saw the scale on which it was prepared for her, she was in such raptures that she called Mr. Micawber to come in and look. "My dear Copperfield," said Mr. Micawber, "this is luxurious. This is a way of life which reminds me of the period when I was myself in a state of celibacy, and Mrs. Micawber had not yet been solicited to plight her faith at the hymeneal altar." "He means solicited by him, Mr. Copperfield," said Mrs. Micawber archly. "He cannot answer for others." "My dear," returned Mr. Micawber with sudden seriousness, "I have no desire to answer for others. I am too well aware that when, in the inscrutable decrees of fate, you were reserved for me, it is possible you may have been reserved for one destined, after a protracted struggle at length, to fall a victim to pecuniary involvements of a complicated nature. I understand your illusion, my love. I regret it, but I can bear it." "Micawber!" exclaimed Mrs. Micawber in tears. "Have I deserved this? I, who never have deserted you, who will never desert you. Micawber, my love," said Mr. Micawber, much affected, "you will forgive, and our old and tried friend Copperfield will, I am sure, forgive the momentary laceration of a wounded spirit, made sensitive by a recent collision with the minion of power. In other words, with a ribald turncock attached to the waterworks, and will pity, not condemn, its excesses." Mr. Micawber then embraced Mrs. Micawber and pressed my hand, leaving me to infer from this broken allusion that his domestic supply of water had been cut off that afternoon in consequence of default in the payment of the company's rates. To divert his thoughts from this melancholy subject, I informed Mr. Micawber that I relied upon him for a bowl of punch, and led him to the lemons. His recent despondency, not to say despair, was gone in a moment. I never saw a man so thoroughly enjoy himself amid the fragrance of lemon peel and sugar, the odour of burning rum, and the steam of boiling water, as Mr. Micawber did that afternoon. It was wonderful to see his face shining at us out of a thin cloud of these delicate fumes, as he stirred and mixed and tasted, and looked as if he were making, instead of punch, a fortune for his family down to the latest posterity. As to Mrs. Micawber, I don't know whether it was the effect of the cap, or the lavender water, or the pins, or the fire, or the wax candles, but she came out of my room, comparatively speaking, lovely, and the lark was never gayer than that excellent woman. I never ventured to inquire, but I suppose that Mrs. Crupp, after frying the soles, was taken ill, because we broke down at that point. The leg of mutton came up very red within and very pale without, besides having a foreign substance of a gritty nature sprinkled over it, as if it had had a fall into the ashes of that remarkable kitchen fireplace. But we were not in condition to judge of this fact from the appearance of the gravy, forasmuch as the young gal had dropped it all upon the stairs, where it remained, by the by, in a long train until it was worn out. The pigeon pie was not bad, but it was a delusive pie, the crust being like a disappointing head, phenologically speaking, full of bumps and lumps, with nothing particular underneath. In short, the banquet was such a failure that I should have been quite unhappy, about the failure I mean, for I was always unhappy about Dora, if I had not been relieved by the great good humour of my company, and by a bright suggestion from Mr. Micawber. "My dear friend Copperfield," said Mr. Micawber, "accidents will occur in the best regulated families, and in families not regulated by that pervading influence which sanctifies while it enhances I would say, in short, by the influence of woman in the lofty character of wife. They may be expected with confidence, and must be borne with philosophy. If you will allow me to take the liberty of remarking that there are few comestibles better in their way than a devil, and that I believe with a little division of labour we could accomplish a good one if the young person in attendance could produce a gridiron, I would put it to you that this little misfortune may be easily repaired." There was a gridiron in the pantry on which my morning rasher of bacon was cooked. We had it in a twinkling, and immediately applied ourselves to carrying Mr. Micawber's idea into effect. The division of labour to which he had referred was this. Traddles cut the mutton into slices. Mr. Micawber, who could do anything of this sort to perfection, covered them with pepper, mustard, salt, and cayenne. I put them on the gridiron, turned them with a fork, and took them off under Mr. Micawber's direction, and Mrs. Micawber heated and continually stirred some mushroom ketchup in a little saucepan. When we had slices enough done to begin upon, we fell to, with our sleeves still tucked up at the wrist, more slices sputtering and blazing on the fire, and our attention divided between the mutton on our plates and the mutton then preparing. What with the novelty of this cookery, the excellence of it, the bustle of it, the frequent starting up to look after it, the frequent sitting down to dispose of it as the crisp slices came off the gridiron hot and hot, the being so busy, so flushed with the fire, so amused, and in the midst of such a tempting noise and savour, we reduced the leg of mutton to the bone. My own appetite came back miraculously. I am ashamed to record it, but I really believe I forgot Dora for a little while. I am satisfied that Mr. and Mrs. Micawber could not have enjoyed the feast more if they had sold a bed to provide it. Traddles laughed as heartily almost the whole time as he ate and worked. Indeed, we all did, all at once, and I dare say there was never a greater success. We were at the height of our enjoyment, and were all busily engaged in our several departments, endeavouring to bring the last batch of slices to a state of perfection that should crown the feast, when I was aware of a strange presence in the room, and my eyes encountered those of the staid Littimer, standing hat in hand before me. "What's the matter?" I involuntarily asked. "I beg your pardon, sir. I was directed to come in. Is my master not here, sir?" "No." "Have you not seen him, sir?" "No. Don't you come from him?" "Not immediately so, sir." "Did he tell you would find him here?" "Not exactly so, sir, but I should think he might be here tomorrow, as he has not been here today." "Is he coming up from Oxford?" "I beg, sir," he returned respectfully, "that you will be seated, and allow me to do this," with which he took the fork from my unresisting hand and bent over the gridiron as if his whole attention were concentrated on it. We should not have been much discomposed, I dare say, by the appearance of Steerforth himself, but we became, in a moment, the meekest of the meek before his respectable serving-man. Mr. Micawber, humming a tune to show that he was quite at ease, subsided into his chair with the handle of a hastily concealed fork sticking out of the bosom of his coat, as if he had stabbed himself. Mrs. Micawber put on her brown gloves and assumed a genteel languor. Traddles ran his greasy hands through his hair, and stood it bolt upright and stared in confusion on the tablecloth. As for me, I was a mere infant at the head of my own table, and hardly ventured to glance at the respectable phenomenon who had come from heaven knows where to put my establishment to rights. Meanwhile, he took the mutton off the gridiron and gravely handed it round. We all took some, but our appreciation of it was gone, and we merely made a show of eating it. As we severally pushed away our plates, he noiselessly removed them and set on the cheese. He took that off, too, when it was done with, cleared the table, piled everything on the dumb-waiter, gave us our wine-glasses, and, of his own accord, wheeled the dumb-waiter into the pantry. All this was done in a perfect manner, and he never raised his eyes from what he was about. Yet his very elbows, when he had his back towards me, seemed to teem with the expression of his fixed opinion that I was extremely young. "Can I do anything more, sir?" I thanked him and said no, but would he take no dinner himself? "None. I am obliged to you, sir." "Is Mr. Steerforth coming from Oxford?" "I beg your pardon, sir." "Is Mr. Steerforth coming from Oxford?" "I should imagine that he might be here tomorrow, sir. I rather thought he might have been here today, sir. The mistake is mine, no doubt, sir." "If you should see him first," said I. "If you'll excuse me, sir, I don't think I shall see him first." "In case you do," said I, "pray say that I am sorry he was not here today, as an old schoolfellow of his was here." "Indeed, sir," and he divided a bow between me and Traddles, with a glance at the latter. He was moving softly to the door when, in a forlorn hope of saying something naturally, which I never could to this man, I said, "Oh, Littimer, sir, did you remain long at Yarmouth that time?" "Not particularly so, sir." "You saw the boat completed?" "Yes, sir. I remained behind on purpose to see the boat completed." "I know." He raised his eyes to mine respectfully. "Mr. Steerforth has not seen it yet, I suppose?" "I really can't say, sir. I think... but I really can't say, sir. I wish you good night, sir." He comprehended everybody present in the respectful bow with which he followed these words and disappeared. My visitors seemed to breathe more freely when he was gone, but my own relief was very great, for besides the constraint arising from that extraordinary sense of being at a disadvantage which I always had in this man's presence, my conscience had embarrassed me with whispers that I had mistrusted his master, and I could not repress a vague uneasy dread that he might find it out. How was it, having so little in reality to conceal, that I always did feel as if this man were finding me out? Mr. Micawber roused me from this reflection, which was blended with a certain remorseful apprehension of seeing Steerforth himself, by bestowing many encomiums on the absent Littimer as a most respectable fellow and a thoroughly admirable servant. Mr. Micawber, I may remark, had taken his full share of the general bow, and had received it with infinite condescension. "But punch, my dear Copperfield," said Mr. Micawber, tasting it, "like time and tide, waits for no man. Ah, it is at the present moment in high flavour. My love, will you give me your opinion?" Mrs. Micawber pronounced it excellent. "Then I will drink," said Mr. Micawber, "if my friend Copperfield will permit me to take that social liberty, to the days when my friend Copperfield and myself were younger and fought our way in the world side by side. I may say of myself and Copperfield, in words we have sung together before now, that we twa hae run about the braes and pulled the gowans fine. In a figurative point of view on several occasions. I am not exactly aware," said Mr. Micawber, with the old roll in his voice and the old indescribable air of saying something genteel, "what gowans may be, but I have no doubt that Copperfield and myself would frequently have taken a pull at them if it had been feasible." Mr. Micawber, at the then present moment, took a pull at his punch. So we all did. Traddles evidently lost in wondering at what distant time Mr. Micawber and I could have been comrades in the battle of the world. "Ahem," said Mr. Micawber, clearing his throat, and warming with the punch and with the fire. "My dear, another glass?" Mrs. Micawber said it must be very little, but we couldn't allow that, so it was a glass full. "As we're quite confidential here, Mr. Copperfield," said Mrs. Micawber, sipping her punch, "Mr. Traddles being a part of our domesticity, I should much like to have your opinion on Mr. Micawber's prospects for corn," said Mrs. Micawber, argumentatively. "As I have repeatedly said to Mr. Micawber, may be gentlemanly, but it is not remunerative. Commission to the extent of 2 9 in a fortnight cannot, however limited our ideas, be considered remunerative." We were all agreed upon that. "Then," said Mrs. Micawber, who prided herself on taking a clear view of things and keeping Mr. Micawber straight by her woman's wisdom when he might otherwise go a little crooked, "then I ask myself this question. If corn is not to be relied upon, what is? Are coals to be relied upon? Not at all. We have turned our attention to that experiment on the suggestion of my family, and we find it fallacious." Mr. Micawber, leaning back in his chair with his hands in his pockets, eyed us aside and nodded his head as much as to say that the case was very clearly put. "The articles of corn and coals," said Mrs. Micawber, still more argumentatively, "being equally out of the question, Mr. Copperfield, I naturally look around the world and say, what is there in which a person of Mr. Micawber's talent is likely to succeed? And I exclude the doing anything on commission, because commission is not a certainty. What is best suited to a person of Mr. Micawber's peculiar temperament is, I am convinced, a certainty." Traddles and I both expressed, by a feeling murmur, that this great discovery was no doubt true of Mr. Micawber, and that it did him much credit. "I will not conceal from you, my dear Mr. Copperfield," said Mrs. Micawber, "that I have long felt the brewing business to be particularly adapted to Mr. Micawber. Look at Barclay and Perkins. Look at Truman, Hanbury, and Buxton. It is on that extensive footing that Mr. Micawber, I know from my own knowledge of him, is calculated to shine, and the profits, I am told, are enormous. But if Mr. Micawber cannot get into those firms, which decline to answer his letters when he offers his services even in an inferior capacity, what is the use of dwelling upon that idea? None. I may have a conviction that Mr. Micawber's manners— Really, my dear— interposed Mr. Micawber. My love, be silent, said Mrs. Micawber, laying her brown glove on his hand. I may have a conviction, Mr. Copperfield, that Mr. Micawber's manners peculiarly qualify him for the banking business. I may argue within myself that if I had a deposit at a banking house, the manners of Mr. Micawber, as representing that banking house, would inspire confidence and must extend the connection. But if the various banking houses refuse to avail themselves of Mr. Micawber's abilities, or receive the offer of them with contumely, what is the use of dwelling upon that idea? None. As to originating a banking business, I may know that there are members of my family who, if they chose to place their money in Mr. Micawber's hands, might found an establishment of that description. But if they do not choose to place their money in Mr. Micawber's hands, which they don't, what is the use of that? Again, I contend that we are no farther advanced than we were before. I shook my head and said, Not a bit. Traddles also shook his head and said, Not a bit. What do I deduce from this? Mrs. Micawber went on to say, still with the same air of putting a case lucidly. What is the conclusion, my dear Mr. Copperfield, to which I am irresistibly brought? Am I wrong in saying it is clear that we must live? I answered, Not at all. And Traddles answered, Not at all. And I found myself afterwards sagely adding alone that a person must either live or die. Just so, returned Mrs. Micawber. It is precisely that. And the fact is, my dear Mr. Copperfield, that we cannot live without something widely different from existing circumstances shortly turning up. Now I am convinced myself, and this I have pointed out to Mr. Micawber several times of late, that things cannot be expected to turn up of themselves. We must in a measure assist to turn them up. I may be wrong, but I have formed that opinion. Both Traddles and I applauded it highly. Very well, said Mrs. Micawber. Then what do I recommend? Here is Mr. Micawber with a variety of qualifications, with great talent. Really, my love, said Mr. Micawber. Pray, my dear, allow me to conclude. Here is Mr. Micawber with a variety of qualifications, with great talent, I should say, with genius, but that may be the partiality of a wife. Traddles and I both murmured, No. And here is Mr. Micawber without any suitable position or employment. Where does that responsibility rest? Clearly on society. Then I would make a fact so disgraceful known, and boldly challenge society to set it right. It appears to me, my dear Mr. Copperfield, said Mrs. Micawber forcibly, that what Mr. Micawber has to do is to throw down the gauntlet to society and say, in effect, Show me who will take that up. Let the party immediately step forward. I ventured to ask Mrs. Micawber how this was to be done. By advertising, said Mrs. Micawber, in all the papers. It appears to me that what Mr. Micawber has to do in justice to himself, in justice to his family, and I will even go so far as to say in justice to society, by which he has been hitherto overlooked, is to advertise in all the papers, to describe himself plainly as so-and-so with such and such qualifications, and to put it thus, Now, employ me on remunerative terms and address post-paid to W.M., Post Office, Camden Town. This idea of Mrs. Micawber's, my dear Copperfield, said Mr. Micawber, making his shirt-collar meet in front of his chin, and, glancing at me sideways, is, in fact, the leap to which I alluded when I last had the pleasure of seeing you. Advertising is rather expensive, I remarked, dubiously. Exactly so, said Mrs. Micawber, preserving the same logical air. Quite true, my dear Mr. Copperfield. I have made the identical observation to Mr. Micawber. It is for that reason especially that I think Mr. Micawber ought, as I have already said, in justice to himself, in justice to his family, and in justice to society, to raise a certain sum of money on a bill. Mr. Micawber, leaning back in his chair, trifled with his eyeglass and cast his eyes up at the ceiling. But I thought him observant of Traddles, too, who was looking at the fire. If no member of my family, said Mrs. Micawber, is possessed of sufficient natural feeling to negotiate that bill. I believe there is a better business term to express what I mean." Mr. Micawber, with his eyes still cast up at the ceiling, suggested, "Discount." "To discount that bill," said Mrs. Micawber. "Then my opinion is that Mr. Micawber should go into the city, should take that bill into the money market, and should dispose of it for what he can get. If the individuals in the money market oblige Mr. Micawber to sustain a great sacrifice that is between themselves and their consciences, I view it steadily as an investment. I recommend Mr. Micawber, my dear Mr. Copperfield, to do the same, to regard it as an investment which is sure of return, and to make up his mind to any sacrifice." I felt, but I am sure I don't know why, that this was self-denying and devoted in Mrs. Micawber, and I uttered a murmur to that effect. Traddles, who took his tone from me, did likewise, still looking at the fire. "I will not," said Mrs. Micawber, finishing her punch, and gathering her scarf about her shoulders, peremptory to her withdrawal to my bedroom, "I will not protract these remarks on the subject of Mr. Micawber's pecuniary affairs. At your fireside, my dear Mr. Copperfield, and in the presence of Mr. Traddles, who, though not so old a friend, is quite one of ourselves, I could not refrain from making you acquainted with the course I advise Mr. Micawber to take. I feel that the time is arrived when Mr. Micawber should exert himself, and, I will add, assert himself, and it appears to me that these are the means. I am aware that I am merely a female, and that a masculine judgment is usually considered more competent to the discussion of such questions. Still, I must not forget that when I lived at home with my papa and mamma, my papa was in the habit of saying, 'Emma's form is fragile, but her grasp of a subject is inferior to none.' That my papa was too partial, I well know, but that he was an observer of character in some degree my duty and my reason equally forbid me to doubt." With these words, and resisting our entreaties that she would grace the remaining circulation of the punch with her presence, Mrs. Micawber retired to my bedroom, and really I felt that she was a noble woman, the sort of woman who might have been a Roman matron and done all manner of heroic things in times of public trouble. In the fervour of this impression, I congratulated Mr. Micawber on the treasure he possessed. So did Traddles. Mr. Micawber extended his hand to each of us in succession, and then covered his face with his pocket-handkerchief, which I think had more snuff upon it than he was aware of. He then returned to the punch in the highest state of exhilaration. He was full of eloquence. He gave us to understand that in our children we lived again, and that, under the pressure of pecuniary difficulties, any accession to their number was doubly welcome. He said that Mrs. Micawber had latterly had her doubts on this point, but that he had dispelled them and reassured her. As to her family, they were totally unworthy of her, and their sentiments were utterly indifferent to him, and they might, I quote his own expression, go to the devil. Mr. Micawber then delivered a warm eulogy on Traddles. He said Traddles was a character to the steady virtues of which he, Mr. Micawber, could lay no claim, but which he thanked heaven he could admire. He feelingly alluded to the young lady, unknown, whom Traddles had honoured with his affection, and who had reciprocated that affection by honouring and blessing Traddles with her affection. Mr. Micawber pledged her. So did I. Traddles thanked us both by saying with a simplicity and honesty I had sense enough to be quite charmed with, "I am very much obliged to you indeed, and I do assure you she's the dearest girl." Mr. Micawber took an early opportunity after that of hinting, with the utmost delicacy and ceremony, at the state of my affections. Nothing but the serious assurance of his friend Copperfield to the contrary, he observed, could deprive him of the impression that his friend Copperfield loved and was beloved. After feeling very hot and uncomfortable for some time, and after a good deal of blushing, stammering, and denying, I said, having my glass in my hand, "Well, I would give them D," which so excited and gratified Mr. Micawber that he ran with a glass of punch into my bedroom in order that Mrs. Micawber might drink D, who drank it with enthusiasm, crying from within in a shrill voice, "Hear, hear! My dear Mr. Copperfield, I am delighted! Hear!" and tapping at the wall by way of applause. Our conversation afterwards took a more worldly turn, Mr. Micawber telling us that he found Camden Town inconvenient, and that the first thing he contemplated doing when the advertisement should have been the cause of something satisfactory turning up was to move. He mentioned a terrace at the western end of Oxford Street, fronting Hyde Park, on which he had always had his eye, but which he did not expect to attain immediately, as it would require a large establishment. There would probably be an interval, he explained, in which he should content himself with the upper part of a house over some respectable place of business, say in Piccadilly, which would be a cheerful situation for Mrs. Micawber, and where, by throwing out a bow window or carrying up the roof another story or making some little alteration of that sort, they might live comfortably and reputably for a few years. Whatever was reserved for him, he expressly said, or wherever his abode might be, we might rely on this, there would always be a room for Traddles and a knife and fork for me. We acknowledged his kindness, and he begged us to forgive his having launched into these practical and business-like details, and to excuse it as natural in one who is making entirely new arrangements in life. Mrs. Micawber, tapping at the wall again to know if tea were ready, broke up this particular phase of our friendly conversation. She made tea for us in a most agreeable manner, and whenever I went near her, in handing about the teacups and bread and butter, asked me in a whisper whether D was fair or dark, or whether she was short or tall, or something of that kind, which I think I liked. After tea we discussed a variety of topics before the fire, and Mrs. Micawber was good enough to sing us in a small, thin, flat voice which I remembered to have considered when I first knew her, the very table-beer of acoustics, the favourite ballads of The Dashing White Sergeant and Little Tafflin. For both of these songs Mrs. Micawber had been famous when she lived at home with her papa and mamma. Mr. Micawber told us that when he heard her sing the first one on the first occasion of his seeing her beneath the parental roof, she had attracted his attention in an extraordinary degree, but that when it came to Little Tafflin, he had resolved to win that woman or perish in the attempt. It was between 10 and 11 o'clock when Mrs. Micawber rose to replace her cap in the whitey-brown paper parcel and to put on her bonnet. Mr. Micawber took the opportunity of Traddles putting on his greatcoat to slip a letter into my hand with a whispered request that I would read it at my leisure. I also took the opportunity of my holding a candle over the banisters to light them down when Mr. Micawber was going first, leading Mrs. Micawber, and Traddles was following with the cap, to detain Traddles for a moment on the top of the stairs. "Traddles," said I, "Mr. Micawber don't mean any harm, poor fellow, but if I were you, I wouldn't lend him anything." "My dear Copperfield," returned Traddles, smiling, "I haven't got anything to lend." "You have got a name, you know," said I. "Oh, you call that something to lend?" returned Traddles with a thoughtful look. "Certainly." "Oh," said Traddles, "yes, oh, to be sure. I am very much obliged to you, Copperfield, but I am afraid I have lent him that already." "For the bill that is to be a certain investment?" I inquired. "Oh, no," said Traddles, "not for that one. This is the first I have heard of that one. I have been thinking that he will most likely propose that one on the way home. Mine's another." "I hope there will be nothing wrong about it," said I. "Oh, I hope not," said Traddles. "I should think not, though, because he told me only the other day that it was provided for. That was Mr. Micawber's expression, provided for." Mr. Micawber, looking up at this juncture to where we were standing, I had only time to repeat my caution. Traddles thanked me and descended, but I was much afraid when I observed the good-natured manner in which he went down with the cap in his hand and gave Mrs. Micawber his arm, that he would be carried into the money-market neck and heels. I returned to my fireside, and was musing half gravely and half laughing on the character of Mr. Micawber and the old relations between us, when I heard a quick step ascending the stairs. At first I thought it was Traddles coming back for something Mrs. Micawber had left behind, but as the step approached I knew it, and felt my heart beat high and the blood rush to my face, for it was Steerforth's. I was never unmindful of Agnes, and she never left that sanctuary in my thoughts, if I may call it so, where I had placed her from the first. But when he entered, and stood before me with his hand out, the darkness that had fallen on him changed to light, and I felt confounded and ashamed of having doubted one I loved so heartily. I loved her none the less. I thought of her as the same benignant, gentle angel in my life. I reproached myself, not her, with having done him an injury, and I would have made him any atonement if I had known what to make and how to make it. "Why, Daisy, old boy, dumbfounded," laughed Steerforth, shaking my hand heartily and throwing it gaily away. "Have I detected you in another feast, you sybarite?" These doctors, commons fellows, are the gayest men in town, I believe, and beat us sober Oxford people all to nothing." His bright glance went merrily round the room as he took the seat on the sofa opposite to me, which Mrs. Micawber had recently vacated, and stirred the fire into a blaze. "I was so surprised at first," said I, giving him welcome with all the cordiality I felt, "that I had hardly breath to greet you with, Steerforth." "Well, the sight of me is good for sore eyes, as the Scotch say," replied Steerforth, "and so is the sight of you, Daisy, in full bloom. How are you, my bacchanal?" "I am very well," said I, "and not at all bacchanalian tonight, though I confess to another party of 3. "All of whom I met in the street, talking loud in your praise," returned Steerforth. "Who's our friend in the tights?" I gave him the best I could in a few words of Mr. Micawber. He laughed heartily at my feeble portrait of that gentleman, and said he was the man to know, and he must know him. "But who do you suppose our other friend is?" said I in my turn. "Heaven knows," said Steerforth. "Not a bore, I hope. I thought he looked a little like one." "Traddles," I replied triumphantly. "Who's he?" asked Steerforth in his careless way. "Don't you remember Traddles? Traddles in our room at Salem House?" "Oh, that fellow," said Steerforth, beating a lump of coal on the top of the fire with the poker. "Is he as soft as ever? And where the deuce did you pick him up?" I extolled Traddles in reply as highly as I could, for I felt that Steerforth rather slighted him. Steerforth, dismissing the subject with a light nod and a smile, and the remark that he would be glad to see the old fellow too, for he had always been an odd fish, inquired if I could give him anything to eat. During most of this short dialogue, when he had not been speaking in a wild, vivacious manner, he had sat idly beating on the lump of coal with the poker. I observed that he did the same thing while I was getting out the remains of the pigeon pie, and so forth. "Why, Daisy, here's a supper for a king," he exclaimed, starting out of his silence with a burst and taking a seat at the table. "I shall do it justice, for I have come from Yarmouth." "I thought you came from Oxford," I returned. "Not I," said Steerforth. "I have been seafaring, better employed." "Littimer was here today to inquire for you," I remarked, "and I understood him that you were at Oxford, though, now I think of it, he certainly did not say so." "Littimer is a greater fool than I thought him to have been inquiring for me at all," said Steerforth, jovially pouring out a glass of wine and drinking to me. "As to understanding him, you are a cleverer fellow than most of us, Daisy, if you can do that." "That's true indeed," said I, moving my chair to the table. "So you have been at Yarmouth, Steerforth. Interested to know all about it. Have you been there long?" "No," he returned. "An escapade of a week or so." "And how are they all? Of course, little Emily is not married yet?" "Not yet. Going to be, I believe, in so many weeks or months or something or other. I have not seen much of 'em. By the by," he laid down his knife and fork, which he had been using with great diligence, and began filling in his pockets. "I have a letter for you." "From whom?" "Why, from your old nurse," he returned, taking some papers out of his breast-pocket. "J. Steerforth, Esquire, debtor to the willing mind. That's not it. Patience, and we'll find it presently. Old what's-his-name's in a bad way, and it's about that, I believe." "Barkis, do you mean?" "Yes." Still feeling in his pockets and looking over their contents. "It's all over with poor Barkis, I am afraid. I saw a little apothecary there, a surgeon, or whatever he is, who brought your worship into the world. He was mighty learned about the case to me, but the upshot of his opinion was that the carrier was making his last journey rather fast. Put your hand into the breast-pocket of my greatcoat on the chair yonder, and I think you'll find the letter. Is it there?" "Here it is," said I. "Oh, that's right." It was from Peggotty, something less legible than usual, and brief. It informed me of her husband's hopeless state, and hinted at his being a little nearer than heretofore, and consequently more difficult to manage for his own comfort. It said nothing of her weariness and watching, and praised him highly. It was written with a plain, unaffected, homely piety that I knew to be genuine, and ended with "my duty to my ever-darling," meaning myself. While I deciphered it, Steerforth continued to eat and drink. "It's a bad job," he said when I had done, "but the sun sets every day, and people die every minute, and we mustn't be scared by the common lot. If we failed to hold our own, because that equal foot at all men's doors was heard knocking somewhere, every object in this world would slip from us. No, ride on, roughshod if need be, smoothshod if that will do, but ride on. Ride on over all obstacles and win the race." "And win what race?" said I. "The race that one has started in," said he. "Ride on." I noticed, I remember, as he paused, looking at me with his handsome head a little thrown back and his glass raised in his hand, that, though the freshness of the sea wind was on his face and it was ruddy, there were traces in it, made since I last saw it, as if he had applied himself to some habitual strain of the fervent energy which, when roused, was so passionately roused within him. I had it in my thoughts to remonstrate with him upon his desperate way of pursuing any fancy that he took, such as this buffeting of rough seas and braving of hard weather, for example, when my mind glanced off to the immediate subject of our conversation again, and pursued that instead. "I tell you what, Steerforth," said I, "if your high spirits will listen to me." "They are potent spirits, and will do whatever you like," he answered, moving from the table to the fireside again. "Then I tell you what, Steerforth, I think I will go down and see my old nurse. It is not that I can do her any good or render her any real service, but she is so attached to me that my visit will have as much effect on her as if I could do both. She will take it so kindly that it will be a comfort and support to her. It is no great effort to make, I am sure, for such a friend as she has been to me. Wouldn't you go a day's journey if you were in my place?" His face was thoughtful, and he sat considering a little before he answered in a low voice, "Well, go. You can do no harm." "You have just come back," said I, "and it would be in vain to ask you to go with me." "Quite," he returned. "I am for Highgate tonight. I have not seen my mother this long time, and it lies upon my conscience, for it's something to be loved as she loves her prodigal son." "Ha! Nonsense! You mean to go tomorrow, I suppose?" he said, holding me out at arm's length, with a hand on each of my shoulders. "Yes, I think so." "Well, then, don't go till next day. I wanted you to come and stay a few days with us. Here I am on purpose to bid you, and you fly off to Yarmouth." "You are a nice fellow to talk of flying off, Steerforth, who are always running wild on some unknown expedition or other." He looked at me for a moment without speaking, and then rejoined, still holding me as before and giving me a shake. "Come, stay the next day, and pass as much of tomorrow as you can with us. Who knows when we may meet again, else, Come, say the next day. I want you to stand between Rose Dartle and me and keep us asunder." "Would you love each other too much without me?" "Yes, or hate," laughed Steerforth. "No matter which. Come, say the next day." I said the next day, and he put on his greatcoat and lighted his cigar and set off to walk home. Finding him in this intention, I put on my own greatcoat, but did not light my own cigar, having had enough of that for one while, and walked with him as far as the open road. A dull road then at night. He was in great spirits all the way, and when we parted, and I looked after him going so gallantly and airily homeward, I thought of his saying, "Ride on over all obstacles and win the race," and wished for the first time that he had some worthy race to run. I was undressing in my own room when Mr. Micawber's letter tumbled on the floor. Thus reminded of it, I broke the seal and read as follows. It was dated an hour and a half before dinner. I am not sure whether I have mentioned that when Mr. Micawber was at any particularly desperate crisis, he used a sort of legal phraseology which he seemed to think equivalent to winding up his affairs. "Sir, for I dare not say my dear Copperfield, it is expedient that I should inform you that the undersigned is crushed. Some flickering efforts to spare you the premature knowledge of this calamitous position you may observe in him this day, but hope has sunk beneath the horizon, and the undersigned is crushed. The present communication is penned within the personal range, I cannot call it the society, of an individual in a state closely bordering on intoxication, employed by a broker. That individual is in legal possession of the premises under a distress for rent. His inventory includes not only the chattels and effects of every description belonging to the undersigned as yearly tenant of this habitation, but also those appertaining to Mr. Thomas Traddles, lodger, a member of the Honourable Society of the Inner Temple. If any drop of gloom were which is now commended, in the language of an immortal writer, to the lips of the undersigned, it would be found in the fact that a friendly acceptance granted to the undersigned by the before-mentioned Mr. Thomas Traddles for the sum of £23 4 shillings 9 1/2 pence is overdue, and is not provided for. Also, in the fact that the living responsibilities clinging to the undersigned will in the course of nature be increased by the sum of one more helpless victim whose miserable appearance may be looked for in round numbers at the expiration of a period not exceeding 6 lunar months from the present date. After premising thus much, it would be a work of supererogation to add that dust and ashes are forever scattered on the head of Wilkins Micawber. Poor Traddles! I knew enough of Mr. Micawber by this time to foresee that he might be expected to recover the blow, but my night's rest was sorely distressed by thoughts of Traddles and of the curate's daughter, who was one of 10 down in Devonshire, and who was such a dear girl, and who would wait for Traddles, ominous praise, until she was 60, or any age that could be mentioned. The end of Chapter 28 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Read by Rick Kistner for Lit to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 29. I visit Steerforth at his home again. I mentioned to Mr. Spenlow in the morning that I wanted leave of absence for a short time, and as I was not in the receipt of any salary, and consequently was not obnoxious to the implacable Jorkins, there was no difficulty about it. I took that opportunity, with my voice sticking in my throat and my sight failing as I uttered the words, to express my hope that Miss Spenlow was quite well, to which Mr. Spenlow replied with no more emotion than if he had been speaking of an ordinary human being, that he was much obliged to me, and she was very well. We articled clerks, as germs of the patrician order of proctors, were treated with so much consideration that I was almost my own master at all times. As I did not care, however, to get to Highgate before 1 or 2 o'clock in the day, and as we had another little excommunication case in court that morning, which was called the office of the judge, promoted by Tipkins against Bullock for his soul's correction, I passed an hour or 2 in attendance on it with Mr. Spenlow very agreeably. It arose out of a scuffle between 2 churchwardens, one of whom was alleged to have pushed the other against a pump, the handle of which pump, projecting into a schoolhouse, which schoolhouse was under a gable of the church roof, made the push an ecclesiastical offence. It was an amusing case, and sent me up to Highgate on the box of the stagecoach, thinking about the Commons, and what Mr. Spenlow had said about touching the Commons and bringing down the country. Mrs. Steerforth was pleased to see me, and so was Rosa Dartle. I was agreeably surprised to find that Littimer was not there, and that we were attended by a modest little parlour-maid with blue ribbons in her cap, whose eye it was much more pleasant and much less disconcerting to catch by accident than the eye of that respectable man. But what I particularly observed before I had been half an hour in the house was the close and attentive watch Miss Dartle kept upon me, and the lurking manner in which she seemed to compare my face with Steerforth's, and Steerforth's with mine, and to lie in wait for something to come out between the two. So surely as I looked towards her did I see that eager visage with its gaunt black eyes and searching brow, intent on mine, or passing suddenly from mine to Steerforth's, or comprehending both of us at once. In this lynx-like scrutiny she was so far from faltering when she saw I observed it, that at such a time she only fixed a piercing look upon me with a little more intent expression still. Blameless as I was, and knew that I was, in reference to any wrong she could possibly suspect me of, I shrunk before her strange eyes, quite unable to endure their hungry lustre. All day she seemed to pervade the whole house. If I talked to Steerforth in his room, I heard her dress rustle in the little gallery outside. When he and I engaged in some of our old exercises on the lawn behind the house, I saw her face pass from window to window like a wandering light, until it fixed itself in one and watched us. When we all 4 went out walking in the afternoon, she closed her thin hand on my arm like a spring to keep me back, while Steerforth and his mother went on out of hearing and then spoke to me. "You have been a long time," she said, "without coming here. Is your profession really so engaging and interesting as to absorb your whole attention? I ask because I always want to be informed when I am ignorant. Is it really, though?" I replied that I liked it well enough, but that I certainly could not claim so much for it. "Oh, I am glad to know that, because I always like to be put right when I am wrong," said Rosa Dartle. "You mean it is a little dry, perhaps?" "Well," I replied, "perhaps it was a little dry." "Oh, and that's a reason why you want relief and change, excitement, and all that," said she. "Ah, very true. But isn't it a little, for him? I don't mean you." A quick glance of her eye towards the spot where Steerforth was walking, with his mother leaning on his arm, showed me whom she meant, but beyond that I was quite lost. And I looked so, I have no doubt. "Don't it— oh, I don't say that it does. Mind, I want to know. Doesn't it rather engross him? Don't it make him perhaps a little more remiss than usual in his visits to his blindly doting, with another quick glance at them, and such a glance at me as seemed to look into my innermost thoughts. "Miss Dartle," I returned, "pray do not think—" "Oh, I don't," she said. "Oh, dear me, don't suppose that I think anything. I am not suspicious. I only ask a question. I don't state any opinion. I want to found an opinion on what you tell me. Then it's not so? Well, I am very glad to know it." "It certainly is not the fact," said I, perplexed, "that I am accountable for Steerforth's having been away from home longer than usual, if he has been, which I really don't know at this moment, unless I understand it from you. I have not seen him this long while until last night." "No, indeed, Miss—" As she looked full at me, I saw her face grow sharper and paler, and the marks of the old wound lengthen out until it cut through the disfigured lip and deep into the nether lip, and slanted down the face. There was something positively awful to me in this, and in the brightness of her eyes as she said, looking fixedly at me, "What is he doing?" I repeated the words more to myself than her, being so amazed. "What is he doing?" she said, with an eagerness that seemed enough to consume her like a fire. "In what is that man assisting him, who never looks at me without an inscrutable falsehood in his eyes? If you are honourable and faithful, I don't ask you to betray your friend. I ask you only to tell me, is it anger? Is it hatred? Is it pride? Is it restlessness? Is it some wild fancy? Is it love? What is it that is leading him?" "Miss Dartle," I returned, "how shall I tell you so that you will believe me that I know of nothing in Steerforth different from what there was when I first came here? I can think of nothing. I firmly believe there is nothing. I hardly understand even what you mean." As she still stood looking fixedly at me, a twitching or throbbing from which I could not dissociate the idea of pain came into that cruel mark, and lifted up the corner of her lip as if with scorn, or with a pity that despised its object. She put her hand upon it hurriedly, a hand so thin and delicate that when I had seen her hold it up before the fire to shade her face, I had compared it in my thoughts to fine porcelain, and saying in a quick, fierce, passionate way, "I swear you to secrecy about this," said not a word more. Mrs. Steerforth was particularly happy in her son's society, and Steerforth was, on this occasion, particularly attentive and respectful to her. It was very interesting to me to see them together, not only on account of their mutual affection, but because of the strong personal resemblance between them, and the manner in which what was haughty or impetuous in him was softened by age and sex in her to a gracious dignity. I thought more than once that it was well no serious cause of division had ever come between them, or two such natures. I ought rather to express it, two such shades of the same nature might have been harder to reconcile than the two extremest opposites in creation. The idea did not originate in my own discernment, I am bound to confess, but in a speech of Rosa Dartle's. She said at dinner, "Oh, but do tell me, though, somebody, because I have been thinking about it all day, and I want to know." "You want to know what, Rosa?" returned Mrs. Steerforth. Pray, Rosa, do not be mysterious." "Mysterious?" she cried. "Oh, really, do you consider me so?" "Do I constantly entreat you," said Mrs. Steerforth, "to speak plainly in your own natural manner?" "Oh, then this is not my natural manner," she rejoined. "Now, you must really bear with me because I ask for information. We never know ourselves." "It has become a second nature," said Mrs. Steerforth without any displeasure. "But I remember, and so must you, I think, when your manner was different, Rosa, when it was not so guarded and was more trustful." "I am sure you are right," she returned, "and so it is that bad habits grow upon one. Really. Less guarded and more trustful. How can I imperceptibly have changed, I wonder? Well, that's very odd. I must study to regain my former self." "I wish you would," said Mrs. Steerforth with a smile. "Oh, I really will, you know," she answered. I will learn frankness from, let me see, from James." "You cannot learn frankness, Rosa," said Mrs. Steerforth quickly, for there was always some effect of sarcasm in what Rosa Dartle said, though it was said, as this was, in the most unconscious manner in the world, in a better school. "That I am sure of," she answered with uncommon fervour. "If I am sure of anything, of course, you know I am sure of that." Mrs. Steerforth appeared to me to regret having been a little nettled, for she presently said in a kind tone, "Well, my dear Rosa, we have not heard what it is that you want to be satisfied about." "That I want to be satisfied about?" she replied with provoking coldness. "Oh, it was only whether people who are like each other in their moral constitution, is that the phrase?" "It's as good a phrase as another," said Steerforth. "Thank you. Whether people who are like each other in their moral constitution are in greater danger than people not so circumstanced, supposing any serious cause of variance to arise between them, of being divided angrily and deeply." "I should say yes," said Steerforth. "Should you?" she retorted. "Dear me, supposing then, for instance, any unlikely thing will do for a supposition, that you and your mother were to have a serious quarrel." "My dear Rosa," interposed Mrs. Steerforth, laughing good-naturedly, "suggest some other supposition. James and I know our duty to each other, I pray heaven." "Oh," said Miss Dartle, nodding her head thoughtfully. "Oh, to be sure. That would prevent it. Why, of course it would, exactly. Now, I am glad I have been so foolish as to put the case, for it is so very good to know that your duty to each other would prevent it. Thank you very much." One other little circumstance connected with Miss Dartle I must not omit, for I had reason to remember it thereafter when all the irremediable past was rendered plain. During the whole of this day, but especially from this period of it, Steerforth exerted himself with his utmost skill, and that was with his utmost ease, to charm this singular creature into a pleasant and pleased companion. That he should succeed was no matter of surprise to me. That she should struggle against the fascinating influence of his delightful art, delightful nature I thought it then, did not surprise me either, for I knew that she was sometimes jaundiced and perverse. I saw her features and her manner slowly change. I saw her look at him with growing admiration. I saw her try, more and more faintly, but always angrily, as if she condemned a weakness in herself, to resist the captivating power that he possessed, and finally, I saw her sharp glance soften, and her smile become quite gentle, and I ceased to be afraid of her as I had really been all day, and we all sat about the fire talking and laughing together with as little reserve as if we had been children. Whether it was because we had sat there so long, or because Steerforth was resolved not to lose the advantage he had gained, I do not know, but we did not remain in the dining-room more than 5 minutes after her departure. "She is playing her harp," said Steerforth softly at the drawing-room door, "and nobody but my mother has heard her do that, I believe, these 3 years." He said it with a curious smile, which was gone directly, and we went into the room and found her alone. "Don't get up," said Steerforth, which she had already done. "My dear Rosa, don't. Be kind for once, and sing us an Irish song." "What do you care for an Irish song?" she returned. "Much," said Steerforth. "Much more than for any other. Here is Daisy, too, loves music from his soul. Sing us an Irish song, Rosa, and let me sit and listen as I used to do." He did not touch her, or the chair from which she had risen, but sat himself near the harp. She stood beside it for some little while in a curious way, going through the motion of playing it with her right hand and not sounding it. At length she sat down and drew it to her with one sudden action, and played and sang. I don't know what it was in her touch or voice that made that song the most unearthly I have ever heard in my life, or can imagine. There was something fearful in the reality of it. It was as if it had never been written or set to music, but sprung out of passion within her, which found imperfect utterance in the low sounds of her voice, and crouched again when all was still. I was dumb when she leaned beside the harp again, playing it, but not sounding it, with her right hand. A minute more, and this had roused me from my trance. Steerforth had left his seat and gone to her, and had put his arm laughingly about her, and had said, "Come, Rosa, for the future we will love each other very much." and she had struck him, and had thrown him off with the fury of a wild cat, and had burst out of the room. "What is the matter with Rosa?" said Mrs. Steerforth, coming in. "She has been an angel, mother," returned Steerforth, "for a little while, and has run into the opposite extreme since, by way of compensation." "You should be careful not to irritate her, James. Her temper has been soured, remember, and not to be tried." Rosa did not come back, and no other mention was made of her until I went with Steerforth into his room to say good night. Then he laughed about her, and asked me if I had ever seen such a fierce little piece of incomprehensibility. I expressed as much of my astonishment as was then capable of expression, and asked if he could guess what it was that she had taken so much amiss so suddenly. "Oh, heaven knows," said Steerforth. "Anything you like, or nothing. I told you she took everything, herself included, to a grindstone and sharpened it. She is an edge tool and requires great care in dealing with. She is always dangerous. Good night." "Good night," said I. "My dear Steerforth, I shall be gone before you wake in the morning. Good night." He was unwilling to let me go, and stood holding me out with a hand on each of my shoulders, as he had done in my own room. "Daisy," he said with a smile, "for though that's not the name your godfathers and godmothers gave you, it's the name I like best to call you by. And I wish you could give it to me." "Why, so I can if I choose," said I. "Daisy, if anything should ever separate us, you must think of me at my best, old boy. Come, let us make that bargain. Think of me at my best if circumstances should ever part us." "You have no best to me, Steerforth," said I, "and no worst. You are always equally loved and cherished in my heart." So much compunction for having ever wronged him, even by a shapeless thought, did I feel within me, that the confession of having done so was rising to my lips. But for the reluctance I had to betray the confidence of Agnes, but for my uncertainty how to approach the subject with no risk of doing so, it would have reached them before he said, "God bless you, Daisy, and good night." In my doubt, it did not reach them, and we shook hands, and we parted. I was up with the dull dawn, and having dressed as quietly as I could, looked into his room. He was fast asleep, lying easily with his head upon his arm, as I had often seen him lie at school. The time came in its season, and that was very soon, when I almost wondered that nothing troubled his repose as I looked at him. But he slept. Let me think of him so again, as I had often seen him sleep at school, and thus, in this silent hour, I left him. Never more, O God, forgive you, Steerforth, to touch that passive hand in love and friendship. Never. Never more. The end of Chapter 29 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Read by Rick Kishner for Let to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 30. A Loss. I got down to Yarmouth in the evening and went to the inn. I knew that Peggotty's spare room, my room, was likely to have occupation enough in a little while, if that great visitor, before whose presence all the living must give place, were not already in the house. So I betook myself to the inn, and dined there, and engaged my bed. It was 10 o'clock when I went out. Many of the shops were shut, and the town was dull. When I came to Omer and Joram's, I found the shutters up, but the shop door standing open. As I could obtain a prospective view of Mr. Omer inside, smoking his pipe by the parlour door, I entered and asked him how he was. "Why, bless my life and soul," said Mr. Omer. "How do you find yourself? Take a seat. Smoke not disagreeable, I hope?" "By no means," said I. "I like it in somebody else's pipe." "What, not in your own, eh?" Mr. Omer returned, laughing. "All the better, sir. Bad habit for a young man. Take a seat. I smoke myself, for the asthma." Mr. Omer had made room for me, and placed a chair. He now sat down again, very much out of breath, gasping at his pipe, as if it had contained a supply of that necessary, without which he must perish. "I am sorry to have heard bad news of Mr. Barkis," said I. Mr. Omer looked at me with a steady countenance, and shook his head. "Do you know how he is tonight?" I asked. "The very question I should have put to you, sir," returned Mr. Omer, but on account of delicacy. It's one of the drawbacks of our line of business. When a party's ill, we can't ask how the party is." This difficulty had not occurred to me, though I had had my apprehensions too when I went in of hearing the old tune. On its being mentioned, I recognized it, however, and said as much. "Oh, yes, yeah. Oh, you understand," said Mr. Omer, nodding his head. "We dursn't do it. Bless you, it would be a shock that the generality of parties mightn't recover to say, 'Omer and Joram's compliments, and how do you find yourself this morning?' Or this afternoon, as it may be." Mr. Omer and I nodded at each other, and Mr. Omer recruited his wind by the aid of his pipe. "It's one of the things that cut the trade off from attentions they could often wish to show," said Mr. Omer. "Take myself. If I have known Bacchus a year to move to as he went by, I have known him 40 years. But I can't go and say, 'How is he?'" I thought it was rather hard on Mr. Omer, and I told him so. "I'm not more self-interested, I hope, than any other man," said Mr. Omer. "Oh, look at me. My wind may fail me at any moment, and it ain't likely that, to my own knowledge, I'd be self-interested under such circumstances. I say it ain't likely in a man who knows his wind will go when it does go, as if a pair of bellows was cut open and that man a grandfather," said Mr. Omer. I said, "Not at all." "It ain't that I complain of my line of business," said Mr. Omer. "It ain't that. Some good and some bad goes, no doubt, to all callings. What I wish is that parties was brought up stronger-minded." Mr. Omer, with a very complacent and amiable face, took several puffs in silence, and then said, resuming his first point, "Accordingly, we're obliged in ascertaining how Bacchus goes on to limit ourselves to Emily. She knows what our real objects are, and she don't have any more alarms or suspicions about us than if we was so many lambs. Minnie and Joram have just stepped down to the house. In fact, she's there after hours, helping her aunt a bit, to ask her how he is tonight. And if you was to please to wait till they come back, they'd give you full particulars. Will you take something? A glass of shrub and water now? I smoke on shrub and water myself," said Mr. Omer, taking up his glass, "because it's considered softening to the passages by which this troublesome breath of mine gets into action. But, Lord bless you," said Mr. Omer huskily, "it ain't the passages that's out of order. Give me breath enough," said I, "to my daughter Minnie, and I'll find passages, my dear." He really had no breath to spare, and it was very alarming to see him laugh. When he was again in a condition to be talked to, I thanked him for the proffered refreshment, which I declined, as I had just had dinner, and observing that I would wait, since he was so good as to invite me, until his daughter and his son-in-law came back, I inquired how little Emily was. "Well, sir," said Mr. Omer, removing his pipe that he might rub his chin, "I tell you truly, I shall be glad when her marriage has taken place." "Why so?" I inquired. "Well, she's unsettled at present," said Mr. Omer. "It ain't that she's not as pretty as ever, for she's prettier. Oh, I do assure you she is prettier. It ain't that she don't work as well as ever, for she does. She was worth any 6, and she is worth any 6, but somehow she wants heart, if you understand," said Mr. Omer, after rubbing his chin again and smoking a little. "What I mean in a general way by the expression, a long pull and a strong pull and a pull altogether, my hearties, hurrah! Well, I should say to you that was, in a general way, what I miss in Emily." Mr. Omer's face and manner went for so much that I could conscientiously nod my head as divining his meaning. My quickness of apprehension seemed to please him, and he went on. "Now, I consider this is principally on account of her being in an unsettled state, you see. Well, we have talked it over a good deal, her uncle and myself, and her sweetheart and myself, after business, and I consider it is principally on account of her being unsettled. You must always recollect of Emily," said Mr. Omer, shaking his head gently, "that she's a most extraordinary affectionate little thing. The proverb says you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. Well, I don't know about that. I rather think you may if you begin early in life. She has made a home out of that old boat, sir, that stone and marble couldn't beat." "I am sure she has," said I. "To see the clinging of that pretty little thing to her uncle," said Mr. Omer. "To see the way she holds on to him, tighter and closer every day, is to see a sight. Now, there's a struggle going on when that's the case. Why should it be made a longer one than is needful?" I listened attentively to the good old fellow, and acquiesced with all my heart in what he said. "Therefore I mention to them," said Mr. Omer, in a comfortable, easy-going tone, "this. I said, now don't consider Emily nailed down in point of time at all. Make it your own time. Her services have been more valuable than was supposed. Her learning has been quicker than was supposed. Omer and Joram can run their pen through what remains, and she's free when you wish. If she likes to make any little arrangement afterwards, in the way of doing any little thing for us at home, very well. If she don't, very well still. We're no losers anyhow. For, don't you see," said Mr. Omer, touching me with his pipe, "it ain't likely that a man so short of breath as myself, and a grandfather too, would go and strain points with a little bit of a blue-eyed blossom like her." "Not at all, I am certain," said I. "Not at all. Well, you're right," said Mr. Omer. "Well, sir, her cousin, it's a cousin she's going to be married to." "Oh, yes," I replied, "I know him well." "Well, of course you do," said Mr. Omer. "Well, sir, her cousin being, as it appears, in good work and well-to-do, thanked me in a very manly sort of manner for this, conducting himself altogether, I must say, in a way that gives me a high opinion of him, and went and took as comfortable a little house as you or I could wish to clap eyes on. That little house is now furnished right through, as neat and complete as a doll's parlour. And but for Barkis's illness having taken this bad turn, poor fellow, they would have been man and wife, I dare say, by this time. As it is, there's a postponement." "And Emily, Mr. Omer," I inquired, "had she become more settled?" "Why, that, he returned, rubbing his double chin again, "can't naturally be expected. The prospect of the change and separation and all that is, as one may say, close to her, and far away from her, both at once. Barkis's death needn't put it off much, but his lingering might. Anyway, it's an uncertain state of matters, you see." "I see," said I. "Oh, consequently," pursued Mr. Omer, "Emily's still a little down and a little flustered. Perhaps, upon the whole, she's more so than she was. Every day she seems to get fonder and fonder of her uncle, and more loath to part from all of us. A kind word from me brings the tears into her eyes, and if you was to see her with my daughter Minnie's little girl, you'd never forget it. Oh, bless my heart alive," said Mr. Omer, pondering, "how she loves that child." Having so favourable an opportunity, it occurred to me to ask Mr. Omer, before our conversation should be interrupted by the return of his daughter and her husband, whether he knew anything of Martha. "Ah," he rejoined, shaking his head and looking very much dejected. "No good. A sad story, sir, however you come to know it. I never thought there was harm in the girl. I wouldn't wish to mention it before my daughter, Minnie, for she'd take me up directly, but I never did. None of us ever did." Mr. Omer, hearing his daughter's footstep before I heard it, touched me with his pipe and shut up one eye as a caution. She and her husband came in immediately afterwards. Their report was that Mr. Barkis was as bad could be, that he was quite unconscious, and that Mr. Chillip had mournfully said in the kitchen, on going away just now, that the College of Physicians, the College of Surgeons, and Apothecaries' Hall, if they were all called in altogether, couldn't help him. He was past both colleges, Mr. Chillip said, and the hall could only poison him. Hearing this, and learning that Mr. Peggotty was there, I determined to go to the house at once. I bade good night to Mr. Omer and to Mr. and Mrs. Joram, and directed my steps thither, with a solemn feeling which made Mr. Barkis quite a new and different creature. My low tap at the door was answered by Mr. Peggotty. He was not so much surprised to see me as I had expected. I remarked this in Peggotty, too, when she came down, and I have seen it since, and I think in the expectation of that dread surprise all other changes and surprises dwindle into nothing. I shook hands with Mr. Peggotty, and passed into the kitchen, while he softly closed the door. Little Emily was sitting by the fire with her hands before her face. Ham was standing near her. We spoke in whispers, listening between whiles for any sound in the room above. I had not thought of it on the occasion of my last visit, but how strange it was to me now to miss Mr. Barkis out of the kitchen. "This is very kind of you, Master Davy," said Mr. Peggotty. "It's uncommon kind," said Ham. "Emily, my dear," cried Mr. Peggotty, "see here. Here's Master Davy come. Oh, what? Cheer up, pretty. Not a word to Master Davy." There was a trembling upon her that I can see now. The coldness of her hand when I touched it I can feel yet. Its only sign of animation was to shrink from mine, and then she glided from the chair, and, creeping to the other side of her uncle, bowed herself silently, and trembling still upon his breast. "It's such a loving art," said Mr. Peggotty, smoothing her rich hair with his great hard hand, "that it can't abear the sorrow of this. It's natural in young folk, Master Davy, when they're new to these here trials, and timid like my little bird, it's natural." She clung the closer to him, but neither lifted up her face nor spoke a word. "It's getting late, my dear," said Mr. Peggotty, "and here's Ham come for to take you home. There, go along with the other loving art. What, Emily? My pretty?" The sound of her voice had not reached me, but he bent his head as if he listened to her, and then said, "Let you stay with your uncle? Why, you don't mean to ask me that. Stay with your Uncle Moppet, when your husband that'll be so soon is here for to take you home? Now, a person wouldn't think it for to see this little thing alongside a rough weather chap like me," said Mr. Peggotty, looking round at both of us with infinite pride. "But to see ain't more soul in it than she has fondness in her for her uncle, a foolish little Emily." "Emily's in the right in that, Master Davy," said Ham. "Look here. As Emily wishes of it, and as she's hurried and frightened like besides, I'll leave her till morning. Let me stay too." "No, no," said Mr. Peggotty. "You don't ought a married man like you, or what's as good, to take and haul away a day's work. And you don't ought to watch and work both. That won't do. You go home, turn in. You ain't afeard of Emily not being good to take care of, I know." Ham yielded to this persuasion, and took his hat to go. Even when he kissed her, and I never saw him approach her, but I felt that nature had given him the soul of a gentleman, she seemed to cling closer to her uncle, even to the avoidance of her chosen husband. I shut the door after him, that it might cause no disturbance of the quiet that prevailed, and when I turned back I found Mr. Peggotty still talking to her. "Now, I'm a-going upstairs to tell your aunt as Master Davy's here, and that'll cheer her up a bit," he said. "Sit you down by the fire the while, my dear, and warm those mortal cold hands. Oh, you don't need to be so fearsome and take on so much, what? You go along with me. Well, come along with me, come. If her uncle was turned out of house and home and forced to lay down in the dyke, Master Davy," said Mr. Peggotty, with no less pride than before, "it's my belief she'd go along with him now. But there'll be someone else soon." "Someone else soon, Emily." Afterwards, when I went upstairs, as I passed the door of my little chamber, which was dark, I had an indistinct impression of her being within it, cast down upon the floor. But whether it was really she, or whether it was a confusion of the shadows in the room, I don't know now. I had leisure to think before the kitchen fire of pretty little Emily's dread of death, which, added to what Mr. Omer had told me, I took to be the cause of her being so unlike herself, and I had leisure, before Peggotty came down, even to think more leniently of the weakness of it, as I sat counting the ticking of the clock and deepening my sense of the solemn hush around me. Peggotty took me in her arms and blessed and thanked me over and over again for being such a comfort to her. That was what she said, in her distress. She then entreated me to come upstairs, sobbing that Mr. Barkis had always liked me and admired me, that he had often talked of me before he fell into a stupor, and that she believed, in case of his coming to himself again, he would brighten up at the sign of me, if he could brighten up at any earthly thing. The probability of his ever doing so appeared to me, when I saw him, to be very small. He was lying with his head and shoulders out of bed, in an uncomfortable attitude, half resting on the box which had cost him so much pain and trouble. I learned that, when he was past creeping out of bed to open it, and past assuring himself of its safety by means of the divining rod I had seen him use, he had required to have it placed on the chair at the bedside, where he had ever since embraced it night and day. His arm lay on it now. Time and the world were slipping from beneath him, but the box was there, and the last words he had uttered were, in an explanatory tone, "Old clothes." "Barkis, my dear," said Peggotty, almost cheerfully, bending over him while her brother and I stood at the bed's foot. "Here's my dear boy, my dear boy, Master Davy, who brought us together, Barkis, that you sent messages by, you know. Won't you speak to Master Davy?" He was as mute and senseless as the box, from which his form derived the only expression it had. "He's a-going out with the tide," said Mr. Peggotty to me behind his hand. My eyes were dim, and so were Mr. Peggotty's, but I repeated in a whisper, "With the tide." "People can't die along the coast," said Mr. Peggotty, "except when the tide's pretty nigh out. They can't be born unless it's pretty nigh in, not properly born till flood. He's a-going out with the tide. It's ebb at 3:30, slack water 1/2 an hour. If he lives till it turns, he'll hold his own till past the flood, and go out with the next tide." We remained there, watching him, a long time. Hours. What mysterious influence my presence had upon him in that state of his senses, I shall not pretend to say. But when he at last began to wander feebly, it is certain he was muttering about driving me to school. "He's come unto himself," said Peggotty. Mr. Peggotty touched me and whispered with much awe and reverence, "They're both a-going out fast." "Barkis, my dear," said Peggotty. "C.P. Barkis," he cried faintly. "No better woman anywhere." "Oh, look, here's Master Davy," said Peggotty, for he now opened his eyes. I was on the point of asking him if he knew me, when he tried to stretch out his arm, and said to me distinctly, with a pleasant smile, "Barkis is willin'." And, it being low water, he went out with the tide. The end of Chapter 30 of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Read by Rick Kishner for Lit to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu.